Maternal Matters Favored is a community-based nonprofit dedicated to supporting maternal mental health, education, and wellness. We believe when mothers are supported, families and communities thrive. Our mission is to create safe spaces, provide resources, and advocate for maternal well-being at every stage. Visit us on Facebook, search for Maternal Matters Favored, and log on to www.mmfavored.org.
Good morning. I was trying to get these social media posts, we do it for the gram. And we do it for the Lord. We serve an audience of one, and that's the true MVP of it all. And oh my gosh, Dr. Andy,
we're here. Good morning.
Good morning. Oh my gosh. So we are getting ready to get into our fourth annual 24 Hours of Favorite charity broadcast. And so everyone sit tight, hang in, get your coins. We will be asking for some dollars to help support us for the next 24 hours as we raise awareness for maternal mental health and to support our programs in which we do. And so Maternal Matters Favored, if you don't know, we're a 501c3. We provide counseling and support services to those that are going through postpartum and perinatal anxiety, depression, psychosis, substance use disorders. And we don't just deal with the whole mental aspect of it all. We take a holistic approach, right? And so what that looks like is like, okay, we're here to provide you these counseling services, but if there's something else that's needed, we have an electronic Rolodex. And so we make certain that if there's a housing situation, if there's food insecurity, whatever that looks like, we get you to the right resources, and we don't just shove information to you. We do that warm handoff because we don't want you to fall through the cracks, right? And so it takes an army to get this done. It takes a lot to make certain that we're able to provide these services. And we do this in multiple counties and actually branching into different states, right? And so right now we serve Orange County, Seminole County, Volusia County, Flagler County, Putnam County. We're itching into St. John's, and we got a request to get some services out there to Philly. And so whatever that looks like, we're here for it. And God has a mandate on us, you know what I mean? We even moved our curriculum from physical format into digital. So we're there with a learning management system, where moms can access their curriculum because we give them tools, resources to learn some things, as well as their journals, so they can get some of that gunk out of them and not hold all of that in, right? We know that when we do hold in certain aspects of emotions and everything else, it festers and it eats away at our body in different ways. And so, we're here. Angie.
Now I need you to explain to me about this Give Butter. What is that? What is that?
Yes. And so Give Butter is our donation platform we utilize, where you can make your charitable contribution to our program sources and everything else in between. We're raising dollars. So this is, an opportunity for us to get together with individuals, like-minded professionals, just regular moms. You'll be hearing from some of our program participants, right? But with Give Butter is how you make that donation. Once more, we are a legitimate 501c3, so it is a good tax write-off. Ask me how I know, right? But it's the ways in which we're able to then move forward, right? And so, as I mentioned, we have the learning management system. It takes money to run that. It takes money to be able to pay for our general liability insurance, right? Make certain that our directors and officers insurance is all intact, that our internet is up and going, and so forth and so on. And so there's a lot of different expenses. We do run a very lean budget. But once more, when God says get it done, and you need to be able to get out there and move forward. And so this is what this helps us do, because there's a big need. And we're getting folks that are reaching out, just wanting us to help.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Absolutely. Absolutely. I am so lost when it comes to maternal mental health. What's the difference between maternal and regular mental health?
Yeah, that's a good one. And so we focus specifically on things that affect mothers, right? And so what does that look like? It's like, we know that when a woman is pregnant, she goes through hormonal changes. And so while we do see some numbers, some statistics that show that, fathers go through aspects of anxiety and depression, when another baby's coming or whatever that looks like, what we've seen historically is that mothers go through it worse, right? We carry the household on our backs and everything else in between. And this is something that's been going on for eons. And it just really, in the past couple of decades, have had a name placed to it. It's like, that's what that is. Perinatal maternal anxiety. What? Oh, I knew I was feeling something, right? And so this is where we dial into, and we really focus on that whole person. And so, if a mom is going through suicidal ideations and things like that, we make certain that we're really meeting them where they are, so that they can get the whole wraparound list of services and everything else in between.
Got it. It's not just as much medication to treat the mental illness. It's more holistic, like you said. I understand now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it's focusing in on the mom specifically. We do provide some co-ed services because we want, that household to have that equal balance. But we're really dialed in on moms while they're pregnant and right afterwards. And this is up to the age of, they, as a norm, it was 2 years, right? Postpartum 2 years. So after your youngest child is 2 years old. In the past year or two, they extended it out until your youngest child being 3 years old. But for us, MMF, we take it to mom, youngest child being 5 years old. Because this is when things really, really start to seep in. And we want to make certain that we're doing that community-based approach to lock in on the mom. And so now, when you talk about maternal mental health and regular mental health, so some things may be lasting effects from postpartum, but if you're technically out of that postpartum period, and so it may just be a general mental health issue that you may have. You know what I mean? What we do know is that there's something called compounded trauma. Right. Ooh. And so, when I think about, for me, I had some childhood trauma, and then it turned into that perinatal and postpartum trauma. And, I got a therapist now. She's helping me work through some things, you know what I mean? And so it becomes a lifelong aspect of self-work that a person does. Right. And at the end of it all, we want to hear God say, well done. You get that thing up off of you. Let's break some generational cycles of dysfunction. You don't have to live like that. You don't have to pick that thing up and hold on to it and it become an inequity. You know what I mean? And not like, go out, rob and steal and kill kind of sin. But I mean, like, you holding on to anxiety, depression, you're holding on to self-doubt, you know what I mean? Feeling self-worth that is kind of minimum. Those things are spirits, little minions that, just jump on you. Next thing you know, you got a strong man. I won't get into it. It's too early. It's too early, but I mean, we come to heal and deliver folks, set them free.
Amen. Tell me why you started this organization.
Oh my gosh, right? So my story. And so Stephen, my son, many of you guys do know, he turned 23 in December, but back then they weren't really having these conversations. And so me and his father, we weren't really having the greatest of whatevers, right? And I found myself moving in with my parents, and it was always a dysfunctional household, two parent household, but very, very toxic, right? And so, where it seemed like, from the outside that I had, support and love, and they did the best they could, whatever. We're talking about generational cycles here, right? It was enough to send a person up the wall. And so for me, I sunk into some very lows, and I just wanted to escape. And so, it quickly went from, returning back to smoking weed and doing other things to moving towards popping pills and shrooms. And then I found myself smoking crack and being homeless and lost my job and lost Steven and, you know what I mean, in and out of jail, institutions. It was just a hot mess. And this happened for several years. And so it was like, okay, God was like, are you good? You want more? You know what I mean? Because the streets is not nice, and my life was really moving in a downward spiral very, very quickly. And so, here I am, March 4th, I made 20 years in recovery. But I found that, women were really going through it. And that during my recovery period, I started learning, well, God just really placed me into the mental health field. I was a receptionist, and then I moved into, financial department doing accounts payable. But I was always in the mental health field, and I was just learning, you know what I mean? And it was like, oh, that's what I had, you know what I mean? And then finding how I could be more involved. And I was just learning about the numbers of women that are going through it. And you see the news articles, mother drives her vehicle into the beach with all the babies, you know what I mean? Just like all these different things. And people just doing just things that had they had some level of community support, that I truly believe that they wouldn't go to those extremes, you know what I mean? That crisis wouldn't fully evolve. And so it's like, you know what, God, I get it. You know what I mean? I'll put that cross on my back and work to get it done. And we've been having a lot of fun doing it. We implemented the company in 2022. And it's nothing but by the grace of God that we are where we are now. And we know that the best is yet to come.
Wow. Your testimony is powerful. What is it they say? Thank God we don't look like what we've been through.
Yes. Thank you, Father God. Don't get me crying so early, Angie. Before look at here. I'm still trying to write the book, but I've really been through some very, very harsh situations in life.
Wow. All right. On a lighter note, I understand you have a variety of programs, like the Thrive program. Tell us about that.
And so that program in itself is centers around just providing that community approach, right? And so we lock arms with a mom for 6 months, 24 weeks. They get one-on-one counseling sessions. They get biweekly check-ins. And so they get 6 counseling sessions. They get 12 biweekly check-ins, 12 community reflection labs. That's something new that we launched this year, just so that the moms aren't receiving services in isolation. So it's like a support group. They get together, laugh, talk it up, and just, kind of vibe off of each other and so forth. There's curriculum, as I mentioned, right? We want to make certain that moms are really grasping and learning some things and doing that self-work, and we hold them accountable too, and so forth. And then, we tell them, hey, if you hang in there with us while we hang in there with you, we'll give you $100 stipend. And so it's been a blessing. We have alumni, and actually, Cara, one of them will be on later on today. But it's doing what it needs to do, and I'm just really grateful for it. And I know we have some of our peeps that are backstage, and so we want to make certain we bring some of the crew out that'll be helping me get and keep everything moving this next 24 hours.
I am very proud of you guys. I really am. It takes a village to raise a child, and now you got a village to help mothers, and that is wonderful.
Yes, and you can say you remember when.
Yeah, we were trying to get this all together, and
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
blessing to still
I don't
be
know
here.
if anyone knows. Like Angie gave me this idea. She's like, Tim, what are you doing to raise awareness about your organization? And I was like, I don't know. We got some social media posts. And she's like, what about a 24-hour event? And let's call it 24 hours of favor. And I was like, oh, yes, you know what I mean. I should really go get that copyrighted. But yeah, this is Angie's brainchild, and so I am forever grateful. I just want to give you your flowers just for helping bring this to fruition and hanging in there with us as it's been evolving. And so thank you, Angie.
I praise God for the concept. I really do. When God gives you a blueprint, you can't help but follow it. It's a business plan, a blueprint. He just all the details, and from the first year to now, it just has grown. And so we've got Dr. Andrews in the background and Dr. Malaska. I think I'm going to bring them in so you can talk to them. And there we go. Hey, Doc.
Good morning.
Dr.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, Dr.
Good morning. Good morning.
Awesome. Yeah. So everyone, if you don't know, these ladies are part of the pillars that help hold me up. Both are board members for Maternal Matters Favor. And so in a sense, they're kind of like my bosses, right? They're like, look, Tam, I think we should do this. Maybe we should do that. Let's figure out how this will look. And they have been locked arms with me for several years now. I am so grateful that you ladies were able to find a time in your busy schedules to co-host with me again this year. Dr. Malaska, I know you're on the other side of the country and so forth and so on. Thank you. And Dr. Patricia, I know you're very busy moving and grooving all over as well. So we're here. We're getting ready to do this again, some more, huh?
It's another year, right?
Yes. And so I don't know. Tell them our why. You know what I mean? We know the statistics look pretty harsh out here, and we're working to do some mighty things.
So our why is, I would say,
Dr. Andrews, I don't mean to interrupt. Can you come closer to your microphone?
okay. How was that?
Just a little bit more,
Right.
because you're breaking up just a little bit.
And bring your
Okay.
camera down a little.
There you go.
A bit more.
How's that?
That's better.
Better?
Go ahead. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Dan. It's excited to be here. I've had a great, moment of being with you with this whole movement project. When you first started asking me about being involved, right? I told you I'm a mental health provider, but it really don't see a whole lot of in the beginning. That was before a whole lot of people with maternal, postpartum, perinatal. But I'll tell you that has changed since I first began talking with you. So the why is that there's so many people out here that need so much help. They just want to know that someone cares. And I know that maternal matters, we actually show a lot of caring, compassion, and just letting people know that they're not by themselves. And life is just, you don't have to be solitude. In solitude, we start having those thoughts like suicidal thoughts, the thoughts of harm, thoughts of I'm alone. But you know what? This program, this here movement is more of you're not alone. You have people that are there with you, linking arms, helping you get to one point to the other. And so I'm excited to kind of be a part of this process because it is really, really needed. Absolutely.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. Thank
That's
you.
good. That is good.
And Dr. Ari, what's your why?
I'm sorry, say again.
And what is your why?
Your
why? What is your why?
my why? Okay, well, hello, Dr. Angie B. Nice to see you again.
Yes, good to see you again, dear.
I got the memo with the yellow.
There we go.
I know, we're both thinking along the same lines. So my why, first of all, let me acknowledge that this is Nurses Week. the whole week. And might I remind you, ladies, that I trained with Flo Nightingale over 40 years ago in Oxford, England.
Wow.
So I'm very proud that I've survived nursing all these years. And basically, I do it because I love it. Okay. My why: everyone has mental health issues, regardless of what your socioeconomic status is, your background, your education, your experience. We all have mental health issues. And there are many, many things in our lives that will propel us either in a positive direction or a negative direction. Now, I'm a mother of three. This is Mother's Day weekend. And I know what it's like to be a trauma critical care nurse working the night shift, uh, raising three young ones. My husband at the time was in the Air Force, active duty, so we were moving every 3 to 4 years. So just imagine what you go through. We're a middle class family. Well, my kids thought we were more than that, but we started out on the lowest on the totem pole and worked our way up. And so when you have all these life situations happening, the milestones, and then you marry that to an active duty spouse who's gone, and then you're there. I was the glue that held my family together, whether we were moving or we just moved to a place or whatever. But I had my own situations too. I'm a nurse. I'm a trauma critical care nurse. It's hard to uproot yourself and start over again. So basically, it's the empathy. It's knowing what I went through, and I've been through, money challenges and job horrible situations in your job. As a military family, we really didn't have family where we moved to, because families were everywhere but where we were. So my empathy factor is very, very high. Okay. And then depending on your background, if you have family, you don't have family, you have medical challenges, it just causes, it's just a nightmare. And sometimes all we need is one person to believe in us.
Yes.
We just need
yes.
that one person to get us going.
Yes.
If that person can, there is a thing that we do in nursing that we say, connect with me, communicate with me, check on me, educate me, and follow up with me.
Amen.
What do you think about that?
That's amazing. That is amazing. And that is why we're here. You know what I mean? And so our theme this year is mental health aids maternal health. And so that's seeing mothers, supporting minds, and saving lives. And so once more, this year's broadcast centers around maternal mental health as a critical determinant of maternal safety, survival, and long-term family stability. So through expert dialogues, lived experience, and community-informed strategies, we are about to elevate the urgent need for prevention, early intervention, and sustained support, right? Please keep in mind, guys, for the next 24 hours, we're going to be raising that awareness. We're going to be asking for funds because proceeds, they support our Thrive program, which is a structured community integrated model delivering prevention and intervention services for perinatal and postpartum individuals. I want to go ahead and Dr. Fatisha, if you can, open us up in prayer, and we'll get ready to go ahead and get into this thing.
Dear Lord, thank you so much. Father, we praise you. We glorify you. We thank you, Father, for just first of all, waking us up this morning. This is a brand new day, and we glorify you in this. We are so excited, Lord God, to be your children in the kingdom. And we thank you, Lord God, for watching over us every day. We thank you for peace. We thank you for love. We thank you for joy. We thank you, Lord God, for helping us to walk in our purpose and our calling. We thank you for today is the day that you made, and we are excited. We are blessing you, Lord God. And we thank you for blessing the mothers, Lord God, that are part of this process, this organization. Thank you for the mothers that we're able to help, Father. Those that we've helped in the past and those that we will have the opportunity to help in the future. We thank you, Lord God, for just being able to give peace in the minds, that decreasing and eradicating depression and anxiety and mood disorders. And we thank you, Lord God, that you are the one who brings all this forth, and we are your vessels. So we thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for blessing Dr. Tam for her work that she does, Lord God, helping people just to be able to move forward in their lives and know that there is hope and there's joy in the world, Lord God, that people care. We thank you for those who are part of the organization who put forth the time and effort. And we thank you, Lord God, for just your children in general. So we thank you for those that are going to present today. Bless them, Lord God. Give them peace and comfort and allow them to be able to bring forth everything that you want them to bring forth in this earth, in this season, in the name of Jesus. So we praise you, we glorify you, and we lift you up. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. And amen. Oh my gosh. Let's do a check real quick. All right. So I got my tissues because I almost felt that thing coming down. I got some coffee here. You see my cup. I got my blessings mug. All right. I do have my protein. I ate an egg this morning as well. Got my 40 ounces protein. We got a little mirror, little compact, right? We're good. Just check those things. I got just in case, you know what I mean? And Lord knows, because I'm another year older, so I got my fan.
I got your fan. So
oh my gosh, we are getting ready to get into it. 24 hours of favor. We're talking about the favor of God over our life. No matter what that situation is, the Bible says, right, that everything is working together for our good. And so whatever a person that is going through something, just know that this is not how it ends. You know what I mean? That there's a tribe, there's a community, you know what I mean? There's folks that may not be your blood family that actually will look out for you, will help pull you through. I always have this saying, you know what I mean? When God gives us a platform, you know what I mean, gives us a area of influence, whatever that looks like, a pulpit, you know what I mean? It's so that we could pull people up out of the pit. You know what I mean? And so we're supposed to be the hands and feet of Jesus Christ in present days and times. You know what I mean? Marketplace ministry, say what? Right? We're to go out and save, and bring folks to another level of living and thinking, but we do know you can lead a horse to water and you can't make them drink. But, I think, and I believe, I strongly believe, us showing them the way and is what helps to transform their lives, but they got to want it. You got to be really seriously wanting to make that change and that difference. And so if that's you and you're watching this broadcast or someone passed it down to you, whatever that looks like, our services are free. You know what I mean? To God be the glory. We don't want insurance to be a barrier. Our services are virtual and remote. We don't want, proximity to be a barrier. You know what I mean? We've worked this thing out so that we can reach the masses, that we can help the masses, so that you can get some more well-balanced, enhanced ways of living, right? Your well-being is important to us, whatever that looks like. And so we don't judge folks. When I just told you my story, right? I came from the pit. You know what I mean? I was out there in and out of cars and everything else in between, but God. So don't ever think that, there's a stigma placed on you coming to us. You know what I mean? We walk with you and to bring you to a new level. And so that's that part there. We're here to raise awareness so individuals can understand that you're not alone. It's not all in your head. You know what I mean? There's other folks that are experiencing these semi things too. We all got different stories, but there's some similarities there. And then additionally, we need money, please. Right. And so, yes, we are raising funds so that we can have that to support our program services. We have teammates that are here, and we're so grateful between the interns and the volunteers, and when we do get funds in, we make certain we provide everyone with stipends. But everyone does this as an act of compassion and because of their passion for the work that we do. But we want to make certain that as our numbers are growing, that we're able to help folks put money in their pockets, right? And so forth and so on, that we're able to bring in more of these different programs, and so right now this focus today or tomorrow, this weekend, is on our Thrive program. But we also have another program called Faith, where we work with folks that are in active addiction, that are also returning back to society from treatment facilities and prisons and so forth. And that program in itself needs funding as well. But that's a whole nother story. Maybe that will be the theme and focus for 2027. But yeah, we're ready. We're gonna go ahead and get going. We just thank God for the opportunity. We're live, and so whatever that looks like, Angie will help keep us in line.
Oh my goodness. I want to know why your board members are board members. What was the attraction to you to come in and be able to serve, Dr. Andrews?
All right, so I would love to say, okay, so in the beginning, I'm gonna be honest, right? Dr. Tam, we go to church together, and she has such a beautiful personality. I'm just gonna tell you that. Just wonderful, awesome, always smiling, always bubbly. And she asked me, I'm like, sure, okay, we'll see what this is about. It's my first time. I said, I don't know much of anything, but in the midst of everything, I was very feel, because I am in the mental health field itself. And so with that being said, I felt like, okay, this is where I'm supposed to be able to, provide whatever services or whatever, expertise, whatever. So just because it is with mental health and it's dealing with mothers, like I'm a mother, I have a mother, we all have mothers, but, personally, I haven't gone through any of those things when I had my children. However, I know how important it is for people to kind of feel more at relax and knowing that a village of people are there to be of service to someone. So that was my why. Really, it was because I knew her, and then I'm like, yes, this is fantastic. This is a great service. This is something that is awesome. And so that's what keeps me going,
All right.
Dr. Maleska.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Tam found me on LinkedIn 5 years ago, or must have been more than 5 years ago. And we hit it off on the phone. We had many phone conversations. And basically, I didn't know anything about how to be a board member myself. And she said, don't worry about it. We'll guide you through it. I had a lot of ideas. I still have a lot of ideas. My reason for doing it is because, I relocated from Canada to the United States when I married my ex-husband over 30 years ago. He was U.S. Air Force. So, birthing my children as a military wife, you're pretty much lonely and alone. You don't get much services going back to over 30 years ago. We had who do you know? So my mom, I used to fly her in from Vancouver, Canada, to come over and help us out various times of the year, because it's very difficult to raise young children and be a nurse working the night shift, And throughout that time, I put myself through school. I started out as a diploma trained nurse, and I put myself through the bachelor's, the master's, the doctoral program. And that's a lot of studying, My son, when I finally graduated at the top of my class with the DNP, about 10 years ago now, he said, Mom, thank God you're done studying, because I think since I was born, you've been studying and you just haven't stopped,
Wow.
And there are parts to that where, we go on vacations and I'm taking my study materials with me because I don't want to be left out. So I would carve myself study time during the vacation time. And they understood that because they were having fun, So my reasons are multifactorial, and when you've lived it, as my good friend, Dr. Tam has said, you understand, you bring with it that deep down understanding because you've walked the walk, you know what it feels like, The other thing is, being a nurse, having trained in Oxford, England, and worked in Vancouver, Canada, and all across the United States, I see a lot of people, what they go through and what their struggles are. Just because we're nurses doesn't mean we don't have struggles as well, So you bring all of that to the table, and I'm very empathetic to our population out there, because if somebody doesn't care about, these moms and their families beyond the healthcare,
Right.
what is given in the hospital, how are we going to progress and become a strong society? Because we have to nurture, and we have to care, and we have to be there. Like I said, the one thing I said, and I'm going to keep bringing it back, is we call it the patient experience bundle. Okay. You connect with me, you communicate with me, you check on me, you educate me, and then you follow up with me. You don't have to be in the hospital for that to happen. And that is what TAM's organization, now our organization, that we're so incredibly a part of. And, I'm proud to be a board member. I hope to be doing more, as I wind down with this travel nursing thing. But this is what we're all about. This is what this organization is all about.
Amen. Amen. That's right. Oh my gosh. And I'm forever grateful. I promise you, it takes a village, and these are my peeps. These are my peeps to help me keep it going. All right. Okay.
I have to say, I did meet Tam one time in person, and she absolutely blew me away. That was last year. Was it last year?
Last year? Or wait, it was 2024 when we did the opening.
It seems like last year.
Yeah, I know.
That was our first time meeting. And Dr. Andrews, as you said, her energy is, I could feel it over the phone, but in person, it was unbelievable. So, and we match, because I'm a very dynamic person as well. So.
Yeah. God brings in the right folks to help you, and he will remove those that don't. They break up the dynamic. So yes, we're grateful for that. Oh my gosh, yeah. That was a cool time. We all got together in person because we had been, working remotely. We have board members in Alabama, one is in Kenya. Dr. Malaska is always traveling somewhere. And I remember Dr. Fatisha, you were on the road back and forth between Florida and New Jersey for a while. God does things, and he brings the right folks together, and I'm forever grateful for that. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And so once more, what's our why? Let's talk about some stats here. And so historically, maternal mental health was not widely recognized in clinical settings until the late 1980s. Did you know that? Postpartum depression itself gained formal diagnostic attention with the DSM-IV in 1994. And then it was really incorporated in 2013. But postpartum anxiety and OCD are still often underdiagnosed, right? And once more, this has been going on since women been giving birth, right? And this is our why, because it has a name. Many people don't understand or recognize that, what they're experiencing is something real, and that there's ways in which we can kind of combat it, we can mitigate it, right? Think about this. Policy changes like CAPTA amendments that happened in 2003 required reporting of drug-exposed infants, which contributed to mothers avoiding care out of fear. And so a lot of times moms think that punitive charges are going to be brought up on them, and that's why they don't want to say anything. They think they're going to lose their baby, and then they're going to be in jail, and then they're going to lose their job because they're in jail, and then because they lost their job, they're going to lose their housing, their apartments, their homes, right? And it becomes a whole thing. They play it all the way out in their mind, and like, I'm gonna hold on to this. I can't let nobody know nothing. But inside, they're suffering in silence, and they're taking it out on the household, the children. You know what I mean? They're not performing as well at work and so forth. We spoke with Alexandra, who's there in Nigeria, and we had to do a pre-recorded session, and she was saying that she had miscarried lost her baby and went to have a 2 week checkup, and they say, yep, physically you're good, but mentally no one asked her nothing. You know what I mean? And she was going through it mentally. She was going through it. And in a sense, you lose. Here you carry this child, and then you lose it, and it was like, oh yeah, move your extremities. Okay, all right, let's get back out there.
Dr. Tam, can I say something? I
Yes,
just
yes.
saw, I just saw a client. I saw some people this morning, and my last one this morning, she had just lost her baby. Yes, and she had a DNC 2 weeks ago, and I was talking to her about her thoughts and how she was doing emotionally, how she was handling this, and and going forth and stuff. So that is real what you said, because the hormones are just all up, and it's the loss of the grief of losing her baby. So yeah.
That part. Yeah. Yeah.
Tam, before we bring Maddie in, I want to give some shout outs. We've got viewers on YouTube, Her Chosen Story with Clavia. She's joining us today. We've got about 6 or 7 folks that have joined us on the favored YouTube page, so we appreciate that. Shout out to Tamisi Gordon in Volusia County, Daytona Beach, Florida. She gave us a heart today. And so did Dr. Smith Little. She gave us a heart. So thank you all for joining us. If anyone has any questions or comments, you can text them to me at 407-914-6519, and I'll get them up on the screen and direct for you to get your response. That number again is 407-914-6519. And I'm going to bring Maddie in so we can keep it moving.
Hey, Maddie.
Hi there. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, bring your camera down a little bit so we can see all of your face. A little more. Okay,
Is
now
better now?
way better. Hey, good morning.
Hi there. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me go ahead and give you your introduction. And so, everyone, we have Miss Madeline Basamente Cabrera, and hopefully I'm pronouncing those things right, your last names. She works as a behavioral health clinician in the OBGYN department there at Neighborhood Health, and in the behavioral health urgent care at Cambridge Health Alliance. She is part of PSI Massachusetts board as Alliance representative and social media chair. She's also providing perinatal mental health counseling coaching in Spanish for PSI, which is Postpartum Support International. Shout out to Postpartum Support International. And she is an advocate for maternal mental health and perinatal mental health. Welcome, 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 and thank you so much for coming in this morning with us.
Thank you so much for having me here. It was a real pleasure to hear from you when you asked me if I would like to participate. This is such a beautiful initiative, so I'm extremely happy to be here.
Yes, yes. Oh my gosh. And so let's get into it. I mean, you're there in Massachusetts, you're doing amazing things. When we think about the integrated care model, right, which is phenomenal. You work directly within an OBGYN department as a behavioral health clinician. And so that's phenomenal in itself, right? How does that integrated mental health into maternal care settings change outcomes for pregnant and postpartum individuals? We need so much more of this.
Yes, I think it helps a lot when it comes to identifying, when a mother is struggling. And even if the medical provider is not able to identify right away, it allows them to reach out to us and be like, hey, I think this mom needs an evaluation. Can you talk to her to see how she's doing? And that opens the door, for them to start services, for them to talk to us once, because at the beginning, they can also have a WHOOS, which is warms hands off, which is just to talk, a first chit chat if they want to get to know about the behavioral health service. And to have access to all these services for mothers allows them to get like, oh, okay, it's normal that I reach out for help. It's normal that I'm not feeling well. And also having integrated now we have the Edinburgh screening. So having that integrated helps a lot because, you know, mothers, sometimes you ask them, how are you? Oh, I'm doing well. How is everything going? Everything is going well. Okay. How is everything going with your baby? It's good. All right. Sounds like everything is going well, right? But then when they fill out the Edinburgh, it's like, okay, many days sad, feels like she's overwhelmed, and it's like, okay, that helps a little bit. It's not definitive, but it helps to get an understanding that they are not doing well and they need support.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I know that us here in Florida, we're working to do that integrated model as well. You know, where there's that plan of care. You know, we're working through different intercepts. You know, what does it look like? And it's so desperately needed, that mental health piece as part of the maternal care package. You know what I mean? And so you also work in behavioral health urgent care, and that, you know, in itself is a level of clinical reality. What are you seeing when mothers reach that point of needing urgent support, and what does that tell us about the gaps in earlier aspects of healthcare system?
Yeah, unfortunately, when mothers reach to urgent care, I have noticed that other than they are at the breaking point, it is also that they have maybe been struggling with emotional abuse. You know, they have been trying to hold it in. They have been trying to do everything on their own. They have been trying their very best, and they reach a point where like they're falling apart, and they don't understand why, because they believe that they should be capable of doing everything. They should be capable of working. They should be capable of studying. They should be capable of taking care of a new baby. They should be capable of being with their husbands and everything. So it's like, it's not out of desire. They are there because they don't know what's going on, but they do know that they need help because they feel so very down.
Yeah,
It's tragic.
you know, and so when we start to break apart, you know, the different aspects of systems and policy, and we'll look at it through that specific type of lens, we often see that there's a level of fragmented care, right, between OB pieces and behavioral health services. And so, you know, with that in mind, you know, what would you truly say are continuous integrated care models? What do they look like from pregnancy through postpartum and beyond?
So, unfortunately, I have seen a lot of mothers that have told me that they have had many losses and they were never offered a behavioral health provider. Unfortunately, it's so normalized, even to this day, to have a loss. And it's like, it's okay. You're fine now. Even if you have a loss last year, even if you have a loss 6 months ago, you know, it's like, oh, the mother is very anxious. We don't know why. Can you talk to her? And then it's like, oh, yes, they have a loss last year. I didn't get any support. Okay, that makes sense that you're so very anxious. So something that I believe that needs to be done is to remember that it's not just when the mother is pregnant. It's also after she gives birth, and it's at least throughout the very first 2 years to check on her, to see how she's doing. Many of the people that I provide services for are immigrants. Many of them are alone, don't have any kind of support. So if you are telling me that you are alone in this country and you have to work to provide food for yourself, and then suddenly you cannot work because you just gave birth and you are taking care of a baby, you don't have anyone, literally anyone. You know, and you might not be able to go to the bathroom. You might not be able to take a shower. You might not be able to eat. I had many patients telling me they didn't have the availability to cook themselves or to eat anything. And that breaks them apart because it's like they feel inhuman in the sense that they don't have access to the very basic things that they might need. So I believe like it's important to remember not just physical health and emotional health or psychological health, but also social determinants of health that their patients need a bit more.
Yeah, yeah. Dr. Fatisha, were you going to say something?
I was just going to say when you just talk about, Miss Maddie, the those who can't even provide for themselves and they're alone. Many of us, because we have family or we have people to be there with us, we don't think about that, and that's real. And I thank you for bringing that up, because there are a lot of people who do not have that support, and it's good that you're able to provide that support. It just hit me home when you said it.
Yeah, that hit me too. Like, what's the takeaway from what you just said? That one right there. And I say that because I have a friend who's a doctor, and she said that she didn't want to even get out of bed to wash herself. You know what I mean? But she had the ability, there within her home. And she, didn't even want to. So when we think about, the psychological aspects of postpartum, but here, when you have folks that don't even have the means, that is a whole nother level on top of it mentally, in which they're enduring. And so, yeah, the work that you're doing there is so desperately needed. You mentioned about, folks that are being here in the country, by themselves, which we know many people do, they'll come over and they'll work and they'll, send money back home, or, work to bring family members over and so forth. And so you provide perinatal mental health coaching in Spanish. And how do language and cultural barriers impact access to care? And what must systems do differently to better support diverse communities?
First, I just want to go back to the previous question. I want to make a point here.
Yes.
So I'm very grateful to work in a community health center. I work in Neighbor Health, which is a community health center, and the fact that they take care of so many aspects of life. And for example, with my patients particularly, we are able to help them reach out, resources about housing, about food, and about all these basic things that they need. And I think that's necessary. That should be a must, because even when sometimes they say, oh, but she has a partner, many times they are not with the partners anymore. Oh, but she has her mom here. Her mom works, or they are not in good terms with the mom. They are not talking to the mom. So we have to take into consider, we don't have, they don't have the luxury of us just imagining things and interpreting things. We need to ask and be sure about what we're imagining. So for the next question.
And we shouldn't imagine, we shouldn't assume,
Yes.
And I say that because, like, I gave my story, I was living in a 2-parent home, but it wasn't a healthy 2-parent home. You know what I mean? Like, oh, she got support, you don't want none of that, but yeah.
I hear a lot of that. I hear patients that live with other members of the family as well, and they don't leave their bedrooms because they're in bad terms. So it's like, it's important that we ask, okay? So just that, and going back to the question about prenatal mental health coaching. So I was very lucky to be able to participate of the prenatal mental health coaching. Postpartum Support International is offering to prepare providers to the prenatal mental health certification exam. So I'm happy, to be part of the people that is working towards getting more Spanish speakers prenatal mental health specialists. And what I can say, about so I provide services in Spanish, but I also provide services in Portuguese. And I just want to say that it's important that we expand services, that we have people speaking more languages. And I just want to put it out there at the beginning, my Portuguese was not perfect. And I want people to know it's okay if your Spanish is not perfect. It's okay if your Asian Creole is not perfect. It's okay if your Portuguese is not perfect. What matters is that you're trying. Patients see it, patients understand it, and they help you with the push. And as the time passes by, you're able to provide care in that language. And I think it's beautiful because it opens the door to a whole new world. You get to learn about a whole new culture and so many things that are needed. Sometimes people get like, oh, we need to think about the person that is from this country for them to have knowledge. Yes, but it's also important to integrate. It's also important to get to know one another and work together, because we are one ecosystem at the end of the day. And I think it's incredibly necessary. Of course, cultural background is important as well. So if you are a mental health provider or a provider in general, I invite you to be curious. I invite you to learn, to read, to watch, stories, to watch the news from other countries, to watch movies about other countries, to watch documentals, to simply be curious, like in anthropology, get to know the context. And you don't have to be a master of every single country, of every single language, but having an idea makes a difference.
Yeah, I love that you said that, because what we do know with Postpartum Support International, and I'm on the board for the Florida chapter, like you're there on for Massachusetts, is that the organization is international. They're a global conglomerate of maternal mental health providers, and if you don't know, they provide services in over 60 languages throughout the world. And so, we want to make certain that we're always, once more, we're reaching the masses. And so, to your point, Maddie, you know what I mean? It's pertinent that, we have service providers that, can speak the language, but then also, like you said, learn it. And I want to, put a pin in that, because several years ago, we had a church in Orlando. Shout out to First Baptist Orlando of Orlando, Central Florida. But they reached out. They have a couple missionary programs, and they had some Haitian refugees. And I'm half Haitian. I'm half Geechee. Wasn't raised around none of those parts, But and we turned our curriculum into Creole. We turned our PowerPoints into Creole. We worked with a translator, and we would go in there with our PowerPoint on our phones and read it. And our translator would translate it. But, this way we were able to engage with the families, because we did a co-ed series with them. And because what we know is that this doesn't discriminate. Any mom, any father that can experience these emotional feelings, and we want to make certain that we're doing our due diligence to help them, to bring them out of that rut, whatever they may be going through. And it takes being knowledgeable, and not just being able to speak the King James English. You know what I mean? Like, we have to, whatever that looks like. And so I give you your props, for taking that initiative. I did not try to go back and learn Creole. I will continually seek out a translator. But, just taking that initiative to learn the other language, just to make certain that you're better equipped to get in there, boots on the ground, and work with individuals. That's phenomenal. And once more, yes, if anyone's listening and, you may speak a different language or whatever have you, Postpartum Support International, and we'll put that information up, because we'll be talking about them, and we actually have representation from them coming on a little later on. Over 60 languages.
Just one thing about Asian Creole, to be honest with you, I took 2 classes about Asian Creole, because I was like, when there was a wave of Asian patients coming, because there was a situation in Haiti, I was like, oh my God, I need to learn the language, because it sounds a lot like French. And then when I had the classes, I were like, this is very similar to French, but if I jump from one thing to other things that are very similar, I might get confused. So I thought I should learn well French and then maybe learn Asian Creole. And the other thing about what you mentioned before about your previous question of services and language, I have a master in public health, but to be honest with you, I never thought about doing that. I didn't even know what that was about 3 years ago. What happened 3 years ago is that I had a patient in the OBGYN department. She was struggling with a very difficult social situation. And then one day out of the blue, she was sectioned. I don't know if it's the same terminology in Florida, but section, it means that she was placed in psychiatric hospitalization involuntarily.
Like Baker Act or Marchman Act, that's what we call it down here.
Okay, so that's exactly what happened. And I was very upset because I was working in person that day because I work hybrid. And no one told me anything. No one reached out to me. And I was like, I am the provider of this person. How come I don't know she's been sectioned, you know? And then everything happened too quick. Her baby was removed. Her younger child was removed. She didn't have access to her baby for months. And I was so upset. And when I asked, okay, what happened? The answer was like, oh, this is how the system works. And I was thinking that it's true that I was ignorant about the system. So I say, okay, I won't say anything. And then I jump into doing this master in public health because I wanted to see if it was truly the system. And what I found out studying was that, yes, the system has a lot of gaps, but guess what? We are the ones making the system. We humans are the ones taking the decisions at the end of the day. And we have the capacity of make some adjustments, of have our own criteria. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking, okay, we can make the difference. And that's how now what I have been trying to work towards is also, going to the court and, support billings that support perinatal mental health, or that support, doing a more deepened study when it comes to involuntary psychiatric hospitalization, or, supporting bills that allow licensed mental health counselors to do sections as well, because as of right now, it's only for clinical independent social workers. So it's a lot of things happening. And I think we have a lot to do. We have a lot of capacity, but it is up to us. No one is going to come to you and say, hi, Tam, do you want to go to testify? It is you that have to say, okay, what's happening? What can I do? What difference can I do? Who can I talk to? How can I raise the voice of the people that cannot raise theirs?
Yeah. You're doing amazing work. And so when we're talking about action and advocacy, you're like, look, we make the decisions. There's a lot of bureaucracy and red tape out there. If you could shift one thing in how maternal mental health care is delivered to make it more accessible, equitable, and even effective, what would that be?
The first thing and the main thing I will think is that I will encourage people to listen to mothers. It's about listening. It's a key aspect. When you ask a question and someone says, yes, I'm doing well, thank you. Try to ask a little bit more, or try to ask in a different way, but be open to listen. Look at body language, look at, what has been happening lately, give yourself an idea, and try to be more open and not just like, okay, next patient. To be honest, in community health in general, it's a bit difficult because we have so little resources, little time, and so on. But at the same time, we still have the capacity to make a change. We still have the capacity to help our patients. So I will encourage people to be very, very, very clear when they are listening to a patient, to provide all the space that they need to hold them, because sometimes they need to be held, and we can offer that to them as well. And something else that I think that it's important to make it accessible is to put out there more information in different languages, more advertising, more things in social media, in Spanish, in Asian Creole, in Portuguese. They need to see it on a daily basis and normalize it and understand that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to be struggling with mental health and reach out to people when you need it.
I love it. Maddie, tell everyone, how they can get in touch with you. What do you have coming down the pike?
So you can reach out to me through my LinkedIn or my Facebook or my Instagram, which is Hearts in Therapy. I like to share a lot about the public speaking that I'm doing. Next week, I will be in a mental health conversation at the Humana School. I'm very excited for that. I'm also going to be participating in a mentoring program at UMass, supporting students that are going to start studying mental health at the university level. So I'm trying to talk more about mental health. I'm going to be presenting perinatal mental health in Spanish at the Ecuadorian Consulate in Miami on May 20. So And I am going to be presenting also on the Consulate of Mexico on May 28th.
Now, let's go, Maddie.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So a lot of things coming. Please visit my social media and you will find all the things that I'm doing, and you can join and you can listen. Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Continue onward and upward. We have large work to do, and I feel, good that you're covering, the different aspects from Portuguese on over to whatever else. And so may God continue to bless everything that you put your hands to, that is in alignment with His will for your life. You're amazing. Thank you so much again for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for all the work you're all doing. May God bless you all. May God bless this project. May God allow so that more people help and contribute, and that more people get to benefit from this. You are beautiful souls, and I'm just grateful to know that I'm working with these amazing people. Thank you so much.
Yes. Oh, all righty. We'll talk to you. Oh. Good stuff. Oh, everyone, we are just getting started. That was Maddie from Massachusetts, and I don't know, Dr. Patricia and Dr. Angie. We got someone else coming through, right?
Yep, Sierra is ready and waiting, so we're gonna bring her in right now.
Hi.
Sierra.
I don't know if I could follow up behind that. She did amazing.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Good stuff she's got going on. We all got going on. And that's what it's all about, right? Putting our voices to some of the different spaces in which we're carrying out this work here in the maternal mental health space. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor, truly.
So Sierra, this is my first time meeting you. Hello, how are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm doing good, thank you. I want to give an introduction for you though, okay? Give me 1 second. So I'm gonna make sure Sierra Swearingen. Do I have it right? I got it, all right. She's a reproductive health advocate, peer breastfeeding counselor, and public health professional passionate about improving maternal and postpartum care in underserved communities. Through her work in maternal and child health, housing, advocacy, and community outreach, she supports families by promoting education, access to care, and long-term stability. Sierra is dedicated to raising awareness around maternal support systems and empowering mothers through compassionate community-centered care. Wow, but you may not know how to go after her. I think this is phenomenal. I haven't heard anything from you yet.
Thank you.
So let's begin. So I want to kind of just pose, I know you're dealing with community and maternal health advocacy, right? So Sierra, your work spans reproductive health advocacy, breastfeeding support, and family-centered community care. And what first drew you to maternal and child health advocacy?
I know this is going to sound cliche. When I was in undergrad, I was doing a lot of work with Planned Parenthood. And pop goes the Weezer, I am pregnant. So honestly, I didn't know what to expect while I was pregnant. I was 21 years old. I was like, I still want to be a hot girl. I still want to be just outside with my friends. And honestly, my pregnancy kind of took a turn. I ended up getting diagnosed with HG. And for people who are not aware what HG is hyperemesis, or it's another word called extreme morning sickness. And I was getting so sick. That I started throwing up in just abundance throughout the day. My esophagus got damaged. I was bleeding into my stomach. Blood pressure was always low. I was in and out of the hospitals on a lot of different medications, a lot of getting fluids every time I visit. It was really bad. And I had a doctor who would not listen. Just like many mothers around the country, we all are trying to advocate for ourselves. We have our family members there advocating for us, but there was still that gap missing between doctors genuinely listening and understanding their patients. So I was diagnosed with HG when I went to a different hospital that actually didn't serve pregnant women, but they were treating me for the dehydration. And the nurse told me, she said, "You have HG. I don't know why your doctor has not diagnosed you and told you what this actually is and what this means, She said, but honestly, I feel like you do need to find you a new OBGYN. Once again, I'm young, I'm 21. Oh, I'll just stick with her throughout the rest of the pregnancy. It'll be fine. Everything will be great. It took for my mom to come in and say, this is not normal. This is not okay. So, and I was confused. I'm like, well, I thought this was all part of pregnancy. It's just a part of pregnancy nobody talks about. But after I had my son and I had my mom there advocating for me the rest of the way, I learned immediately, okay, that was not normal. I'm seeing my family members and friends have these beautiful glowing pregnancies. And I'm thinking, well, why didn't I have that when I was pregnant? Why didn't I go through the beautifulness and the glow of pregnancy? But it also does start with physicians not catering to their patients as they should, or just going through just textile information of this is what pregnancy looks like. This is what we're going through step by step, not understanding that as a Black woman, our pregnancies differ a lot from our white counterparts or our Asian counterparts. So having my mom there advocating for me really made me want to step into, let me research more into maternal health. Let me research more into what pregnancy can look like and why pregnancy differs for everybody. And I realized, one, that starts with the community first. Let's look and see what our communities are going through and why pregnancies are affecting our Black communities, our underserved communities, different from our high income families and communities. Once my son got here, he was there with me doing all my research. He was there with me. I was dragging him to protests. I was dragging him to the Capitol with me to sit and listen to our senators talk about what maternal health looks like from a government standpoint. Realize that this is not right. This is not okay. And I was just so honored to have him there with me to just kind of keep me going. Because after a while, talking about things like that does get depressing. But just seeing his face and seeing that my baby made it, let's make sure that other mommies are able to have this same experience.
Oh, that is fantastic, because one, you have a great story. You went through a lot through your pregnancy, and it's good that you had your advocate, which was your mother, right? Who helped you through. And then from there, you got a heart for, oh, okay, let me see if I can help other people, and what do I need to do with that? And, so I mean, that is a fantastic, phenomenal story that you, an experience that you went through, because that helped propel you into your purpose. So that's great. And then when we talk about like postpartum care, because I know we talked about that before, like what happened, your mother advocated in those areas, but you've spoken about the need for stronger postpartum support in underserved communities. So where do you particularly see the biggest gaps in care for mothers after birth itself?
The biggest gap that I see is we're slowly getting into it, but discussing maternal mental health after delivery. So there are organizations that Memphis is starting to provide locally to help moms think about what postpartum mental health care looks like. How are you feeling? Let's go through all these screening questions to see, are you having these thoughts? How are you having these feelings? Oh, well, we noticed baby's keeping you up at night. And then when I had my son and I was expressing to my doctor, like, oh yeah, he's keeping me up. I'm not sleeping as much as I used to. I'm noticing I'm crying a lot more. And she's, oh, it's baby blues. It'll go away after the next couple of weeks. Once I got to month 3 and I'm like, okay, I'm still only sleeping 2 hours out of the night, and 4 of those hours I'm crying. What is happening? Yeah. So it took for me, once again, and my mom to like, okay, let's research, let's sit down, let's talk about what's going on. And let's look into mental health sources that can also aid in what's going on. And I'm, once again, talking to my friends, let's having open conversations within the community. And that's really what we need, are these open conversations to what to look out for, what we need to know is happening. Once again, what's normal and what's not normal. Yeah, apparently I didn't know it was not normal for me to be crying 4 hours every night because I'm exhausted. And so once again, it's another thing that we just don't talk about after delivery. And now, like I said, I'm noticing there are a lot more mental health services surrounding Black maternal mental health, but it can be a push a lot more. It could be pushed a lot more because moms aren't still finding that normalcy behind it.
Yes. And I think from what you were saying, it's more the advocacy of, mom helping, and then you realizing it's not normal. And then from you're going to get more information and open up community questionnaires, like community communication, so that other people would know if they're going through, like you've been a great advocate for others and getting them the information and knowledge as well. So that is phenomenal in itself. And now when we move on to like breastfeeding and maternal mental health, as a peer breastfeeding counselor, you work closely with mothers during a vulnerable time, right? How does breastfeeding support intersect with maternal mental health and emotional well-being?
Honestly, as a breastfeeding counselor, I used to tell my patients all the time, hey, I'm now part of your community. So, and that would warm so many moms' hearts of just hearing, okay, I have someone else in my community that is here to support me through this. So I can give a perfect example. I had a 17-year-old and she was so sweet, but she was just so unaware of her body changing, her mental changing, her support system. The biggest thing changed around her once she had her baby. So once I sat her down and we talked about the idea of breastfeeding first, and she was like, I don't know if I feel comfortable with that. And I was like, well, it's a natural thing. And we talked about what breastfeeding is, what breastfeeding looks like. Hey, when you latch the baby on this way, this is what you're supposed to feel. Then we talked about what you're not supposed to feel. But what her biggest sigh of relief was me genuinely saying, I'm part of your community. I'm part of your support system now. If you have questions, feel free to call me and ask me at any time. I don't mind being there for you. And a lot of moms don't realize that your WIC counselor is part of your community now. Your home visitor, your community health educator is part of your community. Get a midwife. Your midwife is now part of your community. So having like not only those healthcare professionals there, but also your personal family members, cousins, aunties, friends, those are all part of the community that should be serving you and raising you and the baby.
Oh my gosh, I love this. Can I jump in? And I say that because I'm so big on like, what does that social support look like? You know what I mean? And I tell moms all the time, be honest, you know what I mean? Let someone know that you're going through it, because sometimes, you know what I mean, you have support and access right in your back pocket that you're not even utilizing, right? And then also, that story about God sending help and it was a life raft, it was this and that, and you're like, nope, I need it like this, you know what I mean? And so be open, and I remember I once was counseling with a mom and she was like, my mom ain't helping me, and my sister, and this and that. And I was like, girl, it's okay, but do you got some friends? You know what I mean? And you were just talking about, like your WIC person, this and that. And so sometimes, it's not going to look like what we envision. You know what I mean? We have these ideologies, and then reality hits, and so forth. But at the same time, you can help change the narrative. And so, and I explained to her, and you can just see the light bulb go off. And it's like, okay, you feel how you feeling. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind, because now you get to change that family dynamic for your child that you're raising. And so when your child gets to a birthing age, you know what I mean? Remember this moment and, make certain you break that generational cycle of dysfunction. But the concept didn't even like occur to her that her support was outside of blood family, and she was just really looking for it. And there was a lot of different underlying things too. But yeah, great point. Your WIC, your breastfeeding, your doula, your midwife, whatever, but the first step is to waving that white flag, letting a person know, now you're not fine, what the saints say, how you doing today? Highly blessed and favored, but inside I'm like, oh God, you know what I mean? Let someone know.
And also, to piggyback off of that, right now, as a community health educator, I usually print out a curriculum with my prenatal moms, and we go through, hey, my first thing is, what does your community look like around you right now? So they'll write, oh, my auntie's gonna be there. Oh, my cousin helps out a lot. Oh, my best friend from high school or my best friend from college is gonna be there. I'm like, okay. So we have friends and family. Who else? Oh, well, you just need 3 people. No, baby, you need more than just 3 people around. Because if those 3 people aren't available, what does that look like when you're up at 2 a.m., baby's not latching on, or baby's crying nonstop because they have gas, baby's crying because they have a fever you didn't know. A baby gets a fever that early, because a lot of moms don't understand that a lot of changes happen within those first couple of weeks of baby coming home. And a lot of things happen within the first month of baby being there. Your body's changing, your mental's changing. Baby is also changing as well. So you do need that community that you can call at 2 a.m. Luckily, when I had my son, I was still at home with my parents. So I would get up in the middle of the night and go, Mom, hey, he's hot. What do I do? Or Mom, he's making noises and it's making me nervous. What do I do? A lot of young moms don't have that support system. So yes, it's okay for you to add your WIC counselor or your midwife, or, hey, doctor said that, my doctor gave me their personal telephone number. They said I call them at any time. When they say call them at any time, I don't care if you're like, I'm trying to be considerate, it's 3 a.m, I'm not going to call. No, call. It's okay if they told you that, disregard it. They're here to support you. Your midwife, your cousin, your auntie, if they said that they're here to support you, put it to the test. Let's see how they actually support you in those times of need.
That's good. And you're there to kind of help to reiterate and over so they'll know, okay, no, these are support people, community, village, everybody. Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So when we look at things in a systems lens, like for instance, housing and family stability, your work with families experiencing housing instability gives you a unique perspective. Okay, how do housing and basic family stability impact a mother's mental and emotional health?
Ooh, that is a loaded question with a very deep answer. I will say one of the families in particular that I worked with, mom didn't know what to do. She was 6 months pregnant, living in a homeless shelter. She already had a 3-year-old. And she was, Miss Sierra, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to start. I'm here with all of my things in this suitcase. I'm here with my baby and I'm expecting another one. What do I do? And I tell moms all the time, asking what do I do is just so broad. So let's start narrowing down what we can start with first. And usually the first thing I want to start with is making sure mom is mentally okay, because you cannot make that first step until your mental health is standard. Not gold standard, not the highs that you can reach, but just making sure mom's mental health is at a basic level where she can mentally function and actually just be able to take a breath without worry. So one thing I would love to do with my moms is, okay, let's go ahead and sign up and let's find a counselor. I'm not a counselor. I don't have a doctorate behind my name. I would love to be able to give you full counseling, but let me work within my scope of practice. Let me sign you up for a counselor. Secondly, I'm going to make sure that you have food, you have shelter, you have clothing, the basic needs and essentials to make sure that we're also providing everyday day-to-day needs. Let's handle that first. So I give moms clothes. I can get mom like, hey, let's go to the local Goodwill, or hey, there's a charity down the street that gives away clothes on Wednesdays. Let's go look into that. Making sure that they have resource information easily accessible for them to get basic needs. Then we can work towards housing. And housing is usually the biggest thing that a lot of people in underserved communities need, is stability and a place to cook that food that we just got, and also make sure our babies have somewhere to lay their heads down at night. And Memphis, because the area is it's a work in progress. I can definitely say that. But I don't like to tell moms, oh, just find anything to hurry up and get stable. No, I want to make sure that wherever you and baby are going, that you all are safe. And once again, you're able to take a breath, because breathing is our biggest thing. So we work through housing. Let's work through finding a job. And also, I know with a lot of moms, they struggle with finding a job while pregnant because the system is still kind of rigged against pregnant mommies. Because everyone is, oh, she'll only be here a couple months, then she's gone away. Okay, well, girl, let's find somewhere where we can work for a couple months, where we can stack and build and save, and we can work through learning about money management and good financial decisions. So let me connect us with the financial advisors that's going to help us rebuild. So I tell my moms all the time, there's nothing wrong with working at McDonald's for a couple of months. There's nothing wrong with working at a Family Dollar or Walmart for a couple of months. I want to make sure that you have the finances needed. Or, hey, in Tennessee, we have Families First, where they'll give you food stamps, and they'll also give you financial stipends while you're going through your pregnancy. So that way you have something on a cushion. There's nothing wrong with state assistance. That's what it's there for families who are in need of it. So once we work through all of those things, and like I said, it's a very lengthy process of helping families, but long as we're there as advocates, as their support system, resources. One of my old clients, she used to call me Miss Worker Lady. She said, every time I see you working on something. And I'm like, that's okay. You could call me auntie, cousin, whatever. Just long as you know that I'm there to support you through all of your needs at that time. I'm okay. I don't care what you call me. But just, it was such a different experience with working with moms who are homeless, because you often see that moms who are pregnant are having this beautiful pregnancy with dad, and they laid up and they talking about baby moons. I'm like, well, what about our families who are sleeping on the side of the street with their 3 kids and just a suitcase? What about those moms who don't have the opportunity to be able to just get up and go to the doctor when they need to? So let's continue to build in our community, making sure that moms are taken care of, their mental health is taken care of, and they have proper resources to function in a day-to-day life.
Amen.
Sierra, you take care of everything holistically, right? I mean, when you say whole everything, that you are a godsend, like a blessing to the community. So when we talk about like prevention and community-based care, you've worked directly in community settings supporting mothers and families. What does effective prevention and early support look like from a grassroots or community health perspective for you?
My first level of community intervention, being there in the community. If people see your face, people know who you are, people know what you do, and you're actually there in the community, versus, you're somewhere sitting at a desk, you're making decisions, and you don't know your people. That's what we continue to run into a lot of times within public health sectors, nonprofits. You have people making decisions that aren't there, that aren't present. So being there first is always a good way to start. And also educating. And when I say anybody can set up a table at a community center, you can come in and put a poster board up and talk about different resources that are offered to communities that people don't know about. And that's one of my biggest things, is that there are so many resources out there. There's so much information out there, but people don't know how to access it. People don't know who to go to about the information. So like I said, setting up information and educating the community on what's out there, what people could need, because some people need things, some people don't, and that's okay. But just making sure that we're educating people from the bottom and letting them know what their options are. I can't remember a time of being with Planned Parenthood. People ask questions, especially young people ask questions all the time about their body, their changes. What does this birth control do? What does this birth control not do? As long as we're there and we're giving them the pamphlets and the information, they take it, I'm going to go tell my friends that y'all offer this. So I didn't know that y'all do pap smears. I thought Planned Parenthood only did whatever. It's like, no, there's information, and the news and the media misconstrue so much education that people give up quickly. So like with our hospitals, most hospitals in Memphis, birthing hospitals specifically, they provide breast pumps. A lot of moms are thinking, oh, I have to go buy one or I have to get one through my insurance. No, if you have that baby and you still don't have a breast pump yet, it's the hospital. And a lot of moms are, oh, I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know that that was an option. And so we miss out on so many opportunities because people are not aware of what's out there. There's funding for things. There are grants for all of these other things. And there, like I said, there's all these community organizations that nobody knows about. So I like to tell people all the time, go in the community that you serve. Talk to people, ask them what they need, ask them what their day-to-day looks like. So you're able to provide them resources and information. The library is full of information. And I love to tell my moms who are pregnant, who already have kids, go to the library. You never know what you'll find out if you step foot into a library. It's state funded. It's locally donated to all the time. One of my moms found out that the library does, they do the toddler readings like Tuesdays and Thursdays. She's like, oh, I've been looking for stuff to do with my kids, but I never know what to do. And I just need a couple of hours to get out of the house. Girl, go to the library. Let's go. We can do our meetings there at the library while they're reading to the babies. I'm sitting there talking to mom, giving them information, asking them about how their pregnancy is going, how's postpartum care going, where's your mental health at today? On a scale of 1 to 10, how are you feeling? Baby's over there occupied with something else, or baby has a book and they're sitting there reading, and telling moms like, hey, this is how we bond with our babies. This is how we do this. This is how we do that. But also having them aware of what's going on around them definitely helps. So that way they're not continuing being in the dark and they don't continue to feel like they're struggling by themselves.
Goodness. I'm going to tell you, you provide resources. You are a resource.
Yeah.
And you're very creative and ingenuitive, which brings a whole lot for the people that you actually do serve. And, you know, it's truly awesome what you do for everybody. But as we're like about to close, we're going to talk about a little bit about encouragement and advocacy, those type of things. So for mothers who may feel unsupported or overwhelmed right now, what would you want them to know about the importance of community, connection, and asking for help?
There's no such thing as a dumb question. Honestly, there's so much information out there. There's so many people there around you to guide you, to support you, to help you. Our world is constantly changing. There's always new information out there. There's always new information about topics that we continue to skip over. So don't be afraid to ask those questions. Our elders are there to support us. They may not know everything. Sometimes our elders do get it wrong, but that's okay. They lived in a different time than we did. They lived in a different support system than we did. So still, let's go ask our elders about, well, Grandma, how did you go through this? Or Auntie, how did you navigate through this? Ask the questions. Don't sit there and think too hard about it. Just ask. Yes, people say, oh, Google is free. You could have Googled that. No, I'm going to go ask somebody who went through it. Okay. I'm one of those people. I ask questions all the time. I know people are always annoyed because here comes Sierra with these questions. No, because here comes Sierra with these questions because inquiring minds want to know. And I'm always telling my moms like, hey, if you didn't know, that's okay. Ignorance is bliss. Okay. Just because you didn't know doesn't mean you need to know everything. Okay. And like I said, I'm always here to support my mamas. I'm always here to support my babies, making sure that they know that they are loved and cared for and supported. So feel free to hit me up.
Sierra, what do you have coming down the pike and how can folks get in touch with you?
So you can always get in touch with me through my LinkedIn, Sierra Swearingen. I also have an Instagram that is based around maternal health care and community support called The Sierra Elise. And Elise is spelled ELEASE.
Thanks. Oh my gosh, good stuff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was so great being here.
Yes.
I learned a lot.
Yeah, I learned a lot. How I could be an additional resource to people.
Yeah.
That part. That part. Well, thank you so much. And we'll talk to you in the airwaves. Thank you,
Okay,
Sarah.
thank you guys.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, a lot of good stuff. I didn't, yeah. I have some
Mhm.
research to do so that I too can be a better resource. And so we're here, everyone. Just get it going. We're only into hour 2 of our 24 hours of favor annual charity broadcast. Keyword charity, right? And so we get together every year to raise awareness about maternal mental health, different things going on in different communities throughout the world. Right, and so Sierra was there from Tennessee, Memphis, and we spoke with Maddie in Massachusetts, and we spoke with someone in Nigeria earlier, right? And so forth. There's all kind of things taking flight. And so once more, when we're talking about mental health awareness, that's that piece here. And then additionally, the second piece of this all is we're raising funds. This is our annual charity event. Every 501c3 has a signature event in which they raise funds for their program services. And our program service focus is on our Thrive program, which is a 6-month program where we provide 6 one-on-one counseling sessions, 12 biweekly check-ins, 12 community reflection labs, which are like our support groups. We have online curriculum and a journal, and we do the holistic approach. And so that means we integrate areas of wraparound services. And so, Angie, what does it look like? What do we have? What is Give Butter showing us where we're at with our coins? And so just keeping in mind that every dollar that you provide, it goes to something specifically, right? For $10, you can provide immediate support access. And so that covers one biweekly participant check-in touch point. It ensures the mother is not navigating postpartum challenges alone. It makes certain that supports as far as early identification of mood and anxiety disorders are actually addressed, right? For $25, you can provide guided reflection and skills building, and so those things they help fund a community reflection lab session. It provides structured, facilitator-led peer support, and it reinforces coping strategies to help with emotional regulation. For $50, you can help provide care navigation and resource coordination, right? And so that's that wraparound model that we have. And so that supports personalized resource navigation. It connects mothers to housing, healthcare, childcare, and maternal health services outside of our scope of practice. We all know how to do it all. And it also removes systemic barriers to care access. And so we have electronic Rolodex. We always want to make certain that we're doing warm handoffs. If you dig deep, a little more deeper in your pockets, $100 can help with a program completion incentive. And so once more, we give our moms $100 stipend for completing all aspects of the program. It's something that is an incentive to keep them moving, right? And so it encourages them to have consistency and be fully engaged across the 6-month span. It also helps reinforces accountability and program retention because these moms are like, look, that ain't much, but that's a little something. I want that. I want that free money, right? Digging a little deeper, $250, it helps with our curriculum and our tools. So it will help provide one mother with our full Thrive program manual, our guided reflection journal, and digital learning access to our learning management system, which is through Thinkific. For $500, it helps with clinical counseling support. And so that covers one-on-one counseling sessions. It supports trauma-informed, DBT-informed care. It addresses postpartum depression, anxiety, and substance use challenges. And for a full $1,500, you can help a mom, right? You can sponsor a mom for the full program. That's the whole 6-month gamut of everything that I said. Once more, we're talking about one-on-one sessions, biweekly check-ins, community reflection labs, the curriculum, the journal, resource navigation, and the completion stipend. This is where your dollars go. And so we're so grateful for those that are actually digging into their pockets. We saw earlier that Michelle Gilbert donated $30. We saw that Sharice Hardy, she donated $50. Thank you, ladies. We're on for 24 hours raising funds, and we're just getting started. And even afterwards, you can donate all year long. It is a tax write-off, and so whatever that looks like, every dollar from 10 on up, we'll take it. Please and thank you. All righty. And so I know we're moving along in our programming. We have Ashley who's backstage. Come on down.
Good morning. I was going to say good afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning, Ashley. Oh, so much for being here. Yeah. Let me go ahead and introduce you. So everyone, if you don't know, this is Ashley Rainey. She's coming in from Indiana with us this morning. And she uses her knowledge in public health skills to tackle the global maternal and neonatal morbidity and mortality crisis. It's a real thing, please. Right? Believe. And to further augment her experience, she's actually pursuing her PhD in nursing research at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee with an anticipated graduation date of August 2026. I want to congratulate you in advance. You go, girl, because that is a specific niche that is so desperately needed as well. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning.
Thank you. It's truly a blessing for Black and African American women. We're less than 1% who have a PhD. And so I am super, super ecstatic to be able to take my level to the next level, right? To be able to be that voice, to be able to look and say, how can we particularly, right, look at what does it mean from a mental health standpoint when we're talking about perinatal PTSD in Black and African American women in relationship to their childbirthing experience. It will be the first type of study. And so I'm really excited to be able to show what my findings are from a qualitative standpoint. We depend a lot on numbers, but numbers do not do just of the lived experiences and the voices. And so I'm really eager to be able to bring these voices forward, to be able to look and say, we have to do better. And if you're hearing a Black or African American woman say this, please don't take it lightly.
That part, yeah. Isn't it like a little disturbing? Like we're shoo-shooed. Like, okay, yep, sure. That's the way it is. No, don't worry. And it's like a mom is going in, their bodies are shutting down, and it's just, overlooked. And it blows my mind every time I see a case on the news. It's like, really, are we still doing this?
Unfortunately, it is very disheartening that it's still happening. We still have a lot of textbooks, right, in the academia setting that has false pretense in regards to pain control, in regards to our pain tolerance, right? I know when I was in nursing school, I graduated 16 years ago, but even then, I was trained that Black women have a higher pain tolerance, and that's going off the false pretense of Marion Simmons, right? Who was known as the god of gynecology. He did a lot of gynecological work on enslaved Black women. And obviously, if you look at the pictures and things that were brought forward, they weren't stronger. They just knew if I cried or I showed my discomfort, then I was going to be in more discomfort. That doesn't mean that I have a higher pain tolerance. I'm also in fear, right? So it's those false pretenses that are put out there that are misappropriate, and it's been passed down from nursing generation to nursing generation, and even from a personal standpoint, where it makes Black and African American women feel less than. If I look and say I'm hurting at 2 or 3 centimeters because everybody else says I shouldn't be hurting yet.
That's right.
That part. Come on.
That's right. Oh my goodness. Well, Ashley, it's a pleasure to meet you, first of all, and all the wonderful work that you're doing. So I want to kind of open up a little bit about asking about your role as you're working at the intersection of clinical care and public health. How do you currently see maternal mental health contributing to the broader maternal morbidity and maternal mortality crisis?
That's a really great question. And what I can tell you, first off, I want to level set by saying in September 2023, for the first time ever, CDC had put out that maternal mental health, or mental health in across the board, was the leading cause for maternal mortality. That's the first time we have ever seen that. From the standpoint where I'm looking across data, not only in Indiana, but other states, it continues to be the leading cause, right? And when you think about mental health, it's not just talking about, those postpartum depression or perinatal mood disorders in general. It's talking about suicide, homicide, overdose, the many things that we are seeing plaque our televisions every single day.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, when I'm thinking about it, it is something that we've known for a long time, but we have done a disservice of making it okay to talk about. My previous role, I worked in the Department of Health. And during that time, one of the things that stood out is, and it's like other states, the Department of Health and the Department of Mental Health are two separate entities, right? But why? If you're looking at Department of Health, part of health, before anything, physically is mental, right? If I mentally aren't doing well, I'm not going to be compliant in my medication regimen. I'm not going to be seeking my overall not even prenatal, primary care, right? And so we have to address one's mental capacity to think about all the other sequential impacts that it can have.
Yeah. It's a connecting factor there, when we start to look at some of that data, the trends, and that clinical insight that's so pertinently, it's desperately needed. And so from a data and research perspective, what trends are you seeing in the maternal outcomes that highlight the need to better integrate maternal health into maternal care, right? It's like
the biggest trend I am seeing is the ability to truly educate, right? And that's on all sides. Educate and allow the ability for individuals to be vulnerable, right? For a lot of times when you're thinking about overall health, people, it's not just what you say, it's not just how you say it, it's your body gestures too, right? If I am coming in and I'm trying as a patient to talk to my provider about what am I experiencing, but you got your hand on the door, you're not making that eye contact with me, you're not leaning in to truly understand, I'm not going to feel comfortable talking to you, right? To take it another step forward, further, I also think it's important to understand that not how do we individualize what we're doing? It's not a one size fit all type of ordeal, but for some reason we have made healthcare about what does the textbook say? How am I going to integrate that to fit everybody? I want to put it all in a big box. I don't care your cultural beliefs. I don't care your upbringing. I don't care about your historical context or traumas. This is what we have. This is what I can do. And either you want it or you don't want it. And that gets us nowhere. It actually shuts people down more and it makes them suffer more in silence. And I will also say we do a lot of talking. I know we're here about maternal, but I would be less than not to bring up that when we're talking about maternal mental health, we also have to be intentional of bringing in father's mental health in them into the discussion. Because when it comes to maternal mental health, yes, as the young lady beforehand said, not everybody has that full family unit, but they may not be a father, it may be a grandmother, it may be an aunt. How are we integrating them in the conversation? Because they're going to be first to recognize that change in that individual's mental health capacity, their behaviors, their connection with their neonate or their baby. And so how are we engaging them in the conversation so that they can be the eyes and ears? Because let's be real, when you're talking about maternal mental health, a lot of us are going to be, if you ask us, we are going to be like, I'm fine. Even though we're not fine. And so being able to look and say, hey, be okay with saying I'm not okay, and allowing them to be vulnerable to express and give them the time that they need to express it. It's one thing to ask and you don't give them the time to be able to express. And it's another to ask and you truly lay that time out for them to share everything that they're going through, all the emotions, and then do something about it.
That's good. Yeah.
It's being proactive. And I wanted to say, you mentioned something that was interesting because health-wise, it seems like we want to have one shoe fit everything, and everybody is not like that. But what comes on the provider side is that they want to be able to say, hey, let's just put this on and let's get this go because I have numbers. I got to go to the next person versus, okay, individualizing what's going on with that particular person and sitting there and talking and letting them express. So that is a major thing that you just said, Ms. Ashley.
Absolutely. And you know what? I would say this, providers know it. I'm not even going to sit here and say, oh, they don't know. No, providers know it. But the ongoing stressors, right, from your payer sources, the ongoing stressors about the panels and getting people through, that for some reason take priority. But they forget that if you do it very well, you are actually decreasing your workload because you're correct. You're actually addressing what brought the individual in, and you're able to guide them to the next support. So they're not utilizing the provider as their day-to-day needs. Because that's what we see. We see a lot more community members and patients coming into the hospital or going to see the provider for things they really should be able to get met in their community. And they're simply looking at that provider, say, how can you help me? How can you refer me? How can you give me those additional tokens to allow me to stay in my own place of home versus having to keep coming in to see you?
That's right. That is awesome. When we talk about policy and infrastructure gaps, so let's say this, at the systems level, where are the biggest gaps in how maternal mental health is addressed across healthcare and public health infrastructures?
I think there are multiple ways. One, when I think about this work, I think of it in three sectors. We have public health, we have clinical health, we have community health. But for some reason, a lot of people think there are three buckets and they're solo, but really it should be a fluidity. There should be an ongoing fluidity that's taking place, because what we know is that there are policies that are put in place that prevent the ability for clinical practice to truly do the warm handoff, the care management that is needed from a community standpoint. So when you have these policies that are in place, I can speak for one straight, I'm not trying to get political here. When you have a decrease in Medicaid funding, or you have lack of coverage on Medicaid aspects,
providers,
that impacts the clinical standpoint to truly be able to provide the care management that is needed. Why? They're not getting reimbursed. And that's reimbursement shouldn't be any and everything, but it does take a toll on the clinical aspect and the services that they can provide. Because if they give too many free services, now you'll get what we see everywhere. Perinatal and maternal and labor delivery units closing, right? They're not able to sustain.
That's right.
But then you think about it, now you take that to the next step. If you have your policies that are not supporting the growth of a community, you don't have a birthing facility. They're driving 45 to an hour. And you don't have now individuals who have those trainings who want to come and live in practice. So now you don't have those resources. You don't have that ability to truly drive down the street to get the services that you need. Yes, you can use telehealth, but when you think about it now from a rural standpoint,
come on now,
many of these areas don't even have the capabilities of Wi-Fi. They don't have the capabilities of being able to have the different equipment that is needed. And so I think it's that ongoing trickle effect that builds ongoingly. And when you start having changes and intentional practice changes or inability to give care management, you have to think of it from every layer and understand that our policies, as much as we want to look and say, oh, this is going to help on these infrastructures or these advocacies or these different legislations, they have a trickling effect, and it's not just on one group, but on all.
That part, you hit on something that's so personal to me. And so, we're here in Flagler County, Florida. And, when I started MMF, I was there in Seminole County, Florida, and it's urban, we're in Central Florida. But moving out here to a suburban area where there's rural areas, it kind of blew my mind. And what I learned was that there's no labor and delivery unit here in Flagler County. And so you hit on that, and so I remember I was talking to a big wig out here at a very big healthcare system, and I was like, are we or are we not? You know what I mean? Going to get, a labor and delivery unit, because what we saw was that moms were having to drive to St. Johns County or Volusia County, and here is that 40 to 50 minute drive that you were just saying. It's real. And so, when you have those high risk pregnancies, we also saw higher numbers of anxiety and so forth, because these moms are thinking in their head, oh my gosh, anything goes down or whatever happened. Then also I saw when I started implementing the program out here was that, moms were not always able to get to their healthcare, their appointments. We had a mom that was living out in a very rural part of Flagler County, the boonies, and the part where you hope your tires don't get stuck in the mud, and you probably shouldn't be out there when the sun goes down either. Yeah. You know what I mean? But she was missing her doctor's appointments because she didn't have her own transportation, so she was trying to lean on friends and family and whatever that looked like. And so with us, with the whole wraparound modality, we knew a provider that was 40 minutes away, but her being an OBGYN, her program, her company, they went and picked up moms and took them to their appointments and then brought them back home. And that was like a game changer for her as she was going through the duration of her pregnancy, because she was no longer missing appointments. She was able to, get certain different things addressed because she was working to maintain her recovery, as well, and so forth and so on. And so when we think about rural transformation, and some of the disparities that are there, that right there is so major. And I really am, hoping, that they do make some changes in regards to policy and these different infrastructure gaps, because that is something I can literally put my finger on and say, yup, it's a real thing. And I have so many more stories, and so that kind of goes into the continuity of care, and it ties around your model that we were talking about it. And us here at MMF, we're working to stand these things up as well. One of the ongoing challenges is the lack of continuity between pregnancy, postpartum, and long-term support. And so what would an effective integrated system of care look like from a policy and public health standpoint?
Yeah. So first off, if I may, I want to add something to your last statement.
Yes.
One of the big things that I've always said in my previous role is that we should never put a family in a predictability of having to choose between feeding my family and taking care of my unborn child. That in itself is unethical, right? Because that is mental anguish, that I'm now being made to feel that I'm less than a mother because I'm having to either say I got to save gas money and feed my family, or run the risk of not being able to get to that high risk specialist who may be an hour and 30 minutes, right, from where I stay. And then based on where I deliver, my child is coming out with additional comorbidities that could have been prevented if I would have been able to go and see. So how do we leverage to be able to say what is best? And that is through one of the things that I did for our state was standard of care. I had a team of individuals I led with with standard of care. And so in regards to your current question, when we think about the continuity of care, it's really important that, one, every hospital is practicing to the optimization of which they are designating or saying that they can provide based on their scope of practice, their resources they have available, and the providers that they have there. If you are not willing to do that, then I'm sorry to say, then don't look and try to bring those patients to your unit. You are doing a disservice. You are intentionally bringing on harm. And so we have our many different governing bodies. I am a nurse by background and training. Mine is A1, Association of Women Health, Obstetric and Neonatal Nursing. ACOG, which is from a provider standpoint, is the American College of Obstetrician and Gynecology. And then we have also Smith-Ohm Society of Maternal Fetal Medicine. And then AAP, which is your American Pediatric Providers. And so with that, they had put out a blue book that had all these different standards. And I like to preface by saying, when you think about standard of care, everybody thinks it's this elite of elite. Standard of care is the bare minimum, right? And so if they are looking and they're coming and saying bare minimally, If you are saying you are level 1, which is 35 weeks or greater, that mom can come there with her baby and deliver, you need to bare minimally do this. And it's not much. It's just say, be able to respond if they're having a cesarean, be able to have community resources you can refer them to, be able to ensure you have your providers who are up to par, your nurses who's getting education. Level 2, right? You got your 32 weeks and less. And then your level 3 and so on and so forth. For me, when you're thinking about continuity of care, is understanding everybody's role and when to do the warm handoff. We have to be able to understand our capabilities as an organization, a facility, and when to engage the additional people to give the optimal outcome for the families we are serving. Too many times it becomes territorial. Too many times it becomes organizational focus of, well, we want to keep it in the network. Who cares about your network if you're killing people? Right? And so we have to be able to understand continuity of care is bringing the many different voices, partners that are needed to serve the different families and communities that we are trying to serve, and when to say, I no longer have the knowledge, the equipment, or the expertise and training that is needed to be able to support them. And so for that, I don't care if it takes the funding outside of our organization. This is the best place for you to go. This is who we need to engage.
Yes. Yeah, that reminds me of the well-oiled machines that are getting all this funding, you know what I mean? They have the staff and this and that, you know what I mean? And, you know, their turnaround times to get folks in and out are you know, just so fragmented. But then you have the mom and pop organizations, you know what I mean? The boots on the ground, grassroots type of movement, you know, they can do the work in the trenches and have the availability, but they don't have the funding, they don't have the staff, the resources, you know what I mean? Those provisions are very limited. And so they don't necessarily always able to sustain or even be able to scale. And so, you know, to your point, you know, this is another opportunity for community partnerships to take place. You know what I mean? Get that sub-recipient in, let them do what they need to do, you know what I mean? And let go some of the funds, right? Yeah, we can go ahead and go into that a little longer.
It's fine. And I was going to also say this, when we're thinking about it from a policy standpoint, we have to get rid of the non-competes. These non-competes are detrimental to our healthcare system, right? You have now where organizations are holding on to certain providers and you can't go over here and you can't do this. That does nothing but hinder our communities from being able to get the care services they need. The other thing I would also look and say is understand that there are certain policies that have limited our ability to be able to get hospitals or states to get residents or our future providers the training that they need. When you think about states who have put in abortion laws, right? Well, unfortunately, sometimes medical abortions are needed. But when you have a state that has an abortion law that prohibits that, they now are running the risk of losing providers who may have stayed in their state after training, because they now have to go to another state to get additional training on skills and sets that they could have got there. So they got to see and taste and see, oh, I like it here, and they don't want to come back.
And they don't come back.
So, yes, you have to understand that there's certain things that even from a state level we can put in place that prohibits our ability to really grow our team or our state and mend the gaps that we've identified.
That part. Come on now. Yeah. That's good. And so as we start to think about, you know, prevention and public health strategies, from your perspective, how can public health initiatives shift more attention towards prevention rather than responding only after a crisis occurs?
First off, we got to be proactive. We got to ask the hard questions. We have to be comfortable with the hard answers, right? Because for me, when we think about prevention and being proactive, that means you get from behind your desk. You walk in the communities, you ask the individuals, and when you ask, you be ready to respond based on what they say they're needing, not what you think that they need, right? You can't look and say, I care and want to work in public health, but you're afraid to go knock on the door on those most vulnerable communities because, well, I'm just uncomfortable. Then get out of public health. Public health is serving your public.
That part.
Right? And so I think for me, it's really being okay with the response that you get. I always say this, I use this analogy during my time working in public health over the last 5.5 years. I use the analogy of a mom who has preeclampsia. As I stated, my background is labor and delivery, antepartum. I loved very high-risk sick moms. I loved being able to talk to them and be that, because many of the times they spent more time with me and my colleagues than they would with their own families during that pregnancy, because there were situations that would make them have to be admitted into that antepartum unit for an extended period of time. And so I used the analogy, if I had a mom who came and I went in there to check on her, just to see how she's doing, and she says, Ashley, I'm seeing floaties. I got a headache, right? You're giving me all these keywords. I got some right upper gastric pain. I'm just not feeling well. But I look at your blood pressure and I go, oh, your blood pressure look good. It's still 120 over 40, over 60. You're fine. And I'll leave the room. And then I come back, but when I come back, you're seizing. You're foaming, right? You're having a preeclamptic seizure. And I look, and now your blood pressure is elevated. I was able, my team and I, we were able to respond, get you back. Do you think that that individual is going to be happy to see me? Or are they going to say, I told you, I gave you all the qualitative information to say something's not right, but because the data from your standpoint said, well, everything's okay, you ignored me.
Yeah.
You waited until the data now showed what I was already telling you. I'm going to look and say, get out of my room. I told her this. I told them that. But because the data didn't reflect, they ignored me until I became so compromised that the data reflected. You now want me to trust you because you feel I revived you, and you should be able to feel comfortable with everything else I do. I don't trust you. I don't want you in here. And at this point in time, anything else you offer me, I don't trust that.
Yeah, they shut down.
Shut down. That's the same with public health. We are being so reactive because the data, the numerical data, the quantitative data does not align with the qualitative aspect, that we ignore the voices who deal with it every single day until the data reflected. By this point in time, they are so further down and mentally exhausted and physically exhausted that you coming in and saying, I got this now, is not going to make them feel good. They're looking to say, get out. I don't trust you. I don't want nothing from you. We'll figure it out ourselves.
And now we're being reactive. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
The healthcare providers being reactive because they're so busy staying within that box. You know what I mean? And then going back to that, the healthcare system, the big wig that I was talking about, he said, Tim, we don't have the data that shows that we need to put in a labor and delivery unit here in Flagler County. You don't have the data?
They don't have the data when it's their loved one who was impacted by it.
You're building more schools where we have more people moving here. Like, the county is growing. That should be data within itself. If you look at how many moms are having to travel to 2 different counties, north and south, you know what I mean, that actually reside here, that is data. You know what I mean? Like, what are you guys doing? You know what I mean? And so to that point, when we talk about the data and using text box methodologies that aren't really serving the qualitative aspect of the you know what I mean? It's got to be a mixed approach. We're trying to save lives, you know what I mean? Not dollars. Because at the end of it all, you're going to spend the money one way or the other.
Yep. I 100% agree. There has to be a mixed method to this, but I also want to take a step back and say that's if they want to save lives.
Don't you start.
Hey, I'm just being, you have to understand that sometimes it's easier to portray what you want to do than to really have to do it. Because now you can't funnel your funding to where you want to. You have to be intentional of addressing the areas that have been identified. And so for me, I think it has to be a mixed method. We have to also look and say, how can we for ourselves look and say, what does our community need? And be able to support one another to be able to move the needle. And so I think that, how could I say it in a nice way? sometimes, sometimes we also have to look and say, what else can we be doing? How can we be bringing our children up to be able to look and understand and say, don't depend on society to move you? How do we get back to our old times of farming our own foods and crops, right? We know that there are a lot of things in today's food that is not great. I don't care if it is vegetables. A lot of our vegetables have all these additional GMOs integrated, pesticides
and fruit. It's hard to find a good watermelon these days.
Baby, I ain't as long as my grandmother, when she used to have a farm, God rest her soul, honey, my watermelon had seeds.
It didn't taste like rubber. Don't start. That part. Yeah.
Honey, my watermelon had seeds and they weren't exploding. What is going on? Look.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I don't want to get too far off from, and it's not what this is not our jam or our lane. But when you said, if they want to save lives, my mind automatically went to our justice system, the judicial ways in which things are being had, you know what I mean? Where we see so many individuals ending up in jail, you know what I mean? But there's so many programs that are supposed to be out here, and, the law enforcement are supposed to be using different tactics, but, they have to feed that other system. Right, but I'm not gonna. I'm
gonna say in school. Look, one of my classes I had to take. Now you weren't with there. One of the classes I had to take, it really spoke about the judicial system. And one of the things that people don't recognize, and I don't want to say they don't, because I think a lot of people do, is that it's easier to equate crime to certain individuals, right? Because it helps to keep the narrative of certain things moving forward. It's also easier because it's easier because also when you have certain things and policies and legislations in place, it allows the narratives to fit based on how they want them to fit. Yeah. And so when we are talking about our judicial system, we are looking at even today, there are things that are taking place that in reality, it is completely unethical, but it's still being allowed to be done. And so when we're thinking about it from a mental health standpoint, I want to take it back to when you're turning on the TV and you're hearing the data about maternal mortality, maternal morbidity, young African-American males who are being subjected to police brutality. Those are all things that women bring into their pregnancy. Those are all things that they bring into their labor, right? Because now I can't, even if I did not have any sort of comorbidities, I didn't come into my pregnancy with hypertension. I have a supportive family. I am married. I'm still nervous about, are they going to listen to me? Are they going to ignore me? Let's be real. Serena Williams.
Yeah, we have stars that are speaking out.
Yes, like she knows her body, but she was ignored in regards to her childbirth and her saying something's not right. Now this lady had, blood clots before, but it was not until she was able to leverage her attorneys that she was finally heard, right? And so when you're thinking about this, the maternal anguish is not just in regards to the birthing process, but it's leading up. Anytime I get pregnant, if I hear I'm pregnant with a boy, I'm now terrified as a mom because I'm going to have a black male in this world.
Listen, you better stop it. This could be a whole another conversation, because I got a boy and we had to have that conversation. You know what I mean? About where to keep your wallet, where to keep your insurance card. You know what I mean? Where to keep your hands, what to do as a young Black man with tinted windows, a decent car, dreads,
right? You got dreads, so now you already able. So yes, I mean, all the things that you even prep for doesn't still mean you're safe. So the mental anguish that comes along with that is undeniably something that a lot of people can't fathom at all, right? And so when I think about maternal mental health, it's prior to pregnancy. That's even thinking about it from your preconceptual standpoint, right? We know that it is more likely for Black and African American women to be impacted by sickle cell. Well, okay, if I have sickle cell anemia and I am having a flare up, right? I'm in a sickle cell crisis. I'm now even being labeled because I keep showing up to the ED because of my sickle cell crisis as drug seeking because I'm needing pain management control. So how does that now impact me now that I've become pregnant and my blood is now hypervisculous? You know what I mean? And now I'm even more like I'm in pain. I need this, but because I'm with a provider who may not understand what that is, or I go to a hospital who may not understand what that is because they're not used to managing people with sickle cell, I'm now labeled as drug seeking. So it's the triple effect of understanding just collectively the mental anguish that come about.
Yeah, oh my gosh, Ashley, you may have to come back. There's so much. So call to action, right? We're talking about policy. If you could influence one major policy change or investment that would significantly improve maternal mental health outcomes, what would it be and why?
I would say the first would be trauma-informed care.
Big time.
And why? When it comes to any sort of individual who is working, whether you're a public health, clinical, community, you have to approach everything with a trauma-informed lens and understanding that their trauma is their trauma. You can't try to minimize it. You can't try to justify it. You can't try to, anything with it. So trauma-informed care and being able to ask those challenging questions with curiosity, not judgment.
Not judgment. Come on, Ash. Yes, that part. You know what I mean? Put yourself in that person's shoes. You know what I mean? You're supposed to have that bedside manner. You know what I mean? And as a believer, you know what I mean? We're supposed to love one another. You know what I mean? Whatever that looks like. If they got piercings, tattoos, you know what I mean? Whatever that looks like. You know what I mean? If they come in and they're in a stupor from whatever substance they may be underneath the influence of, you know what I mean? We're not to judge. We're to aid, stand in the gap, and help bring them forth.
And I always say this now, I'm a true believer of Christ, okay? You never know when you entertain an angel, baby. Because just because they are impacted by a substance right now, God can pull them out of them, pull it out of them and use that as a form to be able to share about his purpose that he had for their life. Okay. You never know when you entertaining an angel. And so you can't judge, only he can. But I truly think that trauma-informed care is needed, not just for clinicians, public health, legislators, any and everybody should be able to know that trauma is in the eyes of the beholder and it's how it impacts them and their mental capabilities to move forward.
You said it. That's a mouthful right there. Ashley, what do you have coming down the pike? How can people get in contact with you?
So please, I'm in a divine transition, as I stated. And so please feel free to follow me on LinkedIn. My name on there is Ashley Rainey January, hyphenated, January like the first of the month. And so I'm also on Facebook and I'm also on Instagram by my name as well. I will be doing updates there throughout this time of transitioning. And so would love to be able to connect and be able to answer and support in any sort of ways.
Amen. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Yes, my wheels are just turning. I really wanted to go there with the judicial system, but thou shalt not. Not on this platform, but we'll find another one we can pick up this talk. Thank you so much for your time, and you enjoy the rest of your day.
Have a great day.
Yes. Oh, good stuff. Oh my gosh, everybody, we are just getting going. What is this? We're in hour 3 of our 24 hour.
Hour 3, and I've done a costume change. Yes. Keeping it real and comfortable. That was incredible. My God. That was just incredible.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, I got to debrief from that one a little bit. And so we have speakers that are all over the world and different time zones that we're in or different things that were going on, but we wanted to make sure that we were able to get everyone's voice in on this conversation that we're raising around maternal mental health morbidities, substance uses, whatever that looked like, right? And so I want you guys to tune in, right? We had a conversation with Dr. Deborah, who's there in Brazil, and she's a nurse, a research scientist with a PhD, and has postdoctoral training in healthcare, specializing in maternal and perinatal mental health. Her research, it focuses on evidence-based interventions in postpartum depression in a primary care and community setting. With nearly a decade of experience in Brazil's family health strategy with active involvement in global initiatives, including the Global Heart Organization USA, she's constantly contributing research, education, and policy to help advance maternal health worldwide. Listen to our conversation. We are here, keeping it moving along. I have with me Dr. Deborah, who's here from Brazil, coming in to chat with us. So let me just introduce you. So Dr. Deborah is a nurse and research scientist with a PhD and postdoctoral training in healthcare, specializing in maternal and perinatal mental health. Research focuses on evidence-based interventions for postpartum depression in primary care and community settings. Nearly a decade of experience Dr. Deborah has in Brazil family health strategy with active involvement in global initiatives, including the Global Heart Organization USA, contributing to research, education, and policy to advance maternal health worldwide. Everyone, welcome Dr. Deborah here with us with the 24 Hours of Favor broadcast. Thank you so much, so much, so much for being here.
That's my pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this conversation in the 24 Hours of Favor. It's truly a pleasure to join this discussion on such important and timely topic as maternal mental health is, which has a deep impact on women, family, and community. So I'm really happy to be here with you guys. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I was just stoked when you answered my call. I was like, oh my gosh, she said yes. Great. This is like the first year that we've had providers and speakers that are international. And so I'm really humbled and appreciative. All righty. So we know that your work has been across so many different spectrums, right? You've worked across research and community health systems there in Brazil. And so, from your perspective, what does global evidence tell us about how maternal mental health impacts overall maternal health outcomes?
So that's a very important question and connects closely with what I study and what I experience daily in my work in Brazil, especially in the Brazilian family health strategy. In practice, what we observe aligns strongly with the scientific evidence. We know that maternal mental health conditions are frequent during pregnancy and postpartum period and must be recognized as a central component of the maternal health care. So these conditions are not only about emotional suffering, you have to know it. They are also linked to serious and preventable outcomes. Current evidence shows that disorders such as depression, anxiety, and substance use and postpartum depression are among the leading contributors to preventable maternal mortality,
Yeah.
especially due to suicide and overdose within the first years after childbirth. However, when we think about the primary care level, as we work on here in Brazil, what becomes most visible are the cumulative and everyday impacts. We have a Brazilian studies which indicate that maternal mental health is closely associated with social and clinical vulnerabilities, including lack of partner support, obstetric complications, and hospitalizations. As well, chronic illnesses during pregnancy and exposure to psychological violence. And these overlapping factors create a complex context of vulnerability that affects not only women's mental and physical health, but also infants, outcomes, including their development and survival. So, also, we have to know that maternal mental health directly influences health related behaviors. Many women experience mental distress very strongly with self care, such as maintaining a good sleep, a good nutrition, and engagement to prenatal or postpartum follow ups. And also, some women may engage in risk behaviors, including substance abuse, which further increase healthy risks for them. Um, and we also have evidence that shows that association between maternal health problems, such as postpartum depression, and severe outcomes like suicide and infanticide. So
Wait a
this
minute.
condition.
Dr. Deborah, what was that you guys, what screening is that you guys are doing there?
Sorry.
What was the name of that screening that you guys are using?
We here in Brazil we use most the we use especially the Enderberg scale.
Yep, EBDS.
Yeah. Uh, uh, and this kind of validated tool is used here in Brazil, and not just in here in Brazil. It's the most validated tool
Yeah.
that people use around the world. So in Brazil, what we use is this validated tool.
I love that. I mean, to your point, the Edinburghs, right? EPDS, is definitely most common. I love that you mentioned, and not love because it's not a good thing, but with regards to some of those social vulnerabilities that individuals are going through over there, those numbers tell the true story with regards to what kind of community-based programs and services are being provided and so forth. What are some of those support mechanisms that moms have? One of the things that one of the assessments that we also do besides the EPDS, we do the MPSS, which is a multi perception of social support. And so when you're looking at the focus on evidence-based interventions for postpartum, what approaches have shown the strongest outcomes, particularly in primary care and community-based settings?
From the research, both interprofessional psychotherapy and cognitive behavior therapy played an important role in improving maternal mental health. They can help mothers feel more supported, understand their emotions, and deal better with the change of the postpartum period, for example. And this approach focuses on relationships, social support, as I said, and also help women recognize negative thoughts and develop healthier ways to think and cope in this moment.
Yes.
So, however, we have to know that this approach requires proper training professionals to be effectively implemented. Um, for example, in maternal mental health, uh, when maternal mental health is part of the routine prenatal and postpartum visit, I think that's the biggest point in the primary health care. We can identify symptoms early. And this is very important because I see that many women do not actively look for mental health services. So if you wait, we may miss this right moment to help them. So in primary health care field, I have seen that even brief interventions can be very helpful. For example, simple structured conversations, active listening of them, emotional support will make a difference, especially when they happen often. And I think those kind of strategies is important for continuity of care of them.
Yes.
Because women feel more comfortable when they are followed by the same professional over time, and with help to build the trust and improve engagement to care. I'm saying about the primary care level here in Brazil and the community-based strategies actually. So another important I believe another important thing I believe is that, as you said, is the support from family expert groups or community health workers that we have here in Brazil. Um, those are professionals who are from the community.
Yeah.
So they work and they're from the real community. So they know exactly how the community works, how the what exactly are their needs. So this is very similar to what the literature shows about the task shifting, where trained non-specialists can provide effective support in mental health, especially for community health workers, nurses, physicians. So this is has the cost-effective um, approach, and so in my view, the best results from the combination of actions:
I
early
love it.
screening, simple evidence-based interventions, continued follow-up, and stronger social support is really important.
And I was just going to say that is so important. That social support, it goes a long
Yeah.
ways, and so when we think about the whole integration of primary care, we're talking about systems and policies. One of the biggest challenges is integrating mental health into routine maternal care. You were mentioning that, and so when we start to think about this, I kind of get on my soapbox, but what does it look like when primary care systems can start to effectively incorporate maternal mental health screening, treatment, and follow-up? I mean, because if we were just to get this, you know what I mean, I'm pretty sure we would see the levels of depression, anxiety, substance use disorders. We would see these numbers decrease because we would be able to get that screening there at the front end and have that continuum of care for the livelihood of the mom.
So that's a good question. And in my experience in working in primary care here in Brazil, I see that effective integration really begins when maternal mental health becomes a normal part of maternal care. So this means doing routine screening during prenatal and postpartum visits, using simple and validated tools as we explained before, and not just when symptoms are severe or very obvious. Because, as I said, many women don't openly express emotional distress. So regular screening helps us in identify these cases early. But screening alone is not enough. One of the biggest gaps I have observed is in practice is what happens after screening.
Good stuff. Oh my gosh. Make sure you continually tune in to us so that you can hear more of Dr. Deborah's segment. She just so much good information that she was able to provide around some of the services that she's doing there in Brazil. And so more to come. We're just getting started. We're only in hour 3 of our 24-hour broadcast. Once more, we're raising awareness about maternal mental health, morbidity rates, substance use, policy changes that are needed, and everything else in between. And including, we're raising funds to help sustain our programs here at Maternal Matters Favored. We are a 501c3. We work on a shoestring budget. We are blessed to have volunteers and interns that help to keep our wheels turning while we're able to keep a lean budget. But there's a mandate, there's a call, and services are needed more so than which we can actually do right now, the capacity. And so as our signature annual charity event, this is what we do. We broadcast for 24 hours. We have folks come on, talk from their lens, their lived experience, their professional experience. And once more, we let moms know that you are not alone. If anyone out there is going through it and you're listening, you're not alone. Reach out. Here at Maternal Matters Favorite, the services are free. We just ask that you do the work. Okay, we got you every which way. All right, so we're getting going. Dr. Angie, if you can, bring up our next speaker here. Hey, Dr. Debbie.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on. So happy to be here.
Yes. I'm so glad that you were able to be here. And so let me introduce you. And so Dr. Debbie is a licensed, double board certified UCSF fellowship trained child, adolescent, and adult psychiatrist. She's also a diplomat of the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology, former newspaper advice columnist, and she's also a UCSF, and that's the University of California. What does that stand for?
San Francisco, University of California, San Francisco, UCSF.
She's there as an assistant clinical professor, and she leads Contar Costa County Child Psychiatry. Such a mouthful of so many good things that you're doing. And she's also a practicing member of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry for the last 2 decades. Mind blown, right? She is a parent of 2 boys, ages 18 and 13, and the author of Carry My Strength, which is a book for parents and their supporters to hone in on connections and resilience for for everyday use, right? And so the release of this book is coming forth January 11th, 2027, everywhere books are sold. So be on the lookout. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Debbie.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Oh my gosh. A lot of good stuff, and I don't even know where to begin. And so let's talk about clinical and family systems and that perspective that's so desperately needed. Your experience as a child and adolescent, as well as an adult psychiatrist, how do you see maternal mental health influencing not just the mother, but the emotional and developmental well-being of her children?
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So this is such an important question. So I appreciate your asking it. I think what we need to focus on more and more is that the parent and maternal mental health and development is so intimately intertwined with the child development and emotional health. And this is starting to be appreciated more. You know, people like Dr. Maria Music at Michigan Medicine, for example, are really focusing on the importance of relational health, which is that really early life, the exchange between parent and child ongoing, and that kind of back and forth serve and return exchange in order for a baby to come to develop his sense of self, trust in himself, trust in others, and all of these things directly impact the emotional health and relational health of the baby over time. So this is being appreciated more. And some people, like I said, over at Michigan Medicine, you know, are really calling this early relational health a new vital sign. So a 5th vital sign, like necessary to sustain life.
Yes.
So crucial. So taking care of maternal mental health in these very early years, and of course through the lifespan, is so important. There's really so much to say about it. You know, there's something called, which you've probably heard of, adverse childhood experiences, which have, or ACEs, which have been shown to impact mental and physical health in the short and long term for children. And mental illness of a parent or a caregiver is considered one of those ACEs. So it can have very real impact in terms of increasing risk of behavioral health problems and physical health problems in the child. And that maternal mental health problems or substance use disorders in a parent, those are all part of the ACEs. So there's such a direct relationship. And when we think about the very early years at a very basic level, right? The child, the baby, is completely dependent on the parent, right? For everything, for food, for being kept clean, for soothing, and again, for that relational health where they communicate, the babies, in their own way to the parent what they need. And if the parent isn't in a position to be able to meet that need on an ongoing basis, then that really can have implications for the child from a health perspective. And not to say, of course, that a parent has to be perfect by any means. It's just good enough. But sometimes when there are mental health struggles in the parent, it is really a struggle to enough, right?
Yeah, I was going to say there, when those challenges are there present in the parent, there are long-term outcomes that actually impact the child, and especially in their early development years, and so, from your clinical lens, particularly for the healthcare challenges that go undressed in the early postpartum years, how can that affect children over time?
Right. Um, yeah, so like we said, the ACEs, which are adverse childhood experiences, right? We
Mhm.
know of the study that was in 1998, a long time ago now, right? This study that was initially through a combination of the CDC and Kaiser, and it's been studied more and more over time. We know that there's a risk in kids. If they have this early adversity, which is related to maternal mental
Mhm.
health, often that there's a higher risk of things like learning struggles, mental illness in the children, physical illness later on through the lifespan, even cardiovascular illness, kidney disease, cancer. All these things are shown to be higher risk if there's very early adversity, and the earliest years have been found
Mhm.
be the most important in terms of
That's
this
pertinent.
risk. Yes. So, I think again, this is something that's being understood more and more. But the capacity of parents, and especially in those early years, to buffer early adversity is so important too, which is to be able to provide this sense of safety and security in the home, and that relates to secure attachment. And this
Correct.
ability to buffer adversity that happens, like, things happen, right, that can be very, very difficult, but there's so much benefit to the buffering that the caregiver can provide, um, to continue that sense of security that the child can have over time. And but if they are having these mental health struggles, they may be less able to do that, and also
Correct.
ACEs may be more
Mhm.
like her.
Yeah.
So
You know,
the impact, yeah.
I was going to say, I love that you're mentioning ACEs, you know what I mean? Because that is such a pertinent assessment that is done for moms, that are, seeking, services, treatment, whatever that looks like. But regrettably, when we talk about services, not many, step up to the plate to receive it because of just so many other different varying factors. And, I loved your book. I researched it, and I'm looking forward to it being released. Your work emphasizes connection and resilience, and I think about some of the work that we do here in partnership with Early Learning Coalition, where their focus is on early childhood development, and we come in and we help the moms, the parents, with some of their emotional situations that they have going on with their maternal mental health. How can we start to work to strengthen the parent-child relationship that really truly serves as a protective factor for both maternal mental health and that child development?
It's so important, because when we talk about, becoming a parent and like what that is, right? There's so much involved in that transition that already puts people at risk. And part of that is this sort of one-way relationship that it can look like at the beginning between parent and child, because there's so much demand coming from the child. And sometimes the parent can view the child in sort of a threatening way, like, what are you, doing to me, right? Especially if the parent has their own history of early trauma or early adversity,
Mhm.
stress response, which is really very common. And so, yes, if we can work to protect the relationship between parent and child, so that the parent can come to view the relationship as something more positive and the baby as something more positive, then if we can get that sort of patterned, then that is likely to continue over time. And then the exchanges between parent and child over time can kind of be in a positive cycle, right? Like a virtuous cycle, rather than a vicious cycle, which really a lot of people can be at risk for. And so supporting parents during that time, and there are programs set up for this, like through UCSF with Alicia Lieberman. There's an infant parent program to target particularly high risk populations, and I think Yale has a program too, like it's called Mind the Baby program. And these are very, very valuable. And, I think, again, often they're for very high risk populations, but really this is so important for everyone to know and be aware of. It's a high risk time becoming a parent because there are identity shifts. There are all kinds of stresses associated with it that can contribute to an already elevated stress response that a lot of people have. So for people to be able to access services and screening questionnaires, the basic screening questionnaires for postpartum depression, postpartum anxiety, or psychosis, these basic questionnaires are so important. And it sounds so simple, but the thing is, not enough people are getting a chance to fill them out. So like 40% of new mothers don't make it to their postpartum visit. And, the American College of Nutrition Psychologists, ACOG, recommends that the screening happen at this postpartum visit, at about 6 weeks. But 40% of people don't make it for many reasons.
Right? That's a high number, you know what I mean? Considering all that is done in that postpartum visit. Whoa, that just blew my mind there. I don't want to go into it, but because it's during these visits that first of all, we're working harder to get providers to integrate, not just the healthcare aspect of it, but the behavioral health, the mental health aspect of it, integrated into that care package, right? When we talk about continuum of care or integrated services, which can kind of, help. But then, when a mother is able to actually come in and get that assessment done, or even if they're getting telehealth services, completing that helps tell the story. So the actual provider knows how to tailor their services, their care for the mom specifically. You know what I mean? You don't want to, give a cookie cutter type of methodology to providing support to a mom, when there may be something more specific. And this way we're able to do our due diligence in helping to enhance the well-being. And so I really love that you stated that. And that number there, it's kind of disheartening that not more moms are actually getting into those postpartum care visits. And I would imagine you said like there's varying reasons, have to return back to work, or maybe some insurance change or whatever that looks like.
Yes. And even navigating the system at times, it's referred to as like healthcare literacy. Like it's harder than we think, to know how to make an appointment, who to talk to. And then, of course, like you said, barriers for getting there, right? Like childcare for your other kids. Also, sometimes fears, like what are they going to think of me? And some stigma, that they're worried about in the healthcare setting. There are all kinds of barriers that are there. So, also, just on that note, the American Academy of Pediatrics on the other side does recommend these screenings for parents also at the well child visits, which is very good to try to capture that. But it only happens less than 50% of the time, those screenings in those settings. And that's for moms. For dads, it barely happens. And it actually is recommended for dads too. But it barely happens at all, but less than 50% for moms.
Wow, wow. I love that you brought in the dads, because we were talking about, social supports and being able to, integrate anyone living in the household or in that plan of care, whatever that support system looks like. Let's integrate them into it so that they can, kind of keep their eye out for symptoms and so forth, or so they can become educated in a demeanor and certain different characteristics in which they should hold, and being that support person or whatever. And so it's a whole thing. It's an ecosystem, as I like to say, with regards to caring for the mom, the whole mom. But we do know that there are some gaps in support across the lifespan, right? When we think about systems. And so, from your perspective, where are we falling short in supporting mothers, not just in the immediate postpartum period, but as they continue parenting through different stages?
So this is profound, right? Yeah, in terms of that, and where we're falling short, and how that could be changed some. If we kind of step back and think about the way that caregiving is appreciated in society, right? It's minimized, and I think we all can agree on that. It's often brushed under the rug, just something that people do, just kind of taken for granted, right? But the U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Murthy, came out with an advisory in 2024, which was very important, called Parents Under Pressure. And it was calling out all of the stresses associating with being a mother in the parenting role. All of the load, the mental load, the cognitive load, the financial load, right? There's this comprehensive load on parents that really isn't appreciated. There's an author and kind of an expert on the culture of care who wrote a book very recently called When You Care, which is very good. And I went to one of her workshops, and she referred to something called a collective delusion that our society kind of has regarding caregiving. We just caregive, but the thing is, it's not really based in reality. And so then what can happen is parents can be experiencing all this stress, trying to juggle everything, and then they might think that they're the only ones that feel this way, because really at large, we're minimizing it. And then that can increase their stress because they start to feel ashamed or feel guilty, and that can actually worsen mental health. And then it feels alone, right? And this is exemplified by so many like double binds that parents and mothers can find themselves in as they move through trying to navigate maybe the workplace and parenting, like the fact that most usual jobs kind of start at a certain time of the day, and it happens to be the same time that school drop-offs are, right? So they're kind of expected to be in two places at the same time. It's just one example of how the world is working and supporting caregivers versus not. And then of course more systemic policy issues that are very straightforward, like lengths of parental leave that we have, how accessible childcare can be. These are policy related issues, which do kind of speak volumes too, right? So we're talking about like the working narrative that we exist in, which really influences parents' mental health. Stress messaging so intertwined with how people do. And as we've just said, the maternal mental health is so intimately related to the mental health and health of the child as well.
It's an ecosystem. Yeah. I do that all the time.
What did you say?
Yeah,
I didn't quite hear you.
Sorry. Yeah. It's truly an ecosystem. And so we're talking children, the emotional awareness, how can we put preventative measures into, safeguarding the next generation in a sense, I'm like really big. We're breaking generational cycles of dysfunction, you know what I mean? Or in the biblical terms, we're breaking generational curses, right? And so what are some ways we can better equip mothers early on with emotional tools and support systems needed to reduce long-term mental health challenges for both themselves and their children?
Yes, great question. And I have exactly the same goal about breaking those generational cycles, because we see it happen and we talk about it, and we have to do something about it, right? So and there are tools, and we know the tools. So it's really getting it out there for people to access. And honestly, that is really why I wrote the book, is to support people in this. In increasing awareness of people's own struggles and stressors, and their own histories of early adversity that they can then become conscious of and then make some change. And so something we really recommend is the concept of having a village or a support system, whatever that looks like for someone, but friends, family, neighbors, members of a religious community, and also emphasizing on, again, changing the narrative, and emphasizing that parenting is a job, and it's not something to be brushed under the rug. And therefore, encouraging and letting people know that they need to take breaks. They need to have breaks. They can't be on every minute of a job, right? It's not good for someone's health, and so they need to be able to sleep. They need to be able to have adequate nutrition. These are things that we recommend to our patients during every visit for self-care. It's critical for mental health and health to have these sort of basic needs met, and also to realize that everyone needs care. So parents are caregivers, but because you become a parent, it doesn't mean that you stop needing care. People need care and they give care, but both are part of the picture. It can't just go one way, in terms of if we want people to be able to be healthy from a mental health and physical health perspective.
It's a combination, you know what I mean? It's a collaborative effort.
It is. And, we think about mental health concerns using a biopsychosocial model, which means there are biological contributors, social contributors, and psychological contributors. And some of these things can't be changed, maybe some of the biology, but boy, there's a lot that can, right? And so that's the social factors we're talking about, how we support parents in society and in the community. And then psychologically, again, we can help bring into people's awareness their own histories of stresses and trauma so that they can come to understand strong reactions they might have along the way to help with emotional regulation. And that is really important in parenting and in developing these positive cycles with our children rather than the vicious cycles, which aren't helpful. Right. So we validate parents. That's really important. I think parents don't get the validation that they need.
Right.
So it's really important.
Yeah. So the work that we do, you know what I mean, is when it's grassroots, you know what I mean, when it's, heartfelt, deep passion, it's part of our legacy, you know what I mean? It's like, what do I want to be known for? Not so much like for people like, for clout, but, like for God to say, well done, my good and faithful servant. That's the kind of legacy work that I'm talking about. And so, we know that there's a need, there's a call to action to be had. And so if you can leave parents and community with different communities with one message about the importance of supporting maternal mental health, what would that be?
Yes, thank you. I would say that supporting maternal mental health is one of the most important things we can do in our world today. Stress for parents, like we said, is growing higher as people are functioning more in isolation from one another. And maternal mental health concerns affect the outcomes of children and families with direct impact and cost to society and larger communities. Mm-hmm. We know that intimate becomes broad. And so by helping mothers, we're helping everyone for generations to come.
Yeah.
So that's what
the saying is real, hurt people. You know what I mean? And so we can sever that hurting, then we're able to, bring forth healthier communities, healthier homes that spew into healthier schools, healthier communities. You know what I mean? That's that ecosystem.
I love that. It's so true.
Yeah, right. Dr. Debbie, you're a very busy woman. What are some of the things you have coming down the pike, and how can folks get in touch with you and also maybe pre-order the book? I mean, 2027 will be here before we know it. I mean, gosh, it's already May.
Oh my goodness, it's May. Yes. I'm really excited to get my book out there to help everyone. I really would love for it to be available for all new parents who are starting out on their journey. So for even hospital systems to put it in the bag as people leave the hospital with their baby. It's called Carry My Strength, and it is meant to be a metaphor and kind of carried around for security and comfort as part of Parents Village, so that they have the strategy kind of in their hand. But it is coming out in January, and it will be available for pre-order this summer. People can reach me on DebbieRaphael.com at my website. They can contact me through there or on LinkedIn and on Instagram. I'm active on both of those as well.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Very majorly needed work that you're doing. You know, it takes a village. You know, and so we cannot think that we're doing effective work when we're doing it in silos. You know, and so I love this model, this approach that you're taking, because we do want, the mom and the child. You know what I mean? We want to put some bubble wrap around our children, but if we don't know how to do so, we're doing ourselves a disservice, and we're continuing on with those generational cycles. A lot of us, it's kind of those things where you don't know what you don't know, and so it's like forgiving our parents and so forth and so on, because they mentally, we want to say, because we know that there's some intentionality sometimes, but most of the times our parents did the best they could. They knew how, or these are ways in which they were raised and so forth. And so it's just, this is what we do, but when we are educated, and when we're supported, we know that we can put different methods into place to change the narrative for our family. And that's another level of legacy in itself.
Yes. Absolutely. That's what we want. And it is possible. Yeah.
It's definitely possible. Thank you so much for your time this morning, and the work that you're doing. Looking forward to the book. Keep me informed. I want to get my pre-order.
I will. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you for doing all of this, your work.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Bye.
Oh my gosh. Good stuff. OMG.
Let me tell you, I was backstage and I was like, I wish I was on here. Oh my goodness. She was phenomenal. I mean, I wrote some notes down. I was like, okay, the spot, like job, a parenting being a job, and a caregiver needing the caregiving. I mean, that's so true, right?
Yeah.
The caregiving is like, it is mind-boggling, right? And I was thinking about the connection between the parent and the child, and like how the trickle-down effects of everything, and they all need to be interconnected to the point where emotionally the child is good, and mama's good, the father is good. I mean, I was like, wow. It was like I was like, let me in.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that was good. Only by the grace of God, where He leads me to reach out to certain individuals, like we got this broadcast coming up. It's around maternal mental. Are you interested? I researched you.
And yes, because the Lord wanted them to be here. It's so wonderful.
That part. Oh my gosh. Dr. Patricia, thank you so much for another phenomenal year, just stepping in and helping support the work that we're doing here on this platform for our broadcast.
Thank you for just allowing me to be with you. It's an honor, truly. It's an honor to be with everyone. It's my pleasure. I've enjoyed myself. I do have to go, but I know the rest is going to be phenomenal also. No matter what. Everybody just take in all that you can, and then go out and give it to everybody else and help people. Help people be that village that people need.
Yeah. If you're helped, you need to help people. So everyone, this is Dr. Patricia. It's not goodbye. It's like see you later, especially for me. I'll see you tomorrow at church. But yeah, she's part of the A team here at MMF. Thank you again, and enjoy your day, Dr.
Thank you. God bless you all.
All right, we are keeping the movement, the conversation going 24 hours a favor of God. This is our 4th annual charity broadcast in which we raise awareness and funds to make certain that we're able to combat maternal mental health, right? And so what do we do here at Maternal Matters Favor? We provide counseling, support groups. We do bi-weekly check-ins. We have an electronic Rolodex of resources so that we make certain we have that adult wraparound services, right? And to Dr. Debbie's point, it even includes, making certain that there's some child services aspects as well, right? We see moms that are scrambling, trying to get different things into place for themselves and their families. And so we make certain that we treat the whole person on that holistic approach. And so I'm very stoked, very appreciative to be here before you. And this is a mandate. This is a kingdom assignment, as what I call it. Because everybody knows corporate America, I'm a compliance project manager. So I'm all Lean Six Sigma, ISO, internal audits, policies, procedures, that's my jam, you know what I mean? And so forth. But God was like, I'm gonna need you to do something a little more different as well. And so by the grace of God, I'm able to juggle it all, and I'm not able to do it by myself. Dr. Fatisha is part of that A team, that village, the pillars. And you'll be meeting a slew of other individuals that help me keep this boat afloat because it really does take a team. Dr. Angie, I know we're moving along. We are going into our 4th hour for our 4th annual charity broadcast. You hype yourself up.
Only got 20 hours left. That's it. 20 hours left. Listen, Sister Middleton is waiting, so I'm gonna bring her in so we can chat because she has been here for a little bit.
Hey, Camilla.
Hi.
Oh my God.
This has been wonderful. I've been on with you from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
It has been very, it's been informative. It's been uplifting to see some of the activity, that is transpiring, to make a difference. It gives me hope.
Yes, that word, right? It's like, what are we doing this for again? Because I hope something sticks, what I mean?
Yes.
Or change your life, and
yes.
so forth. And so I'm so grateful for the ministry work that you do. Let me go ahead and give you your proper introduction. So everyone, this is a dear friend, Camilla Middleton, right? She is a dedicated community leader and advocate who has transformed her personal journey through addiction and adversity into a mission of healing and restoration for others. We both come from the same lens right there. And so for over 7 years, she has successfully led a transitional home, supporting women as they move from addiction and homelessness toward recovery, stability, and reunification with their families. Grounded in faith and resilience, Camilla is committed to empowering women to rise above challenges and embrace lasting positive change. And I'm getting teary-eyed because it's the work that you do was provided to me, 20 years ago when I was out there in the streets and on drugs and in and out of jail and just, going about life the wrong way, did not have my son. I tell the story all the time. My son thought I was his auntie when I got my life together, And so, it's because of the work that you do, that individuals like me, felt seen, felt respected, felt understood, and really felt that, oh my gosh, I can maybe do this, Like I have some support because I had burnt bridges, My family was like, yeah, you sure? I don't know, you said, yeah, And it took me really, pulling myself up on my bootstraps and working my way through programs and systems and, and then, education and whatever, where family was like, oh, she's serious, And they started to come around and and provide that support. And I was reunified with my son, And that's my ace boom coon right there, and so forth. And it's because of individuals like you. And so I just want to say, thank you. We need more of that. Let me stop.
You're gonna make me cry now. Well, my journey, my journey started as a child, going into in an abusive, situation at 9 years old that led me to actually have a child and a couple of abortions in the process. And so, at age 14, I was full of anger, full of no hope, just feeling trapped. And so I hit the streets with a baby at 14 years old. And of course, there were no resources. Mm-hmm. So then we go to the point of survival. How do we survive? And so I had to learn very quickly how to do that. Mm-hmm. But in the midst of it, the demons still were there, very present. And the things that I had to do in the street, combined with that, led me to my addiction. Mm-hmm. Being addicted and being a mother at 14 on the streets with a baby it was the most horrific thing. Mm-hmm. Next to being abused for 5 years out of my life. And so after being addicted, I met this guy and I thought he was going to, be my savior. He was going to rescue me, and that was so far off from the truth. Actually, he pulled me further down. Mm. And eventually I went into treatment under Daytop Village, which was the mother program of all therapeutic communities up north. And I soared. I started to deal with the mental health part of it. I started to recognize and accept that I had, at that point, 2 children, and trying to figure it out. No skills. Yeah. Didn't go to junior high school. Didn't go to high school. How am I going to do this? And so I went into an intern program, and that's how it started for me. Wow. I started working with adolescents. I started working with the Parents Association in my community. I started, I was working with Child Protective Services, mothers with children that were battling addiction. I ran treatment facilities up north, 250-bed treatment facilities. I worked as a consultant for the BOCES upstate New York to train teachers on how to deal with young women who come from homes that, they're just battling, they're struggling. Because addiction is real in the household, and abuse is real in the household. And at that time of my journey, there were no resources. And so, in that sense, you got to figure it out real quickly. Yes. So
only the grace of God led you to that program. Yeah.
And so, me personally, I knew I had some mental health stuff going on. Absolutely. But I kept moving forward, right? Trying to push. And then I met my husband. And life just seemed to be wonderful.
Nice.
For 27 years, and then I relapsed.
Camilla, my name is Rosina, Dr. Rosina Malaska.
Yes.
I work with Tam. I've been with her for a little over 5 years. And we know that untreated mental health conditions, they lead to substance abuse. And it's
Yes.
a form of crying. You're basically crying out, you need help. You know,
Yes.
unfortunately, you've gone down the wrong railroad track. So
Right.
from your experience, how do those two intersect? And what do people often misunderstand about this connection?
First of all, people are afraid to talk about it, have the conversation. They're very afraid to open up and talk about their abuse. They're very afraid of the perpetrators. You know?
Yeah, mental health issues and abuse, physical,
Yes.
mental, emotional abuse.
Yes.
There's still a huge stigma about it.
Yes.
So I've been
And
a nurse.
in my
Sorry.
community, you know, in my community, I was running a treatment facility there, but around me, it was hard. The people live hard in Bunnell.
Yeah.
So now that you've gone through this, right? What in your best, you know, experience, how would you tell the next person to, you know, open up? Like, don't be ashamed of it. Open up. What would you say to that person?
Well, right now I'm trying to create resources for our community through my group called I Just Want to Say. And so I'm the community ambassador at this point, and I'm trying to create a list of opportunities for women to be able to be a part of and do and grow and be. And that not just for their children, but not just for them, but for their children.
That's right.
So I've been having conversations with people, real conversations of new projects that are starting and how that can impact my objective.
That's good. That's definitely needed, you know, because it does take a conversation at the community level. We can't do this alone. You know, we think about organizations like I Just Want to Say, hey, ladies, Michelle, everyone, and we think about churches and you know, just, you know, or even us, MMF, you know what I mean? We're a ministry in ourselves, you know, and, a bride in combat boots for the Lord, you know, it takes that. And so, you know, when you're having these conversations and you're coming from a space of experience, you know what I mean? Because you led, you know, transitional homes for women for several years, you know, what have you seen happen when women are given that support, structure, and community during recovery?
Well, inside of the program that I started, it was called Open Door Ministry. I would take women off the street out of detoxes, and I would create a behavioral plan, set up a goal chart for success. And the program was very successful until it wasn't. And that's because it's important where you put a program.
Oh, that's good.
It's important where you put a program. If you're not feeling safe and you're in an unsafe environment and it's accessible to you, it's very difficult for that person to say no.
To have success. Yes. Yes. I can speak from experience. I was in a program and they were selling us crack through the back window of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Back in the day, we broke off an antenna and it was off to the races, you know, and so you bringing that up is a great point. Yeah.
But I want to say this. 10 years ago, I have 10 years now of sobriety. I had 27. I went back.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. And I could tell you this, I found God in a jail cell. I found God in a jail cell.
So one of the things that we advocate, or the way we practice nursing, is we look at the individual as a biopsychosocial spiritual being. That spirituality is
Yes.
really emphasized. And I'm
Yes.
so happy to hear that you found it in the least likely places, but it provides that hope, doesn't it?
Yes.
You know,
And I was
where
able to go back into the jail
Come on.
and teach.
Come on.
So now I work with the court-appointed SMART program, and I go in and do studies on recovery, women, healing,
that is absolutely
transformation.
amazing. Amazing.
And I have a church who is starting to back me, you know, with the vision. They have new programs that we're getting ready to jump off, you know, more resources, you know, for Palm Coast, you know. And I've been having meetings and discussions, and I think it's going to be a beautiful thing.
Amen.
Who I am today, I'm a woman who loves God. I'm sold out. Because when he found me,
come on,
there was no other thing but to release me from the pain and restore and set free. And so today I'm free.
Come on now. Come on. Yes.
And my goal is to make other women free. You don't deserve. God says we shall live and not die.
Not die.
There is hope. Even when you think that you've been through the worst in life, there is hope. And that's what I want to give to my community.
Yeah.
Love, strength, hope, forgiveness, joy.
Thank you. Sister Middleton, I don't want to interrupt. I'm Angie B and I stay in the background. But we have a text message that just came in. Somebody has a question about your relapse. They're asking what caused it.
Well, my first excuse was that I was diagnosed with cancer.
Oh, goodness.
But really what it was unresolved anger and resentment, nightmares, tremors, anxiety over the past. And when I found out that I had the cancer, it kind of triggered. And I was, and then it was just like every wrong person started coming around me, you know? And even though I had the prestige and, you know, of running treatment facilities and people knew me and all of that, I was a train wreck. So I'll share this one thing with you according to that question. I did a high-speed chase through upstate New York.
Oh, goodness.
3 dragnets. And destroyed my children, my husband, you know, my life. And I wound up going to jail. So for me, I left and came to Florida and started a whole new life.
Good for you. Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I appreciate your transparency. You know what I mean? This is what it's all about, because many other people too are going through it. You know what I mean? And so we have to be honest and tell our stories about what we've been through and how God has delivered us, set us free, so other individuals can understand that they too can live this life.
Yes.
That God is a healer, He's a redeemer. And all we have to do is fully surrender. All we have to do is get honest.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Whether it's depression, anxiety, you know what I mean? Father God, take this thing from me. Father God, I'm tired of living this life. Father God, I no longer want to be caught up doing the things. What does Peter say? I do the things that I don't want to do. And you know what I mean? Like, Father God, help. Help me, help me, help me.
And just to share one other quick point.
Go ahead.
When I was in that jail cell, I was on 17 different psych medications.
Been there.
I'm today on none.
Come on now, let's go.
You know why? Because I had to heal and I had to change, and I realized that it was in me. I had to change. And the medication did what it did. But once I got clean, I no longer needed the medication.
That's right. Because you were healed, set free, and delivered.
That's right, girl.
That one you locked in on those meds and caught in a and you know what I mean?
Yes.
You know, we are live, but been there, done that. I remember I used to get locked up and they would send me to the psychiatric ward, you know what I mean? And I've been locked up in 4 different counties several times, you know what I mean? And they were, you know, and you gotta swallow it, you gotta you know, kind of a thing. But God. You get me riled up. And this is why I'm passionate about what I do, because I know the depth from which I've come. You know what I mean? And I know that the best is yet to come. Yes. And so, you know, when God saves us, it's so that we can have a testimony to be able to help those that are going through it, that they too can get free.
Yes.
They too can live a better life. They don't have to walk around, you know, suicidal. They don't have to walk around, you know, in self-doubt. They don't have to walk around, you know what I mean? They don't have to, but it's a conscientious decision.
Yes.
You know, and the NA and AA rooms, they, you know, talk about a higher power. We're talking about God. You know what I mean? And when you go ahead and you lock in with Him, you know, all things are possible.
Yes.
If anyone's out there listening, all things is possible. You don't have to keep getting drunk and taking, you know what I mean, popping pills, you know what I mean? I've been there, done that. Oxy, shrooms, X, you know what I mean? And these days, you know, it's a whole nother level.
It's a whole nother gamut now.
You know what I mean? But, you know what I mean? Having that lived experience, you know what I mean, is why we do what we do. You know what I mean? And so I commend you once more, you know, for the transparency. I commend you for the work that you're doing here in Flagler and beyond. May God continue to bless that thing over and above. You know what I mean? Because individuals need to understand that it's okay, but you ain't got to stay in that stupor. You don't have to stay like that. You know what I mean? And you too can aspire, you know, and so like, you know, sometimes when I do, and I'm getting hyped, and let me slow down, it's calm down. You know, but when I do, and I give my story, and people like, I Googled you. You know what I mean? Yes, and yes, you too can live this life. You know what I mean? By the grace of God, you know, I live a very good life. You know what I mean? I have all my mental faculties. You know what I mean? I didn't come off the street with cooties and heebie-jeebies, you know what I mean? And so forth. And I'm here about that life for God, because it's only by His grace that I am standing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Okay.
And you know, I'm married now. This year made 40 years. Sometimes I don't know how He stood by me, but He did. And He loved on me when I could not love on myself. You know, my rock.
So would you say that your greatest influence in turning your life around was God? And would you say that your meeting your husband, the right person, was also influential in, you know, that support, that close support system?
Yes, definitely. But God first. Everything.
Absolutely.
God first. even when I had to say it
Yeah.
out loud.
Mhm.
Not to be offensive, but to be transparent.
Yeah.
That part.
And I will move unless God tell me to move.
Come on now.
Okay?
Come on now.
But I'm on fire.
Come on now.
I'm gonna be turning 60 next month, but I ain't losing no ground.
Come on now. Take territory. We have dominion. We have authority. The devil will not win. Listen, I'm trying not to cut up. I'm trying. Hold on. I'm trying not to cut up. But God has delivered us.
Yes.
So that we can take territory and so that we can let other individuals know.
Thank you, Jesus.
Come on now.
Thank you, Jesus.
He saved us from the pit of hell.
That pit of hell.
Because not many people made it out.
That's right.
And so it is our due diligence to get out there and spread the word, the gospel, to love on people, no matter how they look, so they too can live a prosperous life in the name of God. I'm telling you what I know. Come on now.
Yes.
Come on now.
Come on.
Get up from my feet.
I love you so much, girl. Thank you. Thank you for having me. This is. I'm still gonna stay on, but this is a beautiful thing. I didn't know or understand the depth of what you do. So I'm making a pledge right now, girl. I want to be a part of it. I'm coming on board. We're gonna have some conversations.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Miss Camilla, may I say that you don't look 60, and you are a true inspiration to humanity. Those of us, those that are going through, same situations, worse situations, there's nothing more powerful than what you've shared and how far you've come. And may God continue to bless you tremendously.
Thank you. Thank you. And God bless all of you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing. Everybody, this is what we're about. We're talking about it. You know what I mean? Some of the real nitty gritty, raw aspects of mental health. You know what I mean? And so while Maternal Matters Favored is focused on maternal mental health, you know what I mean? We're talking about the whole person, because we know that, these aspects of life, they don't discriminate. It don't matter what race, age, where you live, what your your geography location is, or whatever. It doesn't matter how much money you got in your pocket. You know what I mean? These things are real. And I'm going to go ahead and talk biblically for a second here. You know what I mean? It is it's attack. You know what I mean? The devil is out to kill, steal, and destroy. And however which way he can do it, he is all about that life. And so I promise you, you need to stay prayed up, fasted, reading your word, you know what I mean? And locked in with some people that are really about that life just as well. We will come and we will slay a demon. You know what I mean? It's about setting the captives free. And we don't have to walk around living the ways in which we are. We're not doing that. We're not going out like that. You know what I mean? And I know I had to get angry, you know what I mean, about the ways in which I was living, to take some actual steps, some traction, you know what I mean? And I'm not just talking about, substances, because that's his own thing, and I'm grateful for, the decades that I have, but I'm even talking about where I stopped using drugs and then went to alcohol, you know what I mean? And found myself as a functioning alcoholic for 8 years, and Camilla was talking about, how she had, those 27 years and then relapse. I remember I got like 10 months of being sober and relapse. And then I was back on it for another 2.5 years. So, addiction is real. And so we know we have to make certain that we're being truly intentional about ourselves. So we have to do some self-reflection. We have to be honest with ourselves. You know what I mean? That's the only way that you can get free. You know what I mean? You wake up and you're feeling some kind of way, you know what I mean? Sad, depressed, you know what I mean? Groggy, don't want to bathe, whatever that looks like. You know what I mean? You have a talk with self. You know what I mean? Be okay with it. But once more, put some corrective measures into your life so that you don't stay in that. And that's where the enemy starts to attack and pours on that, you know what I mean? So it can start off with feeling depressed and having anxiety, you know what I mean? Going through circles on a merry-go-round about trauma, childhood trauma, postpartum, perinatal, whatever that looks like. And then you find yourself, you know what I mean, suicidal. Then you find yourself in addiction, you know what I mean? You find yourself stripping and prostituting. That was my story, you know what I mean? And you think that, oh my gosh, well, this is just the way it's supposed to be going. You know what I mean? This is the way I'm supposed to live. And that is not the truth. And so when help comes, take that thing by the, take hold of it, because we're to live and not die. Dr. Rosina, in your field, you see so many different cases of women, you know what I mean, postpartum, when we talk about, morbidity rates. And so there's that grief, which is another thing the enemy would just kind of put on you, oh my gosh, my baby died, I feel, you know what I mean? Like, okay, you know what I mean? Let's live in it. Let's absorb it. And then how do we set, the next foot forward? Right? Okay, I'm gonna yield my mic. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things that we teach, or that I've learned in my years of going back to school to get all my various degrees, in self-care, is to do self-reflection every day. And if we are able to do a little bit of self-reflection every day, we're able to keep it. We're not talking in big chunks. We're talking one baby step at a time. Then we're able to keep on the straight and narrow. We're able to tackle what is most important. But to piggyback on to Miss Camilla and yourself and what we've been talking about, if we don't have that spirituality, that God-given, the acknowledgement of who is there for us and who we can turn to in our times of need. Because what do we do? Even in modern medicine, even in modern surgery, sometimes we do all the interventions and everything we can, and there is nothing more to do. And do you know what happens in the environment? We start praying to God, and we tell the patients and their families, we tell the families to pray. And even some of the surgeons will pray. The doctors will pray, and they will say, we have to give it up to that higher power, that higher being. So this is so important in our life. And at some point in time, that aspect washed away, but we have to bring it back in, because when there is no hope, medically, surgically, or mentally, or emotionally, physically, financially, give it up to God. Whoever your God happens to be.
Yeah. All right, let's reset here. Let's reset.
Okay, you tell me what I need to do now.
So much good stuff. This is only hour 4 of our 4th annual charity broadcast for maternal mental health. And so, I am, if folks wonder why, you know what I mean? Why is she doing this? That's my why, you know what I mean? Because I've been there, done that, t-shirt, bumper sticker, and a tattoo, a couple of them. And so I'm really, really passionate about this, because you never know what a person is going through and how you can help impact their lives so that they make some changes, you know what I mean? So that they don't kill themselves and they don't kill the baby, and you know what I mean? Or they don't find themselves in and out of jail and in and out of institutions, you know what I mean? And so forth and so on. And so I don't mind, you know what I mean, being fully transparent, because if someone can look at my life now, and from what I tell you, God is real, and you too can achieve it. And so this is why services are free. You know what I mean? We don't ever want, money to be a barrier to you receiving what you need to get, help. This is why services are remote and virtual. We do some in-person things, you know what I mean? And, have gas, will travel, but we don't want, barriers to access of care to ever be a hindrance in someone getting the help they need. And so whatever that looks like, our information is scrolling, sign up, let us help you, let us love on you, let us help you work yourself through so that you can have a more enhanced well-being of living, so that you can break generational cycles of dysfunction and curses that are going on. You know what I mean? I think about some of the things, that, with my family lineage and so forth. And I'm like, oh yeah, we're not doing that. No, not at all. And so this is what we're about, you know? Yeah. Okay. So now, Dr. Rosina, I know that you're going to be presenting on morbidity rates and everything else that's all behind that. Is there anything I can do to help support you? I'm going to go ahead and put myself on mute.
Well, the way I like to do it is you do a little bit of presentation and then you allow your host to ask questions to make it more interactive. Otherwise, it becomes a little bit boring. So I will bring it back to you to add your words of wisdom along the way. Does that sound okay?
I'm here for it. I got you.
All right. So today I am going to present on morbidity and mortality and how that is driving the climbing death rate in the United States. For those of you that are just joining us on the broadcast, I'm Dr. Rosina Malaska. I'm just a nurse. I've been in nursing a little over 40 years, trauma critical care. I've been travel nursing for the last 6.5 years across the country. And you may wonder, well, what does she know about maternal mental health? So way back in the day, I'm Canadian and moved to the United States 32 years ago. So when I was in Canada, I had the wonderful opportunity when I was a med-surg nurse of working as a high-risk postpartum neonatal care nursery ICU step-down nurse. And it was at a tertiary care center in Vancouver, Canada. We got moms from all over the province, high-risk moms. So mental health was definitely seen. We had a lot of drug-addicted moms as well. So I have a lot of experience with those moms and babies. I was fortunate enough years later when I became an instructor, a professor in nursing. Not only did I teach critical care, med-surg 1 and 2, but I also taught peds and OB. So once again, I saw the climate in the United States. I saw OB in Northern Virginia, DC, Maryland area, and I also saw what that looked like in Cleveland, Ohio area. So that really reinforced what I learned all those years ago and kept me updated. So I'm just going to, I don't have anything formal to share on a screen, but like I said, I'll make it interactive, and Dr. Tam is going to jump in, to give her her 2 cents worth, 10 cents worth. So maternal mental health, we say maternal mental health. And what is that really? It's basically a complication of childbirth, pregnancy, and raising pregnancy and childbirth, right? According to the stats, 1 in 5 women in the United States are affected by this and affected greatly. So that translates to approximately 800,000 women annually in the United States. Now that's a big number, right? Untreated disorders include depression, anxiety, and suicide, and they are the leading cause of the mortality rate, which translates to 23% of the death rate in the United States annually, right? Most cases that go untreated, they drive an estimated $14.2 billion annually. So there's a huge economic impact in the United States. And this is coming from the Policy for Maternal Mental Health. And it's about suicide and drug overdoses, because that is the leading cause of death. Now, we know that this is preventable. Now, you heard Miss Camilla talk about this earlier. You heard Tam talk about this. What else can you, before I move on, Tam, what else do you have to say about this? Or what are your thoughts on this? How important our work is because of this increasing number of deaths every year.
Yeah, what I've seen and heard is that overdoses can be prevented. You know what I mean? And relapses, but it's like a partnership that has to happen. And so the person, the user has to reach out for help. But our systems are flawed. And so there's some policy gaps that are prohibiting certain community-based programs from being able to serve the masses like it's needed. And then additionally, the capacity. And so when there's programs that are actually launched and deployed in communities, the funding is not fully there. And so, go ahead. I saw your aha. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to get your take on the gaps in the support system, policy insight, now that you mentioned policy. I mean, where are the gaps when it comes to women transitioning from addiction to homelessness? Where do you see in your personal experience and in your experience doing this work for the last many years?
Yeah. And so it's the gap in funding being released. It's the gap in providers being trained, right? And so we were given some stats earlier with regards to maternal mental health, this specific niche. And so it's like only like 20, 30 years old, but it's something that's been going on for eons. And so that specific designated type of care, taking that lens to helping with individuals that may be in need of going into recovery, that's limited. And then once more, we need to do a better job at letting individuals know that come forth. You know what I mean? You're not gonna be taken to jail. It depends. You know what I mean? I don't know, but whatever that looks like, just wave a flag up, the flagpole, so that you can get the services that are needed, so that your children, don't have to go through harsh, extreme living conditions. You know what I mean? We've seen individuals making poor choices, and so they're moving from pillar to pillar, and their children, aren't doing well in school. You know what I mean? They turn to the streets, or or whatever that looks like. And so once more, I really believe that it's a collaborative effort that really needs to take place, so that we can have better outcomes in our communities.
Yes, absolutely. So timing, of course, is very, very important. At least in that first year of postpartum, where suicide and overdose is most likely to happen. So the risk factors are high risk population. Our high risk groups are really those those with limited access to care. And when I was looking up, the government resources websites and all the different, the AHA and the JAMA websites, they term this maternity care desert. So there's like this desert that's happening. So there is no access, limited or no access. Mm-hmm. So then those people that are affected are the ones of the low socioeconomic status, the ones with the social determinants of health. We've got that group, which is a huge group in our population in the United States. The maternal health and morbidity, I'll talk a little bit about the illness and complications. As I mentioned, the prevalence is 1 in 5 women in the United States. So you're looking at 800,000 a year. The depression and anxiety represent 14.5% of pregnant moms who develop this new depression, and those with similar rates in the 3 months after birth. Now, I know many women, they think that the postpartum blues is depression. It's not. So the postpartum blues is normal. It's something that you experience because all of a sudden you've gone from having the hormones of your baby and you running around in your body to this baby being delivered and this sudden big drop in hormones. It does affect your mental health. And then you're likely to, almost everyone, they have the blues. They're crying for no reason. You're going through that transition. There's so many factors that affect it. When it becomes longer than a month to 6 weeks is when, according to the evidence out there, evidence-based practice, that it becomes depression. Now, we'll go back to what Tam was saying and Camilla was saying earlier, and most of our speakers this morning, that we have to have that group of people around us to support us. So what do you have to ask your questions. Who do I have as my family to support me in this time? And we'll go back to that later when I'm done with talking about this. We have those that are affected with OCD and bipolar, and this reflects 17% of postpartum women. And of those, 54.9% with the pre-existing bipolar disorder experience, they are more likely, it just affects them so much more. It is worse. And their mood disorders are incredibly difficult, okay, during the perinatal and postpartum period. So 54.9% of women with OCD and bipolar pre-pregnancy. Just think about that number. And as I mentioned earlier this morning, at the beginning, I don't know, somewhere along the way, you know, as women, we are overlooked. You know, we've been birthing babies for centuries and centuries, and it wasn't given a name. And here we are now, right? And then we have the stigma of owning up to we have mental health issues, right? So just think about those with the bipolar and the OCD. Then it goes on further to say we have the postpartum psychosis. This is rare, but it's a severe emergent situation, and it occurs in 1 per 1,000 deliveries, which is 0.1%. And it is the high risks. This population is at very high risk of suicide and infanticide. And the barriers to care, 75% of women with mental health conditions have a barrier to care. So I'll let you jump in there on that before I move on.
That part, you know, I think back in when I was in active addiction, and so like keep in mind, you know, I went through postpartum, and you know, I chose to cope with everything via uses of drugs. And I remember I got a diagnosis of drug-induced psychosis. You know, and so they couldn't put a finger on it just fully in postpartum. Why? Because they weren't screening me, you know what I mean, when I went to my, you know, my checkup, and you know, and of course, you know, after you have your postpartum checkup, you know, it's really all about the baby, and they weren't asking no questions, you know what I mean, about me at all. It was like, okay, baby eating, baby sleeping, kind of a thing, right? And so that's how that spiraled into that. And you know, when we see barriers there, that is one of the things. You know, and one of our speakers earlier was talking about, you know, how we need to integrate the behavioral and mental health with the healthcare aspect, and they should come as a package. You know, when a mom is going to her check-ins, you know what I mean, and it shouldn't just be about vitals and heartbeats. You know, it should also be about the psyche. You know, how are you coping? You know what I mean? How are you sleeping? You know, what does your support system look like? You know, these are some of the questions that should be asked. You know, and you can do it verbally or through an assessment as well, you know, so that you could capture that baseline. And I think that that's a big barrier. And regrettably, because of it being so, we see a lot of outcomes that happen that are, you know, the moms are, you know, then postpartum, you know, suicidal, you know, or even, you know, perinatal suicidal or whatever, you know what I mean? They then turn to, you know, a risky behavior of living and so forth, you know, and so on. And so I think that is a major barrier, that we don't have that integrated healthcare model as a norm. Now, we do see that it's being implemented in spurts throughout the world, you know. I won't just say in Florida, I won't just say in the United States, because, you know, this is something that affects individuals worldwide. You know, as long as you're reproducing, you know what I mean, there's that chance, you know, that you can, you know, the onset of PMAD may occur. And so I think that that's something that should just be an automatic, and whatever that looks like for policy enforcement should be had.
So I can speak to my experiences as a nurse in the setting in Canada over 30 some years ago. And I can tell you that we did look at the mom and the baby as a unit. We assessed the mom from the biopsychosocial spiritual being as well as the baby. Now, that was over 30 some years ago. My experiences in the United States many years later as a professor teaching in those environments, because I wasn't a direct care nurse in OB and peds, but I can honestly tell you that in Northern Virginia, DC, Maryland, also in Cleveland, Ohio, mom and baby was looked at as a unit. And when we did, me and my students would do the assessment of the unit, we also talked to mom. We allowed her to verbalize, how is she feeling that day? How is she coping? Is she able to breastfeed? I was trained in breastfeeding strategies, by the way, way back in the day. And because here's the thing, with that huge hormone drop, and you know that, and I know that, but maybe our audience doesn't, we have to see if you're fit, if you're mentally fit to take in what I'm teaching you. Are you able to? How much can I teach you? Because we have to go through a lot based on the policies and the procedures and everything that we have to document against that we've taught the mom. But the thing is, how much can you take in, and how often can we teach you that? It's a lot to take in. I can remember when I had my babies, they were teaching me all these things. I'm a nurse. I should know all that. But here's the thing. My mental capacity to take it in, I could only take in 10 to 15 minutes at a time because it was overwhelming. And that had nothing to do with me. Thank God, I didn't have mental health issues back in those days. And anything that was diagnosed that I know of. So I didn't have that complication. But one of the things that happens to our bodies when that hormone drops, your capacity for learning and retaining information is very little. And we have to allow that mom to understand and feel that when they have that blank look on their faces, you need to stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
The brain fog.
Right. Exactly. The other thing, what happened to me, and I was absolutely flabbergasted. I could not remember that first 3 months when I was thinking back, it was time to go back to work after 6 months. So 6 months period. We get a lot of time off in Canada.
Yeah, I know.
Almost a year off. So so it was 9 months to a year, and I started to think back, well, how do I do this? And what do I do? And whatever. Do you know that I couldn't remember? And I was so worried that I'd go back into nursing after having my baby. My baby's almost a year old, and I can't remember how to be a nurse. And that is because of this brain fog and this memory lapse that you have as a result of having that baby and that hormonal shift. It's normal. It's normal pathophysiology. So
wait, say that again for the people in the back. If you're not listening, it is normal. Don't think bad of yourself, because you may have those moments. Because we are our worst critics, you know what I mean? And so just that point that I hope someone caught what Dr. Rosina just put down, you know what I mean? It happens.
Back in the day, we used to call it baby brain.
Yes.
We have baby brain. Now, I don't know in these days what they call it because I haven't been teaching for about 8 or 9 years, so I don't know. But it is normal, people. It is normal. Don't beat up on yourself.
Yes.
Okay. There are so many aspects to mental health that is just not maternal that I can talk about, and that I hope Dr. Tam will allow me to expand, because there's so much. I have all this stuff to talk about. Because what I do, I'm not a PhD RN, I'm a DNP. I take the research and I translate it into everyday living, every day. You break it down into pieces to make it sense to you. So when you go back out in your community, you know what to do, right? It's not this highfalutin research that you don't understand half of the, what does this mean? What does the percentage mean? What does clinical significance mean? No. I break it down for you. So anyway, it's baby brain. So for those that are working in our program, I hope that you recognize that. And for those board members that may not understand, you're not going to see, what is the word? Help me out here, Tom. You're not going to see, it takes time to see progress.
Yes, it doesn't happen overnight. Yes.
And it's repetitive. We have to continue being patient with our population that is looking for help from us, and we have to celebrate the small victories.
Perfectly said.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I caught it. I caught what you dropped and put down. It's a jewel, it's a nugget, and I put it in my knapsack there.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
You know, and this is what our Thrive program, you know, one of many that we have, but this is what it's all about, you know. And so for anyone that's listening, and you know, we're moving along, and so our focus, you know, our charity broadcast this year is on our Thrive program, which stands for, in case you don't know, transform, heal, reimagine, identify, value, and evolve. And so its intention is to be preventative and intervention wise, right? And it helps to capture the essence of personal growth, emotional recovery, and self rediscovery that aligns with perinatal and postpartum support. You know, a lot of moms, you know, we're talking about baby brain and, you know, and, you know, working through different cognitive pieces. You know, you have to understand that this is a journey. It doesn't happen overnight. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, putting one step in front of the other. When we look at our children learning how to walk or ride a bikes, you know, ourselves back in the day and so forth. It takes time. And so please, if you're out there and you're listening and you're going through anything, know that there's help. You know what I mean? Know that it's not a fragment of your imagination, but going back to the help, that you don't have to suffer in silence. You know, there's, you know, so many different ways in which, you know, you can receive services, but you got to take the first step in letting someone know. Wave that flag up the flagpole, you know, and whoever that looks like, you know, be honest and let God work with you. Right, Dr.
So this piggybacks right into what I'm going to talk about next. My God, it's like you and I just we rehearsed this, but we didn't, you know. So the impact on family and friends, and it has a huge impact. And you know, family can be who you say is your family. It doesn't have to be blood family, right? Family can be your support people. It could be friends. It could be blood relatives. It could be people you just met, whoever, but you have to have some people supporting you. You have to, and in order to do that, you have to self-report. You have to admit that you need help, because if you don't self-report or someone recognizes that you need help and they're giving you that advice, our services is not going to work for you, because you have to want to do it. You have to want to take that step. And taking that first step is scary. It is very scary. And I'm sure that you've heard testimonies from Dr. Tam and from Camilla and from other speakers this morning who shared their own personal stories, that taking that first step was the crucial step. And you can have setbacks, and you need to recognize that you're having a setback and not beat up on yourself, and to say, you know what, go back to what, let me open up this, just bear with me, I apologize. To faith as a protective and healing factor, okay? So go back to your faith. We've talked about that at length. So let me just move on. Developmental issues. This is what happens with when you run into these situations as a new mom. Untreated maternal illness is linked to premature birth, low birth weight, and poor developmental outcomes in your newborn babies, right? So developmental issues, if you have mental health issues, you know, before you got pregnant or develop it during the pregnancy, this is how it can impact the newborn baby. How does that play out in long-term health? Poor maternal health limits a mom's ability to care for herself, her child, and it has huge impacts on that child's long-term health. And we talked about that. And Dr. Tam mentioned this morning that we don't provide services up to 3 years. We provide it up to 5 years.
Yeah.
And, you know, around the world, early childhood development is a huge impact on society. And I don't know those of you that look at the international news, but I'm a royalist. I follow the royal family, and Her Royal Highness Princess Catherine. One of the big things that she's been working on many years now is early childhood development, and how it affects society as a whole and that person growing up. And listening to the testimonies this morning, and to yourself, Dr. Tam, you've experienced this, and you've seen this, and I've seen it. So, you know, what else can you talk about, you know, with this aspect before I go on to my conclusion of this?
No, this has all been good, and I know we have Dr. Liz that's coming on, and you know, I know that there's so much great work for us to do as a body, you know, of individuals, and so all we can do is keep pushing forward and take it in strides.
Right. So the key interventions are screening, and we talked about that. You know, universal and standardized screening during pregnancy and postpartum is crucial. It is crucial for detecting the symptoms, because once we detect the symptoms, we can act, or we can encourage, right? You can't push somebody, you can only encourage them to get help. The support is access to mental health care, including reproductive psychiatry, and that is critical to improving outcomes. And like I said, I can go on more and more and more with my 40 years of nursing in 3 different countries and all across the United States, but I see that Dr. Liz Travis is here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, listeners, for listening to what I had to say, and I have a whole lot more I can share, and I'll give it over to Dr. Tam.
Oh, good stuff, Dr. Rosina. Yes, Dr. Liz, we're talking all things maternal, mental health, morbidity, substance use.
I love it.
Stuff. Oh my gosh. And I'm so stoked that you're here. Everyone, let me go ahead and introduce you to Dr. Elizabeth Travis. She is a practicing paramedic with over a decade of experience in emergency medical services and a doctorate in global health. At the 24 Hours of Favor event, she will go ahead and open us up to providing some of those different informational pieces with regards to vital guidance on how we can better navigate emergency situations and what to expect when EMS arrives on a scene. Her unique perspective combines frontline clinical experience with a deep commitment to community health and maternal advocacy. Thank you so much once more for being here, for answering my call. You know, when I reached out, I'm like, are you interested? You know, like some people watch, I people research. And so, you know, trying to build a roster here for our annual broadcast, you came across my LinkedIn feed and I was like, oh, I just love the combination of you know, skill set and knowledge and experience, you know, and your passion for what you do. So thank you again.
Oh, no, thank you really for having me. I love being here. I love that you're a people researcher. I did the same thing. So I get it. I understand. When you came across, you're like, I hope this isn't weird. I was like, no, this is perfect. This is how I do it too. So I really, really appreciate it. And just happy Mother's Day weekend to all the moms out there. But like you said, I have a little unique perspective, and then actually I had to call EMS. The clinician had to call the clinicians for my own daughter born in December. So I'm able to layer that in a way that I really hope is helpful for people either who have already had children and might have had to go through that to help them process through it, or people who are thinking, well, I mean, we don't want to be called. We don't want you to have to call us, right? But in that situation, what can we do? How can we make it easier? How can we make it less traumatic? In my mind, it's probably not how you saw your birth story, right? And any deviance can be a trauma. So how can we make it less traumatic and easier for mom and baby and providers across the board?
I imagine, you know, in that field, in that space of, you know, EMS, you see a lot, you know, and so from your experience as a paramedic, what are some of the most common emergency situations you see involving pregnant and postpartum women?
So a lot of the times in terms of pregnancy, it's a lot of hypertension and heart palpitation problems. Some of that is, and Dr. Rena kind of pointed to this. She said, you have those underlying conditions that are just exacerbated with pregnancy, and that's a big thing, right? And so we have to understand a mom who's pregnant and has that going on, but also what were you like before? Is this an exacerbation of what you had before, or is this something entirely new that could speak to a different problem that you're having either with the pregnancy or beyond. So normally when we get called before, it's a lot of my heart's racing, my blood pressure feels high, I have a headache, that sort of thing. Obviously, we will get called if you're having a child and you're thinking to yourself, oh, I'm not making it to the hospital. I'm on the side of the road. I'm in a restaurant parking lot. Those situations, we get called to those a lot. So supporting birth, that's really where we're trained the most. Yes, before, but in terms of actual labor and birth, it's considered emergency childbirth in our book. I personally would like that narrative to switch as medics. It's childbirth. It's not inherently an emergency, right? It's just what is going to happen. Can it turn to an emergency? Yes, we need to be prepared for that, but not inherently. And then postpartum, we're not called as much as I think we probably should be, but I actually do see that needle will probably shift. As more maternal care deserts pop up, I think EMS is going to be called on a lot more for some of those postpartum things, and unfortunately probably called on when it's a crisis instead of when it's something that we can manage more effectively than if we had reached that pinnacle of an anxiety or a PMADs problem.
Dr. Liz and Dr. Tam, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have a question, and I think both of you can address it. It says, my daughter is struggling as a mom of an 11-month-old here in Palm Coast, Florida. What suggestion can you give us for support? Please advise of anyone who we can call for help. And Palm Coast, that's
my
right
neck of the woods.
Yeah.
But Dr. Liz, go ahead and take that, and I'll follow back.
Yeah. So I don't know what your daughter is struggling with. There's so many things. I mean, I have a toddler and a 4-month-old, so I understand completely. And I think some of the best support we can ever give anybody, if you think somebody's in a crisis, please don't ever hesitate to call the EMS system, whether that be a welfare check or us direct, like they'd send us directly, right? But if you're worried to that level, please don't ever hesitate to call. We never mind, right? That is our job, and we're there for that. In terms of additional support that you can provide in that area, I know there's a lot of great national support. PSI is a great one. Postpartum Support International is a wonderful organization. You can do some quick Googling if there's stuff there. But honestly, as a mom, the best support I think I ever got was when my mom would say, hey, I'm coming over. I'm going to take the kid for a couple hours. You need to sleep, because sleep is so critical. I know you have some friends of mine coming on later, so I won't steal their what they're going to talk to you about, I'm sure, in depth. But sleep is so critical and can be such a defining factor in whether or not somebody can manage and understand and go, okay, I need to get help outside of this, or whether they just kind of almost break and then it becomes a crisis. So just honestly, show up, send dinner one night, just show them you're there, because as moms, I think we can all agree, we have this distorted notion in our heads of what it is to be perfect mom, and it's hard to ask for help, especially when you think to yourself, I'm failing as a mom. Of course, nobody's doing that. Right? We're not doing that, but that's what we're thinking. How we up or whatever we saw. So just show up in those little ways, and that can make an absolute world of difference. And my son, I don't know if she's having this issue, but my son didn't sleep through the night. I mean, he was up every 2 hours until he was like 10 or 11 months old. So hopefully that's not the case, but if it is, the corner will turn. Promise you, he became a sweet little sleeper. So hopefully that's what's going on. She can just get some rest.
Yeah. You said it very well. And then additionally, that last piece, please advise on anyone who can help. We can help, right? And so, as Dr. Travis mentioned, we're not certain what exactly your daughter may be struggling with, but reach out to us. Let us go ahead and help figure that out. And if we're not that right source, then we will make certain with our electronic Rolodex that we get you to the right, provider that can help her and or baby as well. And this is what we're here for. We're actually, a safety spot for a lot of moms that sometimes don't want to let others know, but know that they actually want to let someone know what's going on. And so our information is scrolling below. I will be looking forward to hearing from you and or daughter so that we can troubleshoot what's going on and get her some help that may be needed. That's good. I know we had Dr. Alaska that was coming back in. I thank you, Dr. Rosina, because you just got off of work. You know what I mean. Your boots on the ground. Just making certain that you're always here to provide the support that's needed. I know that you are out there in California, and you're working just to be here to provide support. So I just thank you.
No, I'm not in California, and I took last night and tonight off. I'm in Omaha, Nebraska.
I can't keep up with you.
Remember I told you I drove 2,500 miles in 3 days from California to Southern California to Florida. But anyway, I'm well rested. I took last night and tonight off. And I'm off tomorrow.
Nice. Well, thank you so much. I'll hand it over to you.
Okay.
You're welcome, Stacey.
Dr. Liz, you're so phenomenal. I love all of what you said just now. And the sleep.
Oh, thank you.
Without sleep, you cannot function. I know that as a night nurse. Okay. My oldest child was like your child, every 2 hours, all night long. And, I was a single mom at the time. It was horrendous. Yeah. So sleep. So let me get to my trusty old questions here. Sorry. So you talked about the emergency, if you're experiencing that, to seek help and don't wait until it's a crisis situation, which is, So can you share with us what happens when EMS arrives? Many families know what to expect in an emergency, but can you walk us through from the specific maternal mental health, what do they do? And I myself, I don't know that. So this would be really great for me. Even as a critical care nurse, I don't know what happens when, that situation happens.
Right. So just as a quick kind of reminder, remember EMS is essentially called for emergent calls. That is what we do. That is what we're trained for. Now, I believe that's shifting. We see it. More community paramedics are being put in place. More of us using the medic force as a preventative force. Now, if you are in a position where you are either imminent labor, or newly postpartum, and you call us because you can have not feeling well pregnant, not feeling well postpartum. So we'll just focus on that peri-birth kind of moment. If you call us, or if your midwife or doula calls us, you're going to reach an operator. They are the ones who actually call us and let us know, right? There are telecommunicators. They're wonderful people. Sometimes their protocols allow for them to do quicker dispatches than others. It really depends on who they're calling, but they're always going to ask you some questions. And I know in a crisis, or just even an emotional moment, it can be aggravating, maybe annoying to try and be patient with them. Please do, because they relay that critical information to us so we know what to bring with us and what to make sure we have in the house so we're not going back and forth. When EMS actually does arrive, it kind of depends a little bit on where you live and the resources you have, right? So you might only get 2 people, which is fine, right? There might be 2 people on a truck. It might be the case in mine where there were 8 people in my bedroom when we called for my daughter. And it didn't necessarily need to be that, but it just depends on how the agency is rolling and is there. So a very important thing to keep in mind is if we show up in droves, it doesn't necessarily mean we're thinking, oh my gosh, this is the worst thing ever that we've ever heard. It's just that's how the resources have been allocated for you. So I want to make that very clear. The amount of people there is not reflective on the level or type of emergency that you might have called us for. The other thing is, and I kind of said this earlier, it could be a very scary situation, but I find that a lot of the times birth is birth. And yes, it can turn into an emergency, but innately and naturally, that's not what it is. Physiological birth is just something we do as women. It's not necessarily an emergency. So we are trained, emergency or no, to walk in very calmly. So please understand that we are going to walk in calmly to you and we are going to try and get all the information that we can. It can be very difficult sometimes if there's a lot of family there for us to get that information. So I think understanding how to advocate for yourselves in those situations and what to do when we come is very important, and how to be prepared is very important as well. Even if you think you're never going to have to call us, if you prepare for that kind of moment, you're mentally fortifying yourself for when it's going to occur, right? And then that helps kind of decrease the trauma. And if something does occur, you kind of prepared yourself. You know where it is. You know what to do. You know how they're going to come in. And almost always we're going to recommend you go to the hospital unless you tell us no. Please know that that is your right. But if a medic feels very strongly, if they keep telling you, we really think you should go to the hospital, I'd probably listen to that medic. We've seen a lot of things. We've seen all sorts of stuff, and we know sick when we see it. We know injured when we see it. And although we don't respond to as many births as some other types of calls, if we're feeling pretty strongly about it, it's not going to hurt, right? To go get checked. And it's just going to be, it will be peace of mind for you when you go to sleep that night with your brand new baby, because your mind's going to be racing 100 billion places already. It doesn't need that extra little stressor. So that's kind of, it's a pretty simple process. You call, we come, we take you to the hospital. Now there's a lot of medical things that we do in between. We'll hook you up to some things. We'll maybe hook baby up to some things, combination of both. Some agencies do request or require 2 separate ambulances for mom and 1 for baby. So just know that they might say, you know, we're going to do 2 separate trucks here and transfer 2 different patients. I personally do not do that on my trucks. Mom stays with baby. That's how it's done. But I don't speak the protocols for the nation. And each agency tends to have its own. So it is very dependent. But something that you can do for yourself if you want to be more at ease is almost every agency has their protocols online, and you can go search for them. So you kind of know what they're going to do and what they're going to look at. And you can ask questions. If you have a doula, a midwife, shoot, if you want to come to me and say, what does this protocol mean? I'm absolutely happy to be that resource to any mom if they want to kind of fortify themselves for that.
What from your perspective, what do you see well, I should ask, are there any gaps in the system for postpartum and, pregnant moms,
Yeah, we have a serious training gap in EMS in my mind. So we're taught, like I said, very immediate emergent things, and it's very quickly turning. That's not the case. We're in a maternal care desert. We've got a truck down the road. You're an hour drive from the hospital. We're going to be there faster than you're ever going to be at the hospital, even if it's a natural birth and everything goes off, smooth as glass. Unfortunately, the training that a lot of us get, not all of us, but a lot of us get, is not as robust as I think it probably needs to be in terms of training on physiological birth, how to support a woman who is more comfortable and wants to birth standing up, or maybe in a variable birth position. Maybe you walk in, somebody's in a tub. I was never trained for that as a medic. These are things that I had to go train myself on, and now I work to train others. So we're not as comprehensive as a midwife. We're not even as comprehensive as some doulas. I mean, I have a friend who's a doula she's done over about 500 births, and she's fantastic. She caught my daughter. The midwives didn't make it to me. So there really does need to be that shift. And I think that's a big gap on the clinical side. And then on the system side, some of the algorithms that you get when you do call in, there's a gap there. I wish there was a little bit more of a whole system work, so that, like when I called for my daughter, there really wasn't a need for that many people. And there just wasn't. And as a clinician, I felt bad that I might have taken a resource from somebody else who's going to call in me. Now, this isn't the normal thought process, I know, for most people, but I knew, right? And I heard my midwife make that call very calmly and clearly. But as a medic, you get that alarm rush. You're like, oh, there's a baby in crisis, and you adrenaline kind of crash out. And we just have to be better about making this a much calmer experience. for everybody, even if there's a crisis. Like, you have to be able to know very well what you're doing so you can be comfortable and competent in any of those situations with any number of providers. So that's the biggest barrier for me, I think, is much deeper training is needed for medics, especially in the deserts.
When all those people showed up with you, for you, how did you feel? Were you overwhelmed? Because I'll share where this is coming from me. For my oldest daughter, I was in labor and showed up at the hospital, and basically they let me carry on. And then finally she went into issues, she decelerated. And so they rushed me to the OR, after about, I don't know, 12 hours or whatever. And then once we were in the OR, they started prepping me. And then somebody in their infinite wisdom decided that I needed, her heart rate came back up. I needed to go back and labor again. So they moved me back, not to the same room, because they'd already cleaned that room, right? Ready to turn it over. So then I went into labor for another, what turned out to be 24 hours. Okay. Ooh. And she went into even more distress this time. And at 10 minutes to 2 the next day, this happened all on my birthday. At 10 minutes to 2 the next day, they had to do an emergency C-section. This kid came out with a head so long because I didn't CPD. I was CPD basically. And I looked up, I had shut down, right, when they took me back because no one was listening to me. And this was in Vancouver, Canada, by the way. But this is 36 years ago. She'll be 36 this year. And I shut down and I refused to talk to anyone or interact. When they took me for the second time to the OR, I opened my eyes and I looked around and I couldn't believe all these people around me because it was truly an emergency. How did you feel?
So that's a very interesting question because, like I said, that's the world that I lived and breathed in. And I was there looking at my daughter, knowing what was going on with her and probably what she needed for support and knowing that she was doing reasonably well, right? I actually came out from the bathroom from getting changed and I could hear them ask my friend who was holding my baby, "Are you mom?" And she said, "No." And I walked up behind one of the providers and I found out later he was brand new, right? And he was just shaken with this nervous energy. And I put my hand on his shoulder and I said, "Hey, she's okay. We're not there yet. We have a minute. You can breathe. She's going to be fine." And I know he heard me, but it was almost like the whole room kind of heard me and just there was a collective sigh of relaxation. And I get it. Again, I'm a provider. PD calls can be the most terrifying things in the world. And then PD with a mom. Are you kidding me? But it was really interesting to me. I wasn't really overwhelmed. I was analyzing the situation from my own lens, thinking, how can we do this better for other moms?
Are you kidding me?
Yes, no, I was, because I'm very lucky in that regard, right? I was very lucky to have both sides of the coin visible in my brain. So it was all very smooth. What struck me though was there was not a confirmation from the medic in charge that I was mom until I sat down on the stretcher in the truck and said, "Hand her to me. She's my baby." So that just struck such a chord with me because you guys had talked about holistic look and it's mom and baby together, not mom and baby separate.
No.
And that's still such a problem. I mean, and they did a beautiful job. This is no disrespect to them. They were wonderful at what they did. They did everything they were supposed to do and trained to do. And that's kind of the problem I was talking about earlier. That's what they're trained to do. So will all medics do that? Probably no, but there were so many people and there was so much kind of commotion. Now, to be fair, I don't recommend a mom do this. I kind of sit back and let it happen because I was curious. It was like my own little science experiment. So I don't really recommend you do that. Make yourself known. I'm the mom. That's my child. This is kind of what's going on with us. But also know that you are, and we talk about this with PMADs, and you talked about this before, you're your best advocate and you have to say something because if you present well to us, our focus is going to be the baby that we think is going to be in any sort of crisis, because babies compensate very well until they don't. That's what's going through our mind. So if you as an adult who can tell us what's going on are sitting there thinking, we're thinking you're fine and you're not saying anything to us, we have to know, tell us. It really hurts. I'm in a lot of pain here, whatever it may be. And just make your presence known, you know?
Well, may I piggyback and share an experience? This is my second child, born in Hawaii, with my ex-husband being in the U.S. Air Force. Okay, they didn't believe I was in labor. Here I am, a nurse, over 10 years. Well, however long I was at the time, and I was in active labor, and I knew. They didn't believe me. My OBGYN was on a conference. We're talking TRICARE now. Okay. So my husband took me to the hospital, you know, the pink hospital in Oahu. I'm not going to say the name. And basically, like I said, they didn't believe me. They were over their limit, but they didn't have a contingency plan of what to do with military families if they didn't have the beds in the rooms. So they let me stay in the waiting room in a wheelchair. And the laboring was so bad that I kept passing out. Okay. It turns out I was severely dehydrated, but they didn't pick up on that. I was in there for hours and hours. Then they sent me home, right, to say, go home and labor again and then come back. So my ex-husband called a friend who'd already had 3 babies, and she came and she was my advocate. So she said, no, we're going back to the hospital, right? We saw that this was not right. We went back. They still had no beds for me, no nothing. I was laying on these horrible fake orange leather couches in the thing, just passing out from whatever. So long story short, by the time they took me for an emergency C-section, they had her helping me to get undressed. And I'm telling you, I'm passing out. I'm like passing out in between, right? So then I had the emergency C-section. They roomed me in with another lady. We made friends, and she said that she was telling me what she'd heard, that there was a story of this young mom who was pregnant and having this baby, and she was insisting on getting an epidural and whatever, and that she was just, they were talking derogatorily about me. And that turned out to be me they were talking about, right? It got worse even after that, but that's not part of this. But do you see how when they're not listening to you, you're the mom. Nobody's listening. And I'd had a baby before. And the baby started coming, and the 2 people that failed me in the system, they were brand new whatever, OBGYN, whatever they were doing in their rotation. Brand new.
Yeah, I think, and speaking slightly outside, because I'm a paramedic, but people have asked me this question a lot, and they've asked me, you know, what is it? And a lot of it's to C-sections. Some of it is like what you were saying, stories like that. And I think there's a disservice to women, one, in coaching them how this is going to play out and what their bodies are capable of, and the actual understanding of the pain involved. I mean, full disclosure, I had both of my children completely naturally. So, and I know I have a high pain tolerance level. Some people need that epidural, but you're really doing a disservice to women by, one, pushing induction so early. We know, I'm sure you know, Dr. Rosanna, that causes a whole cascade of problems and makes it harder. Or 2, C-section pushing because they're so scared of physiological birth. And then finally, just not listening to moms. Hey, this is wrong. Like, this is off. I had a friend who wanted to wait to have hers, and they kept trying to push an induction. And what they told her, and it's horrible, and I hate that they do this. Like, yes, share the science with moms. Moms, please know they need to share the science with you, but they need to do it in a way that's respectful, right? So if a physician comes up to you like they did to my friend and say, if you don't have this induction, your baby's going to die, do not listen to that. Please get a new physician or ask for a different physician to come in and talk to you about the science. She wanted to wait another week or 2, and she was fine to come in and be monitored to that higher level, but she wanted to do that. And this physician said, you're going to kill your baby, basically. And it was just horrible. And that's not the case. And that's not what the science tells us either. And if you can monitor a child and mom and baby are still doing well, probably okay to go over a little bit, right? A due date is a guess in the middle of a span of time, right?
Yes.
Some babies need to bake a little longer. But yeah, it is unfortunate. And I think that across providers, you're taught to intervene, you're taught interventionists, and we have to shift. It has to be prevention. And if there's one population where it should be prevention and then just the mind shift understanding of you are there to assist, it is not your thing to do. Like, that's the mom and the baby's thing to do. You're there to assist if it's a true crisis. That mind shift is so needed, I think, across the board for healthcare.
I love
Don't
it.
get me wrong. My situation was a high risk situation because of the CPD. So
Yeah,
I had plans.
exactly.
My provider hadn't seen me, and my baby came at 36 weeks. She was supposed to bake longer, but she didn't.
But they should have still listened to you,
Yes,
right.
That part.
Well, that was the thing.
Yeah.
They didn't. They said that I was faking the labor, and in my wildest dream, who would do that? Because
why?
Because my waters hadn't broken. So anyway,
my water didn't. I would just like to put a pause on the board. My water didn't break with my son until like the very bitter end. Didn't break with my daughter until she was physically being born. So if you're a mom who's in that situation, just know that's the thing.
I love that.
Your water may not break and it be a whole thing.
And with my first one, my waters broke. That's why I took myself to the hospital.
Oh, shoot, I should go to the hospital now.
They let me labor for 24 hours, and when the kid almost died twice. Anyway, one other question. Prevention and early warning signs. What are some early warning signs that we can tell our viewers about? Something that may be escalating towards an emergency. How can we mitigate that? And what can mothers and support systems do to act sooner to prevent this from happening?
Right. So I think when you're talking about early warning signs, like emergent early warning signs, there's some things to be on the lookout for, and it coordinates with things like high blood pressure. So if you have a headache that's not going away, right, it's just there, it's stagnant, it's probably, or visual issues, that's a good sign that you definitely need to call somebody. I always tell moms, if there's any pain around the abdomen that isn't like that straight up and down along the ligaments, kind of like in line with your legs, you should probably call. Any sort of ripping or like stabbing pain is an absolute must, especially if it's accompanied with any sort of bleeding. Give EMS a buzz. And then I think the other one that is probably not talked about as much, but we have this idea in emergency medicine of the feeling of impending doom. We are taught to take that very seriously as providers. And I think for moms, not that you'll necessarily get a feeling of impending doom, but your body and your pregnancy better than any provider is ever going to be able to know. We're going to ask you a lot of questions about it, but we're not the pregnant ones, right? If you have that feeling, go for it. Call. Just be like, you know what? I think I really just need to be checked out. Even if it's just for your peace of mind, quite frankly, because it means so much while you're pregnant to make sure that you start to kind of mentally adjust yourself, like you said, to that hormone shift. And if you can give yourself some peace of mind early on, it's going to set you up to, be comfortable with reaching out for that help and getting that peace of mind later on than if you were to wait and wait and wait. So it kind of trains you to say, oh, I can ask for help, right? Even if it ends up being nothing, like with my daughter, it ended up being nothing. I'm happy we went to the ER though. So you can ask for help, right? It kind of sets you up for that. So that's really important, along with having a plan for if you need to call us. I think that's necessary.
Oh my gosh. I'm just enjoying this conversation here because, from the EMS perspective, these type of things are needed because we're talking about educating moms so that they can be, more equipped to handle whatever life shows up looking like for them in their worlds, because I always tell moms, you have this picture of how things are going to be, you know what I mean? But in the thick of it, it doesn't turn out like the way we want it to be.
Right.
I remember I wanted an all natural birth, and I was going to not have any epidural. And after 16 hours of labor, they were like, look, lady,
Are you sure you don't want the drugs?
Yeah. And then, 30 minutes after the epidural, I gave birth to my son, you know what I mean? But I was, towards the end there, I was in like hard distress and so forth. And so, when we start to think about, the empowerment and preparedness, you know what I mean? Like this is what this conversation is doing for moms, helping them be prepared, especially in, maternal deserts. You know what I mean? We have this whole rural transformation funds that are coming down because it's so desperately needed out there. And so, just looking through those different lenses, and of course, urban, suburban, rural, whatever that looks like. What is one thing every mother or family should know or prepare for to ensure they are ready to respond if an emergency situation it arises?
Right. Well, I think what you said was one, spot on. Just know you have a birth plan in your head. I did too. I think we all did. Just be prepared for that to be kicked out the door. Like, because we got C-sections for a reason. Like, they have saved so many lives. So just prepare yourself for all the options mentally. And then in my mind, we have birth plans, but I don't know very many women who put together a EMS plan, right? Hope you never have to use it, right? But please, even if it's just a sheet of paper, it just needs to be simple stuff. We just need to know, how many babies have you had or maybe even lost? Which baby number is this? What meds are you taking and why? Do you take them as you should? And then any complications we need to know that your provider might have given you, things like that. Put it on a piece of paper, type it out, however you want to type it out. Tell your husband where it is, tell your family member where it is, your partner. Everybody should know where this piece of paper is, because in the event that it's an emergency and you're out, maybe it's a severe postpartum hemorrhage and you've passed out, bless them, love them. But sometimes family members, partners, husbands, whatever, their immediate go-to is not going to be able to remember all these things, especially, we know as women, we're the ones going to the appointments. A lot of the times our partners don't come, our family members don't come. We're the ones there, right? Some of the best advocacy you can do for yourself is to put that on a piece of paper so that we can see it, we can know, and then your family members and your friends, because it's a traumatic experience, like you said, for family. They don't even have to have the mental bandwidth to remember anything, but this is where the paper lives. This is it. This is where the paper lives. And just know if we come, we're going to do absolutely everything we can. I would also recommend preparing yourself by going through a CPR class, not the video that they make you watch before you leave the hospital with your kids. You should go to an actual CPR class or go to your local emergency station, your rescue squad, whatever, and tell them, hey, clearly I'm pregnant. I'm about to have a kid. Please teach me infant CPR. And if you're really nice, maybe they'll give you an infant BVM or you can buy one. I would love if everybody had one in their home, because cardiac arrests in infants are almost always starting because of a respiratory issue, because of a breathing problem, right? But please go before you have your child, and take anybody who is going to be there with you to those classes as well.
So one of the things that we used to teach back in the day, now this is over 30 years ago, when I did antepartum, got floated over, is you have your plan and you pack your bags and have it ready like so many weeks before, just in case something happens and you're ready. Like the readiness.
It's the same.
I love it.
It's the same idea. Yeah.
Dr. Liz, tell people, how can they get in touch with you? What are some of the things you got coming down the pike?
Right. So anybody can get in touch with me. I love chit chat with anybody. Clearly, Dr. Tam knows. I'm out there in the wind. Add me on LinkedIn. I respond pretty quickly to messages from people on there. I know my site is up there. There's a form on there that you can get in touch with me through as well. My email is drliztravis@gmail.com. Feel free to email me. I'm happy to help either support moms in, if they go through this EMS situation and they have questions they want to ask. I'm happy to support them through that process. Maybe they want to get the records and they don't know where to start, so I'm happy to support there. Or just chit chat, just have a calm, chill chit chat about what we're doing in this space. For me personally, though, I'm working on developing deeper training in maternal care for this. It's a big focus of mine. So I created a training framework, and the next step for me would be to create the actual training. I've done it for a couple people already, and hopefully they really liked it. They said they did. You never know. But I appreciate them for saying that, and hopefully we can just get more providers more comfortable, because at the end of the day, the more comfortable we are providing you with care, the more comfortable you're going to be when we show up, right? And just, if you want a template for if EMS arrives, I'm happy to make it for you.
I'm on it. I will be reaching out to get one, because we do. We make certain they have, you know, plan of care, safety plan, you know, maternal mental health kind of thing. But EMS plan.
Yeah, we'll create a plan. I'll create it. I'll get it to you. Shoot it out to everybody and anybody. I think it would make a world of difference. And if you never have to use it, fantastic. At least then your mind can rest at ease that if something happens, there it is.
I love it. Let me know when you get it copyrighted. That's gold right there. Oh my gosh. Dr. Liz, thank you so much. And I know we went over, but thank you so much for your time. If anyone, you didn't hear anything, let this stick. You know, we want to make certain that we have competent and comfortable providers, because no matter what it is, the emergency situation occurs, we got to get in there and get it done. Oh my gosh. All right.
Dr. Liz, I would like to connect with you, but it doesn't allow me, because, so I just looked you up on LinkedIn.
Awesome. I'll be on.
I can't connect with you, so I don't know how to do that. It won't let me connect. Thank you.
I'll find you.
All right. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Nice. Good stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay, Ange, I know we have a little commercial coming up before we bring on our next speaker. Good stuff, everyone. We're keeping it moving.
In a perfect world, I also think that we would be taking more of that family systems approach, and in community models of care. I think the ones that are very effective, we invite the family in, and it's not in a punitive way. It's not in a way that we think we're going to get in trouble. It's that we want you all to be on the same team in terms of the pregnancy, the birth plan, the postpartum. You know, we're approaching it like teamwork, and it's such a different feeling. You know, as a woman, some of us didn't have that, and when we see that we're able to provide that for when we see that we're able to provide that for someone, it's like, it's just magical. I mean, it's just magical. And the reason that is not just emotional, it's also science, right? We know this. Your cortisol and adrenaline levels impact everything. Like when someone is in labor and they're stalled or they're stuck, we think in the midwifery world, you know, the old school way that I kind of studied, we think, well, if this were a mammal and they were in the forest and a hunter, you know, your deer and you're laboring and a hunter were coming by, you would stop laboring, right? Like it's a survival instinct to say stop. So then we have someone who's laboring in a medical institution, and that maybe the doctor's being harsh with them, or somebody says, well, you have to this time and you're going to get a section, which I've seen unfortunately over the years. What's the first thing that's going to happen? Cortisol and adrenaline are going to flood through our body. We don't feel safe, and then it's going to impact our oxytocin levels, our dopamine levels, our adrenaline. Like all of it is so interconnected, and it's the same during pregnancy, and it's the same postpartum. Our emotions are so important during this time.
Yeah, our emotions mean a big deal. They can make or break us. And what we do know is that we're talking maternal mental health, when we're talking mental health point blank period, we need to be cognizant of a lot of ways in which we're handling life, and people around us need to be the same as well. So that was Courtney, one of our board members from yesteryear. She was able to do a pre-recording and just share some light, you know, when we're talking about social supports and everything else in between. We're moving along, and so Ange, bring up the next speaker. Hey, Marissa.
Hi.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I'm so glad that you're here. And I know that we're moving a little bit behind, but bear with us as we keep everything going. Let me go ahead and pull up your thing, your introduction. And so, everyone, if you don't know, please let me let you know. First of all, Marissa is good people. We met each other in a most amazing way, and we've just been locked in ever since. And so, Miss Marissa Collier is a clinical mental health counselor and the executive director of SG Mental Health Counseling. She's dedicated to supporting women through the emotional complexities of motherhood. As a maternal mental health advocate, she brings a compassionate, evidence informed approach to topics such as postpartum wellness, identity shifts, and emotional resilience. Through her work, Marissa empowers mothers with practical tools and support to navigate their maternal health journey with confidence and care. And we were just talking about that, you know what I mean? We were talking about competency and being comfortable, in emergency settings, and here you are saying the same thing with regards to confidence and care, because this is what we have to have as providers. We have to get in there and work to get different things done. And so I am so glad that you're here. Hey, girl,
Hey, I'm glad to be here.
Oh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And so I know Dr. Malaska is going to kick us off. And you girls know each other. First, let me just pause. Oh my gosh, and we're whatever. We'll figure out the time. So Marissa, I have a consulting firm, and that's how we met. Back in the day when she was one of my clients. But then came on. When I was like, Marissa, I think I'm gonna start a 501c3, and it's gonna be around maternal mental health. And she came on as a board member, and helped put some things into place as we were starting out the organization back in the day. And so it's been a moment since you girls seen each other there at the Oval back in 2020.
You look good.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh,
all
okay.
right.
Alaska, I'm quiet.
I'm not sure what you wanted me to do because she's not on my list.
Oh, okay. Well, I got us. Here we're talking about emotional complexity and motherhood. And so, Marissa, you support women through the emotional complexities that take place there. What are some of the most common mental and emotional challenges you see during the postpartum period?
Okay, thank you for asking me that question. I think that that is a very important one. Being in this space, I think this is a beautiful topic to be talking about. As I was listening earlier, and y'all were talking about your different birth stories and what it took me back down memory lane. I was like, "Ooh, is this gonna be a fight or flight response for me?" And being able to understand that. But one of the a lot of the common symptoms that we see is increased anxiety, the mood fluctuation, irritability, those intrusive thoughts, that inner critic, also the difficulty with sleeping, even as the baby is sleeping, right? Okay, I'm overwhelmed. Now what do I do? Do I go check on the baby? Do I make sure I'm okay? Do I need to go clean the house? So you have all these different things that are going through your head, like what should I do next? And then also, you have postpartum depression, postpartum anxiety. One of the things that I think that we don't talk about now is that postpartum OCD. Wanting to check the baby over and over and over. Am I
Yes.
feeding the baby enough? Oh my God, I remember this took me down a rabbit hole. 21 years old, new parent, figured out, hey, I'm going to do this by myself. I had no idea what I was doing. But thank God for the village that was given to me and understanding that I needed the support. But that OCD had me in its grips. And so being able to recognize about the OCD, but then also those trauma responses, what was that birth experience like? Maybe some people may had a different experience than others. I can only, pretty much talk about myself, but I know with my birthing experience, it didn't even hit me, you all, that I was even having a child until she came out. Like literally I was in avoidance all 9 months.
Wow.
And so, it's like, now what do I do? Okay, best friend, here, take the baby. And so, a lot of that goes on, that internal narrative, like, oh my gosh, like, can I handle this? Just being really, really overwhelmed. And
Mm-hmm.
then, looking at somebody else comparisons, because, we tend to do that,
Yeah.
or people tend to do that to us knowingly or unknowingly. Oh, well, when I had a child, I did it this way, or you should do it this way. Well, and then looking at everybody else, oh, well, they all got it together. All the other moms got it together, but I don't. So I think that one of those things that is heavy is that inner critic.
That's real. We are, and we said this earlier, we're our worst, critic, in a sense, our worst enemy. And so, motherhood often brings significant identity changes. You know what I mean? You go from just, especially for a first time mom, you just go from you, or, if you have, whatever, now you got another one, you know what I mean? Another human being that you have to be responsible for. So, when we think about this, how does those shifts impact a woman's mental health? And why is it that it's so often overlooked?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's just another hat that we wear as women, right? Now we gotta add on this big hat. It's like the biggest hat of all that you can
Mm-hmm.
be crowned with is entering into motherhood, because it is such a identity shift, and it brings such a huge experience. Like, it's almost like this weight has been put upon you,
That part.
right? Now that I'm stepping into motherhood, what if I don't have the fundamental skills because I didn't see what motherhood looked like, or it wasn't a good experience for me? So one of those things that we look at as it relates to the multiple internal questions is, who am I am now? Like, what
Mm-hmm.
does this look like for me now? Where do I even fit in this new role? Do I fit into this new role? Can I step into these new shoes that have been put into me, or are they big shoes to fill?
Mm-hmm.
And really just understanding, okay, well, how do I balance who I was versus who I'm becoming? I have a
Mm-hmm.
lot of women that come into the virtual space that struggle with that, like the old versus the new. And because there is that internal war, there's a lot of grief going on, grief for the old life, right? What coulda,
Ooh.
shoulda, woulda, all those beautiful things, or not, depending on how you look at it. But that grievance, that loss of independence, that spontaneity. A lot of times you hear couples say, oh, well, you lost the spark in the relationship since you became a mom.
Mm-hmm.
That shift in career, because now my priorities are changing. It may not be
Yep.
my career, it's my baby, right? I can recall, when I first got pregnant, and I had my daughter, and somebody saying to me, you're never going to graduate college because you've changed your priorities. And I said, you know what? My priorities have to change. I'm a mother now. I
Yeah.
have to embrace that, because this little one is counting on me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so, it's really honestly that internal critic and that grief and loss of the old versus the new.
Yeah. So when we talk about resiliency and emotional resiliency, what do you focus on? What do you advise moms to do? What are some practical tools, strategies, to
Mhm.
build their emotional resiliency?
Mhm.
Can you share some?
Sure, absolutely. One of my go-tos is, and this is regardless if it's moms, or even outside, anybody that's in a therapeutic space, or anybody who can hear my voice, is always aiming to do something different than the day you did before. That's progress. So really just thinking about, what, let me make this be realistic. So just by being here and listening to the broadcast, that's progress. You're getting psychoeducation, right? All those beautiful things. You're getting lots of resources. That's progress.
Yeah.
That's a win. And so, because it's realistic, this is accessible, right? So
Mm-hmm.
accessing those resources, because we know oftentimes that, again, motherhood can be overwhelming, right? It doesn't need to be complex. We need to make it simple, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one
Mm-hmm.
of those things, we can do what's called like a micro regulation, right? So 60 to 90 seconds, because sometimes all we got is a minute. And so doing some deep breathing.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
that that's that 4-4-6. So inhale for 4 seconds. And I like to, as I'm holding for 4, I think of something positive, right? This is a
Mm-hmm.
new role. I'm okay with this. I have my supports in place. So I'm going to think of a positive affirmation, and then I'm going to exhale for 6. So, what we're doing is we're calming the nervous system down quickly.
Yeah.
And so, you can even do this as you're holding your baby to regulate, both you and your child.
Yeah, because the babies vibe off of us. The energy is real.
And one of those things you can do is you can do some emotional labeling. So naming how you feel. I always keep a feelings wheel at hand. It's in my phone. So, maybe I may not know what I'm feeling in the moment, right? I may feel overwhelmed. I feel anxious. So what you want to do is you use those I statements. I feel overwhelmed because of this particular thing, and what I need is this. So it could be what I need is self-care. Another thing that you can do with that is tapping into your support system. Support systems are so important. I think having a village and creating a village that looks unique for you is important. My village, oh my gosh, was my college friends and my sister and my aunt. Those people that I really thought that should have been there wasn't, but I had to be vulnerable and open enough and figure out, okay, let me look at who's going to stand 10 toes down with me, who's going to support me on everything. And so really being able to tap in that support system is key.
Isn't that the truth? The people that we think that should be there for us, they usually aren't. And then you have to, re-regulate your brain and start thinking, who would be my backup? When we're talking about the clinical systems and, the gap, are there any gaps? What do you see the gaps are in how mothers are supported emotionally after birth? And where is the most effective support? Where would that be, and what would that look like?
I think right now there's a lot of emphasis on short-term support, right? Postpartum care, right? And we're looking at that, and I'm glad that there's a lot of focus on that. But this needs to be comprehensive from the beginning.
That
And
part.
consistency is key, right? It's so important. Again, I can share about my own birthing experience. Y'all just heard me say for 9 months I was in avoidance. 9 months. So imagine what that was like for me if I would have had somebody that was there that was supportive for me. Luckily, I'm a social worker. So when I got pregnant the second time around, I tapped into resources in the community. I had I guess she was like a birth worker. She was phenomenal. She was there all 9 months. It was night and day between my son and my daughter. So being key is consistency throughout the entire process. So that's, and again, those screenings that they do in the beginning is helpful, but what we're going to do with the screenings, right? Do we need to come knock on your door because I understood and I see that you had high scores for high risk? Or is it the silent ones, right? The ones that are always show up strong, that may not have indicated and said their truth or spoke their truth when they was completing the assessment. So I think it's really important to continue to have that comprehensive, so that integrated care model, which is so important. Having those community-based support groups, peer networking group. I see not now a lot of doulas coming out, a lot of our Fortune 500 companies, our Humanas, United Healthcare are really backing doulas.
So pretty much
reimbursed for services for doula care.
So pretty much being proactive instead of reactive, instead of waiting for, and then, when it comes to encouragement and empowerment, for a mom who may be feeling overwhelmed or unsure of herself, what would you want her to hear at this moment?
I will want a mom to really just sit back and think, you know what, it's okay. I don't have to have all the right answers right now, right? I can ask for help. There's no magical feeling that's going to make, everything this perfection. That's what I want you to hear loud and clear. There is no such thing as perfection. But what there is you doing your best. And your best looks different from day to day. So today, I might be at 70%, and I'm okay with being at my 70%. My baseline is, okay, you know what? I'm gonna feed my child. If I can't feed my child, I'm gonna make sure somebody else do it. And and again, a little bit self-disclosure here. I know for me, oh my God, I couldn't even do the simplest things with my daughter because postpartum hit me upside the head so bad that I didn't even recognize what it was. But my village around me did. And so that's why I keep talking about the village and the support and why it's so necessary. It's because they were able to do those things. So while I was trying to figure out my own mental health and figure out, oh my God, I have this new kid, this new baby in front of me, and I don't know what to do. They took it. Yeah. The best that you can do, but know that there's resources out there and tapping into those resources.
That's good. That's good. You said so many different things. I don't even know where to start. It close out, whatever, and I'm saying collectively.
Nope.
When you see some, that's just what.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much for being here. Happy
Thank
Mother's
you.
Day in advance.
Yes, happy Mother's Day to you both and to all
Thank
the mothers
you.
out there and everybody who plays a mother role.
That part, yes.
You
yes.
could be mothers too for babies too.
Yes.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Thank
Take
you so
care,
much.
Marissa.
All right.
Bye.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, I love it when we get together and we just chat it up, and her perspective was, so enlightening. I think if you're not listening or if you're just tuning in, there's a trend. There's a common thread here. You know what I mean? Support is available. It truly is. We have a lot of amazing folks out here that are doing some pretty amazing things just to make certain that, we can put a stop, a pause, or at least we can start to minimize the numbers in which we're seeing, anxiety, depression, we're seeing psychosis, we're seeing morbidity rates rising, we're seeing, jails, people in and out of jails and prisons and treatment facilities. They're seeing, people that are trying to abstain from substance uses and so forth. It's a thing. And whatever that looks like, please know that there's some form of help available. And so reach out to someone. And if they don't have it, please trust that they'll do their best to make certain that they connect you with someone who does. Ange, we are moving right along. I know we've had a jam-packed session. And so I just thank you so much, Shasha, for being here and for your grace. Let me go ahead and introduce you. So everyone, we do have Miss Sasha Aparicio. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly? I want to do its respect.
Aparicio. You can say Aparicio too.
Aparicio. She is the director of the Family Well Academy, a premier learning hub for those looking to enter the perinatal behavioral health workforce and for professionals seeking to deepen their skill set in supporting women and birthing people through pregnancy, postpartum, and perinatal loss. Sasha has 15 plus years of experience in educational program development and delivery and is passionate about thinking outside the box to fill the maternal mental health workforce gap. Thank you so much for being here. Oh my gosh, you're doing some amazing work, and we were talking about how pertinent it is for individuals to be educated, for providers. And we need more individuals just in this maternal mental health space, this niche, to know some ins and outs with regards to being able to help combat it. Us ourselves, we're actually launching a maternal mental health certification program because the cat is out the bag, because we're seeing that there's a need, and people are actually wanting to jump in, and they're like, what do I do? How do I do this? And so forth. And so thank you for the work that you do.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, and right back at you. But first of all, happy Mother's Day weekend to both of you. Thank you so much for the work, and congratulations on the 4th time around doing this too.
Sasha, thank you for coming. Your work, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions in between. Your work focuses on preparing and strengthening the perinatal behavioral health workforce. How does the workforce gap impact a mother's ability to access timely and effective mental health care?
That's a great question. So, I mean, we hear the statistics 1 in 5 or 1 in 3 even, right, when it comes to perinatal mental health challenges. And while, yes, it is a prevalence problem and it's a systems problem, it's also a workforce problem, right? The most recent data, I think it's about 87% of people, of birthing people, live in deserts of access to maternal mental health. And that is a huge number. And it has decreased significantly because of the strengthening of virtual platforms. So that has helped significantly. But even then, 87%, that's huge. And there's another element too, where let's say, a woman just gave birth, she goes to her OB, the screening is done, which, is an issue sometimes, right? Is doing some sort of mental health screening, whether it's the GAD-7, the PHQ, or EDPS. They detect there's an issue. She probably has postpartum depression. And now what's the next step for her? Maybe she'll get a list of referrals for therapists, but what we see is it's really unlikely that she'll actually follow through with that for a lot of different reasons, right? And if she can get in, sometimes there's a wait list of many people that will put her out 3 months. And when you are 6 days postpartum and you're having these dark thoughts like that, we can't wait, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when we have to think outside of the box. So what can we do? And essentially the story of the birth of FamilyWell. So FamilyWell Academy is an arm of FamilyWell Health, a larger maternal mental health company. And the story of the birth is that our CEO, Dr. Jessica Galton, she is a neonatologist. So 15 years of medical education. She had her child and her baby girl, went to her 6-week appointment, definitely had all of the symptoms of postpartum depression, and she lied. And she pretended like everything was good because she was so ashamed, right? And concerned as to what might happen and what it meant to be depressed in the postpartum period. And so over time, the person who eventually helped her wasn't a therapist. It was actually a very good friend of hers who acted as like a coach, a peer coach. And she realized that was the help that she needed. And so while building the system, so FamilyWell Health in itself is integrated into OBGYNs to provide integrated mental health care for women who are experiencing PMADs. But then there's the workforce development arm, which is the FamilyWell Academy. And so she developed this program that was meant to fill this gap where maybe I don't need a therapist, or maybe I don't feel comfortable speaking to a therapist. I want to speak to another mom who is trained and can help me through this really critical period. And so that is where the birth of the FamilyWell Academy and the perinatal behavioral health coaching certification came about. And we're seeing just the results being incredible, right? Because coming back to your question, there's an issue of how fast can you see someone, right? And also, is it the right sort of support that I need to really get over this hump that I'm feeling? So the FamilyWell, as a company, does build the collaborative care model to give people access in a really timely way. But in order for that model to work, we really do need to build the workforce of these perinatal behavioral health providers.
So this basically piggybacks right on to my next question. What are the key skills, competencies that professionals need in order to provide that so much needed care to this population?
Yeah, that's a great question. So definitely we need specialized training, right? That is a really important element of it, because pregnancy, postpartum, loss, they are unique biopsychosocial experiences. So professionals in any space, right, whether it is a behavioral health coach, whether it's a therapist, whether it is a social worker, community health worker, really needs to have that foundational understanding of PMADs like depression, anxiety, OCD, trauma-related symptoms, potential risk factors that might lead into it, like any bipolar disorders, and of course, psychosis. So knowing what those, even as really rare, right? Knowing that we can detect the red flags and say, oof, we got to get you to the right help, right? So that is important, that technical knowledge. Providers, though, it's not, we know that the technical knowledge itself is not enough, right? They also need to have these kind of more what we call often soft skills, right? Or bedside manner that are associated with trauma-informed communication, cultural humility, non-judgmental listening, emotional attunement, which is also a skill that can be built, and understanding of what the professional's scope is and what those referral pathways are, right? So kind of piggybacking, the last thing you said, Dr. Rosina, is we got to know, if I can't be the one to help, get this person help, right? And so
you heard me.
So understanding scope of practice is so important. And so with the building of the perinatal behavioral health coach program, it's not to replace therapists. And it's not even like a temporary solution, because some people think about, we build the more professional workforce, and that's not it. This is entirely probably similar to the certification that you're seeing needs to be built, right? It is an entirely different profession that often is in the space of what's called task sharing or task shifting, where it doesn't all need to fall on this small population of professionals. There are other people who can bring something else to the table and support these women that are just in such need, right? And it's not about trying to fix anything, right? It's about understanding what is going on, helping them feel safe, seen, supported, and connected to the appropriate level of care.
Right, exactly. There's gaps in the system, obviously. So what do you see we're falling short in when it comes to training and deploying enough qualified professionals to meet this group of needed, services?
Yes. So we are still dramatically undertraining the workforce relative to the scale of need that we are seeing, right? So many healthcare professionals in general, right, especially the ones that get a lot of face time with women this period, receive very little formal education in maternal mental health during these training programs, right? And we're seeing that with our programmatic system. We're seeing that with the OBGYNs, right? They're seeing a need and they're like, what do we do, right? One of the first Family Well partners, it's Essex County OBGYN in Massachusetts. And the champion who said, we need to integrate these health services. Unfortunately, one of her patients died by suicide when she was in the postpartum period. And she said, I'm not okay with this. What else can we do? We need to figure something else out that gives people timely support, not waiting lines, not a bunch of time. When you're having like a 2-week-old baby, we're going to be on the phone trying to figure out who can talk to you, right? It needs to be easy for people to access. So that's the big thing. See what the problem is, and then know what the referral pathway is. But the other thing is that we continue to rely almost exclusively on highly specialized clinicians to solve what ultimately is a population level public health issue, right? That is a lot of pressure on the psychiatrists. That is a lot of pressure on the social workers and on the psychologists, that are very few of whom are specialized in this period. So we absolutely do need the psychiatrist and the therapist, but we also need scalable support roles that are embedded within collaborative systems and that are really built on this feeling of a village that is often lost in this day and age. Right. So just being able to talk to someone who understands what you're going through and say, I hear you. I experienced something similar. Let me share some tools and let's see if anything helps. Right. So we can get you feeling where you want to be feeling. And that makes all of the difference for a lot of women.
So that is really true. And I mean, are there any systems, and this is just a question from my curiosity, any educational university college systems that's addressing the educational needs of this person to support all of this?
Yeah, well, PSI is the go-to training platform for most clinicians. I mean, we refer people there all the time, especially for their peer support groups. But the specializations that they offer are really good for clinicians. They're very, very good.
Okay.
And where Family Well's program comes in for this particular population is clinicians do get a lot out of it. It's a very, very high quality program. We're talking about non-clinical birthing professionals, right? Or professionals that work in the perinatal period. So we think about like community health workers, talk about lactation consultants, doulas, midwives who may also want that coaching expertise in addition to their clinical expertise. L&D nurses, right? They're often not encased in a lot of the language that's utilized with some other programs. So we need them both. Right. Those are the PSI is an incredible work. And that's where most people will go to get their specialized training. There are some out there. PSI is definitely the leader for clinical. And then for what we are aiming to do for the perinatal population at Family Well is provide the support for both clinical and non-clinical professionals that want to support people in this period.
So would you say?
I'm sorry. This is so good. I'm like, oh my gosh, because we're literally launching. So we have Favor Academy, that is, launching it, and our actual Thrive program is underneath that hub, and we have the perinatal mental health certification, and it is for those non-clinical individuals, so it's like, don't fret, we're going to teach you some skills, that you can help be that bridge, to a licensed provider or whatever that looks like. But this way we have more folks with their combat boots on, to reach the masses, because we know that the numbers are there. Sometimes it's just the bandwidth or the capacity to be able to reach them, and so forth and so on. So I just love this conversation that you're having.
Yes, I feel like we need to continue this conversation afterwards for sure.
Yeah, so I think you started talking about my next question had to do with thinking outside the box and basically innovative approaches to expanding the workforce to improve this access, and that was great because that answered that question. Now, when it comes to prevention and early intervention, how does strengthening the workforce contribute to earlier identification of maternal mental health challenges, what they're going through, and in preventing these crises from happening?
Without a doubt, a more stronger, more diverse workforce creates more opportunities for mothers and people in the perinatal period, loss period, to be seen, screened, supported, and connected to care earlier. It gets us talking about it. It gets us really leaning on our village a little bit more. And we start to see signs, right? I remember with my first child, this is how I kind of came into this space after having been in the health education space for a really long time, was I felt so clueless after having my son. And I had definitely had a lot of the symptoms of severe postpartum anxiety, and I just swallowed it. Because I was like, I don't understand. This is just how it is to be a mother, I guess. Like, what else are we going to do? And it was actually my sister-in-law who was in a similar period to that I was, and she's a family therapist. And she was taught, just kind of was saying, oh yeah, since I'm having symptoms of postpartum anxiety, I was seeing my therapist. I was just like, what is postpartum anxiety? I'd never even heard of it. Right. And so having more people who are trained and understand in your ecosystem can make all of the difference. I mean, look at the trajectory that I'm on now. I'm in it. This is my life now, after that experience. And so sometimes the first intervention is simply having a person who has watched a video or seen a training, right? Or gone through a certification, ask the right questions in a compassionate and non-judgmental way. Right. And then away from the FamilyWell Academy, FamilyWell in itself, we work in a collaborative care setting with OBGYNs, right? And so here, women, when they're detected to have, or they share that they do want some additional support, within maximum 8 days, they're seeing someone, right? And so women interact with multiple trained touch points. We have our care coordinators. There have the OB providers who we work with to integrate the language that is compassionate, right? And then if needed, they also see therapists. They can see psychiatric consultants, and of course the coaches. 77% of the women who get support through the FamilyWell collaborative care model only see coaches, and they see improvement in postpartum anxiety and depression within 3 to 4 months. So significant impact of seeing this diversity, right? And early intervention when we are able to provide services that are easy to access and get them connected to the right people.
So if someone wanted to come into this field of work, what would you be advising them to tell them, what they need to know or do, what this is about? Because I'm sure there's a lot of misconceptions out there, and we certainly need to expand the workforce. Yes. What is the one or two things that you would, tell them?
I love that. So I think the biggest thing to know is we tend to think of, I'm really passionate about maternal mental health, but I'm not a therapist, but I'm not a psychiatrist, right? And so it's I already have gone through my career, that's not something I'm going to do. But there are so many more pathways, and there absolutely is a way where you can make direct impact into women's lives, right? So yes, therapists, yes, more psychiatrists. If that is something that you want to do, no matter what period you are in your life, go for it, absolutely. But we also need all sort of professionals in this field, right? We need nurses to know about this. We need doulas to know about this. We need health and wellness coaches to know about this, peer supporters, educators, community health workers, public health professionals, anybody, right? And just just get a little extra training. There are great opportunities for training out there. And even if you don't apply it as your whole life, just knowing that, having that education will absolutely make a huge difference in somebody's life.
That is wonderful. Thank you. That really does answer all the questions.
Wonderful.
I loved listening to you.
That was so amazing. I'm super, charged and hyped up about this. And so like when I was researching, like who to bring on and so forth, and found you there on LinkedIn, read what you were doing in this space of work, knowing that we were actually launching the academy, I said, OMG, it's a thing, you know what I mean? Because it is so desperately needed. And so, to your point, we have to think outside the box. You know what I mean? If we're truly going to be effective, we have to put some level of efficiency into place, right? And so, I'm Lean Six Sigma, and we're all about process improvements. You know what I mean? How can we make the most out of the resources we have without, going overboard? And so we have to be strategic in order to reach the masses. It's pertinent, or else we're doing ourselves a disservice. We're going to continually see the numbers of deaths, of people in jail, of people, relapsing, whatever that is. We're going to see those numbers steadily increase if we don't get folks trained up, if we don't get them, competent. One of the previous speakers, Dr. Liz, was talking, competency, and Marissa was talking about confidence and care. Well, if you're not educated, you don't know, you don't have the know-how, you know what I mean? You're not going to be, able to put in that effectual level of care to help a person, you know what I mean? Help them pick themselves up by their bootstraps, we always, back in the day, I remember when I was getting my master's, the whole big catchphrase was cultural competence, you know what I mean? But the key word there that travels on is competence. We have to be educated, we have to be informed, and we have to know the best means and ways in which we do it. And also we need to be able to pivot, and so, one way that we approach a situation and arrive and show up for a mom may not be the best, it's not cookie cutter where we can do it the same way, you know what I mean? And so that's another aspect of competency that we have to equip ourselves with if we're actually going to be doing this thing out here. So I just love everything that you guys, I was like, let me see what, you know what I mean, that you guys are doing. Because,
it goes back to, you need to know your person, right? If you don't know what they're going through and what is important to them, their focus. When we talk about, I remember teaching, international health to DNP students. And it's like, I'm going out into this poor community to teach on diabetes. Well, diabetes for the mom is not going to be important because she's thinking about all the other issues and problems she's got that is more important to her. So the first thing is do your careful assessment, and then you address what is important to her. And then at some point in time, you try to slide in this diabetic care, right, for her. And there's been a lot of success with that in Africa, in the poor communities, and all these different Doctors Without Borders, nurses going here to provide education and all this other stuff. So, we have to speak to them, because what's important to us may not be important to them. What we want to focus on, it's not a one size fits all. Never is.
Yeah, exactly. I love it. Sasha, what are some of the things you guys got going on, and how can folks get in touch with you all?
Yes. So I do want to share, we do have a webinar series coming up on perinatal mental health in practice. I'm sharing the link here. It's totally free. We're doing once a month, the third Thursday of the month. The one coming up this Thursday, this third Thursday, the 21st, is by Sierra Murphy. She's one of the PPHCs. She also has the PMHC, and she's an IBCLC. I know that's a lot of acronyms, but she's a lactation consultant, and she's talking about the impact of infant feeding, or overlap of infant feeding and maternal mental health. And it's going to be a great one. So we have just an incredible series coming up. You can absolutely find us. We're on the two main social media platforms we use is LinkedIn and and Instagram. And let me share actually the CEO's LinkedIn. She's a great person to follow. She's a wonderful, wonderful thought leader. So let me share her page here. Her name is Jessica Galton. And then you'll also be able to connect with the Family Well Academy as well.
Nice.
And then this is my email. If you do want to just follow up, it's sasha@familywellhealth.com.
Nice. Oh
Thank
my
you.
gosh, a lot of good stuff. Thank you so much for your time today.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, and happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Oh my gosh, good stuff. And we are moving right along, keeping the ball going. We have Brianna with us. Hey, Brianna.
Hey, girl. Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much for being a part of this conversation we're having, and we're going to dive into the work that you do because, there's a connector, you know what I mean? It truly is, when we think about maternal mental health and the work that you do with the DV population, I was like, how can I not have you come on? And so everyone, we have Brianna Miller, who is a victim advocate that is dedicated to supporting survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their families through compassionate crisis intervention and empowerment-based advocacy. Her work emphasizes the importance of family care and safety planning, helping individuals and families build both immediate protection and long-term stability. Thank you so much for being here. See, now you guys understand why we have her.
Absolutely. It's an honor to be here, just toning in and seeing the resources, seeing so many educational factors that the new mothers, and even after postpartum, motherhood is a never-ending journey. If you had one, the new child, the second one's going to be different. The third one, it's going to be the first time raising a toddler or a teenager or two teenagers. So it is never-ending. So navigating this, having a platform, it's an absolute honor to be on. Thank you for inviting me.
Awesome. So I have a couple of questions, and I will start out with the first one. Given your population that you serve, how is the lack of safety, or I should say, how does it directly impact a mom's mental health during pregnancy and postpartum? What would you say?
Such an imperative question. Safety is maternal mental health right there.
Right.
Just the definition of safety. It's the state of being protected from harm, injury, danger, and that's kind of synonymous with motherhood, right? That's the goal of parenting right there. We're providing that for a child. So when a mother's environment is deregulated to her natural instincts of motherhood, that goes hand in hand with her responses towards the child, her journey during motherhood, pregnancy to postpartum itself. It's already such a vulnerable time period in a woman's life, but navigating it through ongoing violence, those are the factors right there that just can't be ignored. When someone is going through domestic violence as they're trying to stem through the protection of another being right there, that's where the increase of anxiety comes from. We like to talk a lot about mothers and the newly emotions that they're feeling, the heightened emotions that are valid. I was one to cry over spilled chips of Chipotle when I was pregnant, but that was a sense of a heightened emotion. Imagine your one emotion being fear.
Yes.
Imagine always going through survival mode,
right,
crisis mode, trying to figure out the A's and B's on top of parenting itself. Safety is not just separate from being a maternal mental health matter. It's the foundation of it.
I mean, it's hard enough going through pregnancy and being a new mom, whether it's a first, second, or third child. But like you say, so you see your population there. This clearly impacts their ability to take care of their babies, correct?
Absolutely. Just
emotionally
navigating
and practically. So how do you support them in that sense?
As a role of an advocate, my goal is to make sure that their individualized plan secures them in what they deem is safety. everyone's sense of safety is not the same when it comes to the emotional safety that someone is provided with the support that we've been assisting to. Some people might like a little more privacy, but others need that guidance, that hand, they need the family. And when we look into what domestic violence brings to the table, it brings power and control dynamics. And that is limited when you're trying to navigate the control of your body and the security of one's future. So we look in multiple dynamics of a power and control wheel when we're assessing the lethality of someone's situation.
Right.
The lethality, so to say, is that endangerment rate. What is the safety rate of someone's situation? So we're assessing that constantly when we're doing our crisis intervention with those survivors and victims of domestic violence. It could be something as simple as, hey, I'm trying to leave my abuser, but we have one car right now. How am I navigating the doctor's appointments to the newborn right now? How am I going to finance the diapers, the formula, aspects like that? How can I get sleep when all I can do is constantly think about the stresses of what's going on in this intimate relationship right here?
Correct. Yeah.
On top of the stress that a new mother is naturally going through.
Right.
You're already not getting too much sleep at night.
Yeah.
But the burden of which the survivors are going through, us as advocates help navigate those resources, those services to help aid them into this journey of motherhood and throughout it, because it doesn't just stop after separation.
It continues.
It does continue.
Yeah. So how are these, how do these people find you? I mean, are they referrals? Because I know from personal experience, many years ago, over 40 something years ago, I am, and it's something that I still have a difficult time talking about, a victim. I shouldn't say a victim.
Survivor.
Survivor of spousal abuse, verbally and physically. And I tried to run away twice and was brought back by the police because back in those days, it wasn't recognized. And basically, when I was brought back, the abuse became worse. So I was trapped. So and I didn't talk about it. I would lie when I went to see my doctor because I had a lot of bruises and different things and whatever. So how do they find you if they're not talking, or how do you know about them to be able to?
Your story is a tale as old as time, and it still continues as much awareness and as much as the conversation becomes less taboo as time develops, it's still a sense of pride. When we're looking into these scenarios here, it's how did I get myself in this situation? And the societal realm of things, society victim blames. Society is, why didn't you leave? How did you allow this to happen? What did you think was going to happen? And that shutters a lot of people from searching for the assistance that's needed. There's also another aspect. When I was in my situation, I didn't know these kind of services ever were there in the first place. How many times have I did want to run away, but I didn't have enough money for a hotel room that day or something of that sort. So through my agencies and most agencies, emergency shelters, there's an emergency hotline. However, nowadays we have a national domestic violence hotline. I'm going to drop it in the chat. That is 1-800-799-SAFE. And that national domestic violence hotline can coordinate where you are to give you the closest emergency shelter in your area. They count bed counts every single night on there to know what's the availability for this and reconnect you and resource you as that liaison to safety. One wonderful thing that our program does is we consider that, yes, as a shelter is mandated in emergency situations, some things, your lethality, the endangerment, 75% of domestic violence related homicides occur after someone has left. So imagine the fear of a mother with any age child trying to navigate, well, what if I leave? It will get worse. Okay, restraining order, just a piece of paper at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So navigating the safety steps on there, we have an outreach program that allows us to create safety plans with individuals to go step by step on those factors to make sure that they're transitioning from their abusive situation into safety without the increase of endangerment physically, mentally, legally. There's so many different pathways, and we always like to kind of negotiate domestic violence as physical abuse,
Right.
when in fact there are so many alternative ways. That is probably the primate. That's a last resort of someone who's trying to gain power and control. It starts mentally.
Yeah.
It starts physiologically on there.
Yeah.
It starts with isolation and the little factors that we're not picking up on throughout time until it becomes a trap. And a lot of times in parenthood, we're thinking of this as, well, something that's supposed to be so beautiful. How do I navigate a person I care so much about? I love this child. It's a part of someone that I might have a distaste for. I
Yeah.
can't trust them.
Yeah.
I fear them.
Yeah.
And how do we negotiate that?
So I just remember, and this is the first time I've ever talked publicly about this, because this happened over 45 years ago in Canada. I was 20, well, I was 17, almost 18 when I got married, and it lasted 5 years. But I struggled in silence mainly because the system, the police department, they did not recognize or acknowledge spousal abuse. And the only way I got out of that situation was when he tried to behead me, literally.
Oh my goodness.
But we won't go there. We'll focus back on the moms who are going through this, whether pregnant or they just had their babies. So walk me through the safety planning and the immediate support, like the practical systems. What does safety planning look like, and how do families begin to create, immediate protection and then making it longer term? Because like you said, after they leave, it doesn't stop there. It gets worse.
Right. So safety planning towards the individual is going through the resources and access that they do have versus what they don't, what's obtainable, and which ways that we gather resources to obtain what is needed. Not only that, but you talked about multidisciplinary agencies. That's law enforcement. That's
Correct.
your courthouse and legal systems. That could possibly be DCF or all these other agencies. And as much as they're all intertwined, they do not navigate and operate in a systematic way that makes it easy to go through these programs and these systems for those especially who have never gone through the situation. So with advocacy, the knowledge, the training that is provided through those in the agencies, statewide recognition certifications needed for this, we are adapted to those programs to assist with those safety plannings from there. If that is, I need an injunction order, is what in Florida we call a protective order.
Right.
What does that look like? And what does that program need for us to obtain safety? Because like I said before, a piece of paper on there, we need to know that if we're filing this injunction, it's a civil matter. It's not a criminal case.
Correct.
It does not require anyone to call 911. You don't have to report it, have a scene at the house, because lots of times from there, the police are not trained to identify emotional abuse.
Right.
They're not trained to navigate the proactive of your financial abuse. They are strictly looking for, where's the red marks? Where are the bruising? Where's the proof? And not word of mouth on here. Our
Right.
Florida statute does not go about what the emotional factor and that factor means. So when we're operating through those, it's the education of walking these people through the steps needed to successfully and feel safe when they are reporting these instances that are happening.
Right. So basically, our system is falling short in some areas in supporting the moms, right? Would you say so?
And being trauma informed and having comprehensional care of someone's situation. It is not a cookie cutter, and it's not going to look the same for every individual.
Right.
And that's an aspect that lots of our systems fall short on. And a lot of the weight of that goes onto the parent who is staying, the parent who is struggling and navigating through this and trying to keep a child safe, but navigating through systems that don't have a loophole for them to find safety. If anything, it provides the benefit of the doubt for a perpetrator.
Correct. Yeah. It's a very difficult situation, isn't it? Topic. trying to?
Absolutely. We've had many of victims run into those loopholes where, yes, I called 911. My child was present during an incident that was going on, and there was no arrest, or say there was arrest. There's a bond the next morning. So what does that mean for the safety precaution? Not only did they call for help, have their perpetrator just walk away freely, but now there's possibly a no contact order, meaning that that parent can't be around to assist with the children. So now I have mothers saying, well, what do I do about daycare right now? What do we do about the 2-income household that we were having that's now 1-income household?
Right.
And then we're going into, I might have a DCF case now. And then the DCF workers are saying, hey, you need to do A, B, C, D to get this cleared. Meanwhile, your perpetrator is out there just navigating and going through life in an unobstructed way, as much as the victim would be from there.
Right.
So we have specifically in our agencies a child protective investigator who helps that liaison between the DCF systems and the victim, saying, hey, hold on now, this might not be something that the mother needs to go through. Is this mandated that, yes, there was, an incident at the house on there, but this mother is going to have a lack of income if she can't get this assistance because she has a mandated reporting at 3:30 and she needs to be at work. There's leverages like that make advocacy so important within the system because of that lack of trauma informity or comprehension within these systems.
So looking at, we may have a mom or two or more who may be experiencing that right now. What would you want them to know? What advice would you give them?
That there is help out there. A safety plan is something that goes a very long way in the areas that we think are sublime on there. A safety plan, as much as having a schedule to, today, Fridays, we're not cooking dinner. It's a rest day. We're going to save up for the week and order the Happy Meals today and put the kids in bed by this day. Safety planning doesn't have to be an escape plan. It could be something of a rest, an education, a research day, a mommy and baby bonding day on there to keep the regulation of a mother's healing. Without safety, there is no healing from the trauma that we've been endured on here. There is no bonding with the child because our priority system is lacked up. If I have to worry about a child custody case and I have to go to work the next day and then I have all the bills there, where is the time for just playing in the playground at that time? Where are the little arts and crafts and taking the 8 months and 10-month pictures when we're regulating off what I call generator fuel?
Right.
What the pulling back up every mist of energy that we do have to just function. That stress level coming from these relationships are the key points to our safety plan and how we assist them with finding normalcy and regulation back to their nervous system.
Yeah. Well, this has been a very enlightening talk, and I thank you for coming on and sharing your wealth of knowledge and expertise. You're doing some amazing work. Keep doing that. How can our audience find you? What's coming up with you? What's next? And if
you can follow us on Family Life Center Facebook page. It's also, we have a TikTok and an Instagram. And if anyone was to ever need to get in touch with me, I will put my email on there. That is brianna.m@flcfv.org. And it does not matter where the location is, any national shelter emergency thing. Our job is to liaison you to the help in your area and to safety plan, regardless of distance, regardless of age, race, demographics.
Excellent. Thank you. I just have to tell you, my oldest daughter's name is Brianna, but it's got one N.
Okay. Love that. I love that.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you and happy Mother's Day if you're a mom. I don't know your bio. So, all
Thank
right.
you. Thank you. You all have a beautiful Mother's Day.
Will do. Thank you. Well, to our audience that's out there, we will continue on. I would like to share some strategies for self-care. This is so important to know some of the things that you can do to take care of yourself. You know, one of the things that you need to focus on is to focus, do not focus on the symptoms. You need to focus on the root causes. Okay. It is how we manage the stress, the anxieties, and the fear that matters the most. You know, we live in an age where we are so connected to social media and our cell phones and everything that's out there. One of the recommendations is to disconnect. Find a day, an hour, a couple hours where you just disconnect from social media, TV news, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and just take that time to spend quiet time with yourself. Another thing you can do is communicate honestly with people around you that support you, who you trust. They could be friends, they could be family members, co-workers. You know who you can talk to kind of de-stress a little bit. It takes a community to support each one of us, not just new moms and new babies, but in self-caring for yourself. You think about that. Think about the human caring, the kindness, the empathy that a peer or family member can support you with. Connect with positive family and friends. Stay away from the negative. You can also watch feel-good movies to distract your mind, right? And when I say that, that works for me too. If I'm feeling sad or upset one day, I try to watch a movie that can make me cry and release that, or a feel-good movie, and try not to go down that rabbit hole. And with that said, we have our next, I have more strategies, but we have our next person. Let us see. Okay, well, I see that I can.
I think in strong primary care systems, professionals are ready to respond quickly. They can offer brief psychosocial support, active listening, and simple evidence-based strategies. Of course, we can use cognitive behavior therapies, informed approach, but we have to be trained to do this. So
yes,
yeah, in Brazil, primary care model, we have a strong advantage because when you talk about the continuity of care, because the care here in Brazil is longitudinal and community-based. And women are followed by the same team over time, which have to build trust and strengthen the relationship between the patient and the health professionals. And I see in my experience that this is true. This true is essential for women to feel safe to talk about their emotions, and especially in the postpartum period, which can be very vulnerable. So, of course, we can mention again the important role of community health workers, because they are the bridges between the population, the women, the real needs of women, and their healthcare professionals, the healthcare system. And also social support, again, is very important part of care. We have to encourage family involvement, strengthen support networks, and sometimes connect to women with other mothers. Those approaches can reduce isolation and can improve outcomes for them.
yeah,
So
yeah.
these community-based strategies are very aligned with both with my experience and both we see in scientific evidence.
Yeah, I love that. One of the things I always say, when I'm explaining our Thrive program, it's a 6-month program where we provide one-on-one counseling. We do biweekly check-ins, and we have a curriculum, and then also we have what we call a community reflections lab, and it's so that the ladies, it's like a support group, and so the ladies aren't receiving services in isolation. You know what I mean? Because of course the one-on-one counseling is with the one-on-one counselor, right? And then when we do the biweekly check-ins, it's just a 15-20 minute telephonic call. But when they're in that reflections lab and they're getting to talk and experience the same things, they realize, oh my gosh, you too? Oh my gosh, I'm going through that too. Oh, Well, let me tell you what I did. You know what I mean? And it becomes that community ecosystem that helps to uplift individuals, because sometimes what we do know is that when individuals feel like they're by themselves alone going through things, or, that people may look at them, when we think about stigmas and so forth, they stay closed mouth. And that's like an adverse reaction to what we're aiming for, where we want them to kind of get healed and freed from those levels of depression and anxiety, right? And so what I do love is the global model, and that you guys are doing there. So programs like Brazil's family health strategy, it really emphasized that community level care, that kind of grassroots kind of a thing. And so when you start to advocate for this more so, what are some lessons that can be adapted globally to help improve access, continuity, and early intervention for mothers?
I think and the family health strategies that we have here in Brazil really make the difference, because primary care teams are responsible for a specific community, and it becomes much easier to reach women early, and even during pregnancy or even the postpartum period. And women don't know to deal with the complex systems to find care. So the service is already there in their community, and this is especially important for maternal mental health, since we have barriers like stigma, lack of time, and limited resource that often delay seeking help from them. I think that's it.
Yeah, no, that's good. And so what we do know that there's there's more research to be done. There's some gaps in operations and so forth. And so, you know, we sometimes often have strong research but slower implementation. You know what I mean? It's like, get it going. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? And so where do you see some of the biggest gaps between what we know works and what is actually being delivered to moms?
I see. I think the big gap is the continuum of care. Um, Evidence support longitudinal follow-up, but in practice, uh, care can be fragmented. Women may be seen once, but there is no systematic follow-up, no monitoring of symptoms, and no adjustment of care over time. And this is especially critical in the postpartum periods where needs can change quickly. Um, I think another challenge is that many interventions are created in the research settings, but they don't always fit real primary care, especially in low resource settings like in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to think about approaches that really work in real life, considering workload, limited times, and local context. And I think finally we believe there is still a gap in recognize the importance of social and community factors. We know that social support is essential, but care models are still very focused on the individual and less on the family and community's context. So overall, as we can see, the biggest gaps are not in the knowledge, but in systems. We have to train professionals. We have to know how
Yes.
we organize care pathways, and we have to know how we ensure continuity of care, and how we adapt evidence to real world settings. And my view, closing these gaps require not only more research, but stronger implementation strategies
Yeah.
that are integrated into primary care and aligned with the daily really reality for both professionals and mothers.
Yeah. Yeah. It really makes me think, like, we know that the services are needed. We know that, the funding needs to be had so that we can get folks trained, so that we can get the organization staffed and everything else. Even sometimes got to get them built, and it's like, when we think about the delivery of care and some of the numbers of things that are happening, and there is a gap in care, it really just makes me think like, what is the barrier? When we start to kind of dial that back. And one of the things that always comes up on my list is policies. You know what I mean? So, and if governments and health systems were to invest in evidence-based strategies to improve maternal mental health outcomes, I'm sure we will be able to scale it. With that in mind, like, what would you say that should be?
I think if the government had to invest in one strategy, it should be integrating mental health into primary care through a task sharing model. This model means that training non-specialists, as I said
Mhm.
before, such as nurses and community health workers, because this help deliver base care to women, and we can screen better, make and screen better screen for early symptoms of maternal mental health problems.
Yes, yes. And so we are pulling back more of the conversation that I had with Dr. Deborah. A lot of good information. And once more, this is a global, situation. And so it doesn't matter where you are or what your walk of life is. If you're going through it, I hope that you're listening and that you understand that there's a community of individuals, wherever that community may be, that is willing to step in and help you press forward, press through, right? And so, yes, we are here with our fourth annual charity broadcast, 24 hours of favor. That favor means the favor of God is over your life. You don't have to think that you have to stay stuck in this rut of emotional despair, you know what I mean, of a psychological boundness to something that really truly has no power. We got the power, you know what I mean? Just this past weekend, I was out there in Beaumont, Texas, preaching with the Wow. Shout out to Wow Global Ministries, love my peeps, and we were, talking about it. We have authority, and the devil wants us bound, and to certain different thoughts that is really going to hold us captive, and it's not the truth. You know what I mean? Take the red pill or blue pill. What are you doing, right? And so, with regards to what we're doing, we're raising awareness about maternal mental health, morbidity rates. We're talking about substance use disorders. We're talking about, child reunification, whatever that looks like. You know what I mean? The justice system, because it's all, intertwined. And so we are really working to make certain that we're doing our due diligence here at MMF. And this is why we have this platform annually, Mother's Day weekend, to bring together collective minds and have that discussion on how we can better combat this silent crisis. So many people are going through it. And Whitney, I am so glad that I was able to get, you guys on, it was going to be a team effort, but, because you guys have a special niche in which you're helping to combat this just as well. And so, everyone, let me go ahead and get the proper introduction out here. This is Whitney Cobble, and she is a licensed perinatal mental health therapist and the co-owner of Raising Resilience, where she supports women through pregnancy, postpartum, and major life transitions. Her work centers on birth trauma, emotional healing, and helping parents navigate their return to work. And that is major. We were talking with a provider earlier today, and she was saying that, she had, lost the baby, and went in for her 2-week checkup after, losing the baby. And they were like, oh, yeah, you're good. Top down, move your arm. Okay. Yep. But no one said, hey, how are you feeling psychologically?
That's
And
true.
so the work that you guys do with regards to helping a mom get supported and being able to return is phenomenal.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much for having us. We appreciate this. We think this is wonderful what you all are doing, just to highlight that motherhood is challenging. It's a journey, it's beautiful, but it also can feel hard and beautiful at the same time. But what you were speaking on about return to work, me and Tiffany at Raising Resilience, we first began working with children. And so when we were working with children in the space of mental health, we worked with a lot of parents who they talked about their postpartum and pregnancy experience. And they would always mention, when I returned back to work, it was the hardest. Like, I would get back to work. Like, my supervisor didn't understand, because I'm trying to be normal. I'm trying to hold it together. some of our parents we work with, even our moms, like their milk supply decreases when they return to work. So not only are you pressured by, is my baby eating enough? Also pressured by, now my baby has went to daycare or staying with the babysitter, but now your milk supply is decreasing. And as you know, a lot of policies have been passed, but some jobs still aren't adequate to have, you know, some moms are pumping in a closet. And so, you know, when you think about all the factors, we just think about returning to work. It's that 6-week mark. Everyone's going back. But a lot of moms have had very, very traumatic experiences mentally returning back in the workplace, especially when there's all these demands, especially when you are experiencing something with your mental health and you're trying to mask it and you're trying to still show up because, as you know, financially, you still need to pay bills. Me and Tiffany just work with moms and being able to provide them this space to work along with their HR, to work along with their manager, their employees, this return, and saying, if you're not ready to return, let's see what some accommodations we can put in place for you. Yeah. Because I think that's so hard when you return back to work and you just feel stuck, and mentally people just don't get it, because usually you're working around people that have been had children and they don't remember what it was like to return to work.
That's good. That's good.
So, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my God. I really want to start to unpack so much. You know what I mean? I won't. You know, so wait a minute, because, you know, it's really disheartening, you know, when we think about it, because, you know, if a person killed over and passed away, God forbid, you know what I mean, work would still go on, you know, but why are we allowed to take that extra time? You know what I mean? So that we're able to return back to the workforce, you know, fully there in a sense, you know what I mean? And so I love that you guys hone in on that and you work to put, you know, those pieces into place. And so, you know, you guys are doing amazing things, and your work really centers on birth trauma and emotional healing. And so how does birth trauma show up for mothers, and how does it impact their mental health in the postpartum period?
Yes. So one thing me and Tiffany are always preaching, sometimes we put birth trauma in a box. Like, we tend to think birth trauma is only that birthing experience and what happens when you are giving birth. And yes, that is true. It can be part of your birthing experience. But me and Tiffany work with moms where it was simply where during my birth experience, someone came into the room as a provider and didn't speak. Someone touched my leg without permission. They did not ask, do you mind if I touch your leg? They did not ask for permission to touch my baby. They didn't acknowledge my partner when they walked in the room. They ignored them. We've worked, and so me and Tiffany always say, trauma during your birthing experience is not just the medical aspects. It's also what you determined and what you felt was traumatic. You know, in that sense of like, I didn't even get to hold my baby immediately after I gave birth. My baby was rushed off. That NICU experience. Did I do something wrong? Did I work too much up until, you know, my labor? You know, even we think about, we work with moms whose babies don't make it. What does it mean to birth your child and your child is unalived? A lot of people don't think about that. People tend to think, oh, it was an infant loss. No, we've worked with moms where they had to literally go through the birthing process in labor, and their baby is not breathing. There's no heartbeat. There's not anything there. And so that impacts you, whether you have another pregnancy years later or a year later, and you have this healthy, beautiful child. Birth trauma impacts you. It impacts how you feel about your body. It impacts how you see your body. It impacts you mentally. It impacts how you interact and connect with people. And it even impacts how you interact with your baby. This sense of like, I have to protect this baby. I have to do it right. I have to be able to produce this amount of milk. I can't sleep because if something happens to this baby, then it's on me. You know, so me and Tiffany knows that in birth trauma trauma during pregnancy, a lot of times goes under the radar. We worked with so many moms where they're like, this provider keeps saying things to me and not giving me clarification. I feel nervous and scared about this. You know, I asked this information. I needed time off of work during my pregnancy because my back or my pelvic area was hurting. I'm ignored. So mentally I'm going to work and I'm scattered. I don't know what's going on. I'm feeling all of these things. So me and Tiffany like to unbox what birth trauma actually looks like, because it looks so different from everyone. And also one of the things that me and Tiffany like, is that also paying attention to those that have experienced near-death experiences. We often always are learning from those that have passed away. We see so many Black women pass away during childbirth and how traumatic that is. But I've worked with moms where it was a near-death experience and how bad that impacts them. That is something that lives with you forever mentally.
Ever. Mm-hmm.
Yes, when you have almost lost your life, but you're still here. So even learning from the living. And also, one of the things I work with couples. So thinking about what that partner sees through their lens of their eyes when they feel helpless or hopeless, or if I say too much, I'm going to seem non-compliant or aggressive, and that
Mm-hmm.
it looks like in their bodies. So I just say that me and Tiffany allow our clients and the women we work with to define what that trauma means to them. It doesn't always just look the same.
That's perfectly said, and I love that you mentioned that about the aggressiveness. You know what I mean? For the BIPOC, community. You don't want to be anxious, aggressive. Or I have the three A's: anxious, aggressive, or gosh, it's gonna come back to me. But depending on the room, the audience, you know what I mean? Things that are just a norm, you know what I mean? Things that are just considered passionate, can be taken as, aggressiveness or,
Yes.
or whatever have you. And so it's always, it really bewilders me because, we have to walk a fine line. And, when it comes to this aspect, when this is our body, this is our health, this is our life, you know what I mean? For us, our children, and those around us. And so when you guys are working through trauma, identity, and recovery, and there's that after a traumatic birth experience, what does healing, what does that process look like for mothers, especially as they are simultaneously expected to care for a newborn?
Yes, yes. One of the things I do is validating those things. A lot of time when you've experienced the trauma, people are simply telling you, well, it wasn't that bad. You made it, the baby is healthy, you all came home. And we're dismissing it and brushing it under this mat of things. And I think one of the first steps I tell people when it comes to healing, you're gonna experience hard things again. Like healing, especially during the postpartum period, that baby may get sick. You may have a day where you don't feel like being a mom, and that's okay. Like validating that these experiences that come up and that these things that feel will come up, triggers will happen. Somebody will say something that reminds you of something that has bothered you or that's something traumatic that has came up. And I think the first phase is validating that. That second phase is not asking why. Because a lot of times when we experience a traumatic birth or something scary during our pregnancy, loss, miscarriage, all of those things, we want to know the why. And so I always tell my clients, worrying about the why will send you down this rabbit hole all the time. We can write out all the whys, or we can try to figure out, but how helpful is it figuring out the why versus figuring out what is the emotional reaction you're feeling in this moment? What comes up? Do you feel angry? Do you feel upset?
Mm-hmm.
And another big thing is understanding anger is a secondary emotion. Often when you are going through healing and you're picking out the pieces and understanding that there's something under that anger. I felt like no one listened. I felt like
Yeah.
this opportunity was taken away from me. I felt like, I thought I did everything right in my pregnancy and then nothing went right and this went left. And now I'm highly anxious. I'm irritated with my partner. So also understanding what's under that iceberg and then also giving them tangible skills and tips during this time. Because with healing, as we know, it's linear. It's not going to feel the same every day. It's not going to look the same every day. And it doesn't mean because something doesn't feel bad today that it may not feel bad tomorrow. And also taking away guilt and shame. I think a lot of times when we're healing, we take on this sense of guilt and shame, or it was my fault, or I shouldn't have did that. So I think another big part is like understanding what those cognitive thinking errors are that we sometimes experience during trauma. And also looking at the brain. One more thing that I think I always do, I do something called perinatal EMDR. And so we're really able to look at the brain, and I'm able to teach my clients, where does trauma activate in our brain? What does it look like? It's not just something that happened to you. Your brain is trying to respond and figure this out. So actually helping them to understand what's going on up here versus just like what they're reacting to in the real world as a new mom.
Mhm.
Changing, baby is crying, the sounds are loud. So being able to understand the biological chemistry of what happens to the brain when you've experienced something traumatic in your motherhood journey.
That's perfectly said, and it's so needed. I love EMDR, because it's where I feel like the Bible talks about plucking up and uprooting, you know what I
Yes.
mean, and then rebuilding, you know what I mean, and that's where that kind of actually happens because
Yes.
there's so many aha moments. Like I didn't realize that I in present state am coping or dealing or saying or responding because of what happened 18 years ago, kind of a thing, you know what I mean, and or 18 months ago, and so forth, or whatever have you. And so yeah, that trauma and identity, and then the methodologies you put into place for recovery is fundamentals. And so here we talk about looking at the policy and system lens, and so you also support parents navigating their return to work, as we talked about, but how does that transition impact maternal mental health, particularly when healing is still in progress?
When healing is still in progress, one thing I tell my clients is that there also are systematic barriers that make healing feel hard. Like when you think about the thought of moms have all these expectations to return to work, go to work, do this. Also, you have to make sure that your child is getting adequate time to do this. You have to show up for the birth. All of these expectations and systematic things. I like to also normalize for my clients, our society is really not set up for moms to feel supported. And so even when you think about policies that are in place and when you're trying to heal, sometimes they clash. Because my job is saying I need to be here at 8 a.m. and I need to work 8 hours. But also I'm healing and recovering from my C-section. And also I feel emotionally scattered. And also I messed up at something on work today, but I'm expected to still do that. I also like to normalize for my moms that society gives you contradicting ideas around who you should be and what you should be doing. And then when you pour healing in top of that, it's okay to set boundaries and say what your no's are. And it's okay to explain that why. So I do think I also like to validate that we sometimes the systems in place aren't always as supportive as they need to be for our mental health, and especially for our healing, because sometimes you're a little mean when you're healing. Those no's sound a little harsh. That I need my time to myself today sounds a little harsh. That no, I can't take on this additional project. That no, I want to go to church this Sunday and I want to do it by myself and I don't want to be inhibited with all of these other things. Systematically, it can be saying you're doing the wrong thing. Our systems tell you, no, you can do that. You can take on more. So I do think they clash, but understanding what those boundaries look like for you and being able to say the no's and understanding your no's.
That's good. Yeah. And then no is a whole sentence.
Yes. Yes.
You know what I mean? Let's be at peace with that.
Yes, it is. It is.
There's so many gaps in support, and this is where we kind of get into some of that unearthing there. We are falling short in supporting mothers both clinically and structurally as they move from postpartum recovery back into daily responsibilities of work life, you know what I mean? And so where do you see, some of the biggest gaps?
Some of the biggest gaps me and Tiffany see is definitely that return to workspace. Definitely support for those that are experiencing infertility, because we tend to think that often that someone, when we ask people, do you have children? That's such a triggering question. That gap in understanding, why are there supports in place? Like we work with clients where they're like, I didn't even know I had benefits on my insurance to help me navigate through my infertility. Not even being scared, not even understanding what you need to be going to ask your provider about your reproductive health and your fertility. Also, we see access to resources. We think now because we have the internet and we have all these things in place, we have a lot of moms where they're still like, no one talked to me about postpartum depression. Nobody talked to me about postpartum anxiety. No one gave me this space. So I still think access is a big thing, and finding access that looks like you. And finding access that is tailored to you. I think also another big thing is just financial needs. It is very hard to focus on managing your mental health, managing your health, taking care of a new baby, still showing up at work, trying to do all these things when we're in a very critical period right now where some people are really, really impacted by finances. There's a lot of people being laid off. I've had so many clients laid off in the middle of their pregnancy. And so, money matters. Like, money really impacts your mental health. So I think when we look into that, just access, finances, being able to return back to work, childcare is a big one for some of our clients.
Oh yeah.
Like, mentally, it is hard to focus when you're worrying about, is your child adequately cared for? Or, if I leave work one more time, I may not have a job.
That part.
And you're already anxious on top of that.
That part, yeah, and then it starts to spiral. You know what I mean? You start playing it out in your head before it even happens, and then we talk about those anxiety levels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then that roller coaster comes down, and you're like, kind of a thing. And so there's a lot of gaps, and so it's an emotional roller coaster, and we need to put preventative measures into place to make certain that we're preparing moms as best as we can with some of the societal constraints that are in place. And so, what can be done earlier, during pregnancy or immediately postpartum, so that we can better prepare mothers emotionally and mentally for both recovery and major transitions like returning to work.
Yes. I think one of the biggest things is beginning to understand maternal mental health before you've even had children. Because one of the things, we don't start pressing all these things about it until you're actually pregnant. And as we know, everybody is not excited about their pregnancy. I work with so many moms where they may have been sexually assaulted. This may have been an unexpected pregnancy. As you know, we have certain policies and things in place that make it hard for moms to even be able to navigate if they want to carry out a pregnancy or not, in those sense of different states, different policies. So I really think, when you're thinking about it, when you're thinking about that, you have to really think about, like, what are things that are in place for this mom? Where are we going with things? What is needed? And also thinking about this, I think sometimes when I talk to other moms, they're like, well, I didn't want to scare somebody and talk about, I had this scary experience mentally. I felt alone. I felt isolated. I didn't want to talk. I was irritable after I had my baby. And sometimes we feel like if we talk to another pregnant person about the mental health that they may experience during their pregnancy or postpartum period, that we're being negative. But I think talking to people, because if you can name it, you can tame it. But when you don't know what it is and you're experiencing this in isolation and you have nowhere to even, you don't even know. So I think bringing up the conversation and not feeling negative, to talk to people about, hey, I had this experience postpartum or during my pregnancy. I've never felt depression before. I was feeling irritable. I was having all these body symptoms. I didn't know what it was. But hey, if you experience this, here's some resources I use. I think sometimes we feel scared to talk about that because we don't want to rain on someone's pregnancy or postpartum experience. But what it actually does is it shuts down the actual, for those to be like, okay, I remember my friend said this and she said this. Also beginning to give people tangible things at baby showers. Diapers and wipes are great, but hey, here's a maternal mental health therapist. Here's a doula. Here is a pelvic floor therapist. Here's a lactation consultant. I paid for 3. Like, gift things that are helpful. Gift things that are helpful for the mom.
For the mom.
Yes.
I love that you're saying that, because we had that thought too, you know what I mean? Because these community baby showers are popping up and they're amazing.
They are.
Because sometimes moms really do need, that community to help them get some certain different things. But it was like, what about the mom? You know what I mean? And so we implemented having maternal wellness fairs.
Yes.
And so, it's an opportunity for us to come together as a community. We have different community organizations that are there and so forth. But, we have panel discussions so that we can have moms understand, you're not alone. You know what I mean? We do maternal mental health screenings. You know what I mean? And we'll have, either the health department or, the Black Nurses Association of Central Florida. Shout out to you ladies, right? That, will be there doing health screens. But we have all these different things where it's just not focused on that. So I love that you said that, because it's a true thing, because moms kind of get lost in the sauce. You know what I mean? Their identity is shifting.
It is.
And, while some, may be apprehensive about it, some may truly be grateful about it. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Their psyche is all over the place. And so we need to make certain that we're honing in on that, or else those diapers and wipes and strollers won't do a thing.
At all. At all. Yes. And that's so important. I think one of the things I always say about motherhood, or even thinking about motherhood, is two things can be true at the same time. You can be happy and blessed and excited for this new baby, and you also can feel like this is the worst time and period of my life. Like I am constantly feeling on edge. I am constantly feeling like I can't get this right. I think any mom can relate to that baby crying at night and you just not knowing what to do and just feeling like I should know what to do. I should know how to do this. And I think sometimes we limit moms by telling them just be happy. Babies go through this, you'll get through it. But it can be the most happiest time, but it can also be the most isolating and sad, emotionally turbulent time of your life too. Two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
And we often forget about that.
Yeah, perfectly said there. We have to continue to validate mom's feelings and provide that level of encouragement, whatever that looks like. You know what I mean? It's major that, especially us as a community. I'm not just going to hone in on providers because we've been talking about social supports. You know what I mean? We do as an assessment, one of the assessments we do Edinburgh's, for depression, but we also do MPSS, multi-perceptional social support. How are they perceiving that they're receiving support and so forth? And so, for a mother who may be struggling after a difficult birth or feeling overwhelmed by transition back to work, what would you want her to hear?
I definitely want, one of the things I always say, being okay if you're not ready yet. I've had several moms get back to work and the demand and the work setup and your brain, your cognitive, like your frontal lobe has changed since you've given birth. It's okay to say, hey, I'm not ready to return yet. If your job has the benefits there and you can say, I need to take a few more weeks to myself. I need more time to do this. I need to sort this out. And it's also okay to say, I'm not going to be the same. You are not going to be able to get those things done. You're not going to be able to work this overtime and take on these other deadlines and do all these things you once did in your workspace. It doesn't mean you're weak. It doesn't mean you're a failure, but it just means life has simply changed for you and you have to adjust to that. It doesn't mean that you won't ever get back to that, but being okay that work and your career may feel different upon your return. You've went through a whole pregnancy. You've went through a whole birth. You've went through a postpartum period. Your brain has changed. You are able to, your capacity is different. I always tell my moms, your capacity is different and it's okay for it to be different. And it's also okay to be able to say, this isn't working for me right now. What else can I do to put accommodations in place for me to feel like I'm still present here, but it may look a little bit different. Give yourself grace.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We sometimes forget about what that means. And in motherhood, especially those early months, sometimes grace feels like failure. So I talk to my clients a lot of times of like, giving yourself grace doesn't mean that you're a failure. It means that you're stopping and pausing in the moment to actually see what's in front of you and react and respond. So I always ask my moms, I said, it's okay if you don't want to go back right now. What are some things we can put in place to support you? And also being willing and able to receive help. I work with a lot of moms. Sometimes they felt like a burden when they have to receive help, or asking for help feels so hard when they have to return to work, or asking somebody, hey, can you keep my baby on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for me? I appreciate it. They feel like a burden a lot of times because people have made them feel like burdens when they've asked or received help.
That part, society has, you know what I mean? Yeah. Regrettably to the woman, we've always been taught to have this shoulders straight and chin up, you know what I mean? And keep pressing forward. And, it's psychological warfare in a sense that was installed in us. You know what I mean? When we think about, when the men went off to war, women had to step up in the home. You know what I mean? When we saw the epidemic of drugs hit the street, many men went to jail. You know what I mean? So and so it was like, I have to put this all on my back and I cannot fret, and so we've been taught to just stuff it and keep moving because what else is going to be there, you know what I mean, for us. And,
I
you know,
agree.
and I love that you talk about, you know, being expressive of your boiling points or your limits, your capacity, you know what I mean? Because if you're at maximum capacity, I promise you, you're not going to function, you know, your functionality there on the job place, on the workplace is not going
Yes.
to be, you know, at its full optimum best, you know,
Yes.
and so it's another healthy way of us putting boundaries in place, which
Yes.
we've been taught to, you know what I mean?
Yes.
You're supposed to receive and do and this and that, you know what I mean? There's so
Yes.
many different aspects that are around this. I love that you guys push this narrative because we need to hear it more.
We do. We do. And I think we need to hear that more, and we need to actually learn what boundaries look like in motherhood. I think sometimes the no's feel hurtful to people in our lives, like the no, I'm not able to have visitors right now. No's feel so hard. And me and Tiffany, we recently said this at an event. If you set a boundary with somebody during your pregnancy or postpartum period and they get mad or upset with you, you didn't do anything wrong. You know, a lot of times we feel like if we set a boundary and say, you know, hey, I can't do that, or I'm not able to attend this, or I'm not able to do that. And they're like, well, I lost a friend because I wasn't able to go to a wedding, or I lost a friend because I wasn't able to go to that event because I was mentally struggling during my postpartum period and I wasn't able to show up. And I tried to set the boundary to say, you know, hey, I'm going through this. And they got mad at her, they got upset with me, and teaching people that sometimes boundaries are not always going to feel warm and fuzzy in motherhood. They're not. They're not. They're going to be prickly and cold sometimes. They're not always going to feel warm and fuzzy and new. And for a lot of our clients, we hear boundaries a lot, but we have to teach them actually what does a boundary mean to them. You know, we hear the words boundaries. We hear the words like, okay, well, just say no. But for a lot of clients, that has resulted in, oh, well, if I say no, I don't have childcare anymore.
Yeah.
Or if I set this boundary with someone, then that means I may lose my role at my job. Or that means that, you know, I lose the support for my child. So I think one of the things is teaching people that there are emotional boundaries, there are physical boundaries, there are intellectual boundaries, what those boundaries look like and what they feel like, and what is coming up for you as a mom when you have to set that boundary in this space for you, and the emotional cost of that. What does it cost you emotionally to not put a boundary or put something in place for yourself? Does it cost you? What's going on here? So being able to look and navigate to see what are the emotional costs of not taking care of your mental health, not being able to ask for help or receive the help, and also being able to set boundaries and being okay of the outcome of those boundaries. Sometimes that it may not always feel pleasant.
Oh my gosh, we could go on because I'm like people pleasing, you know what I mean? And we have to unteach ourselves that, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And I'm not gonna go there.
We go on a whole tangent about people pleasing and motherhood too, how it presses you in that little box. It makes you feel like you have to be this people pleaser.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this has been phenomenal. Whitney, thank you so much. You and Tiffany, you ladies are doing amazing things. Yeah. So now what else do you girls have going on? How can folks get in touch with you?
Yes. So we just had an amazing event last night where we had we had 14 moms come out and be able to navigate between their postpartum recovery and Pilates. So we are integrating maternal mental health with wellness because, as you know, our body keeps the score. Our bodies hold so much during motherhood and the postpartum period and pregnancy. So we just had that last night, and that was able to raise funds for moms who are underinsured or not insured to be able to receive maternal mental health therapy. We also have a few events coming up over the summer. And so the best way to keep updated with us is on our social media at raising.resilience on Instagram, also our website, and we still have our books open, accepting new clients. So we are here, we're working here in Charlotte and DC and all of North Carolina, and we appreciate y'all for just having us on your platform and what all you all are doing to be able to continue to help moms and families in this very vulnerable period. So we appreciate you all so much, and thank you for the work you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Yes, yes. Don't make me cry. I still got
I
a little
won't.
bit of mascara on, a little
But
bit.
yes, make sure you take care of yourself too as you're doing this work. I always say, as people in this space, make sure you're also taking care of yourself as you're doing this phenomenal thing for moms that really appreciate and need it. So I want to give you your flowers because this is amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you and enjoy the rest of your evening, your day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, promise. Oh my gosh, good stuff. Whew. Yeah, the aspect of returning to work, what does that look like? You know what I mean? It's like when you climb up to the top of a diving board and you're like, you know what I mean? Am I gonna, I'm not really ready, but I'm up here now. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, the doctor said I'm cleared. You know what I mean? But psychologically, I'm not really ready. Physically, I'm really not maybe ready, right? These are the conversations that need to be had. And so I hope you guys are locked in, you know what I mean? You're sharing this broadcast that we're having. We are here, 4th annual 24 Hours of Favor charity broadcast, raising awareness about maternal mental health and the different aspects of it. You know what I mean? She got a cousin named, morbidity and uncles caused substance use and so forth and so on. It's a whole thing. And so we're talking about it, and we want individuals to understand that there's resources out here. There are organizations that are all over. You know what I mean? She was just talking about Charlotte and, you know what I mean, and where they at in DC area. You know what I mean? We're here. There's I don't want to say there's no reason, but I don't want you to think there's a reason why you should go without support and resources. You know what I mean? Whitney talked about several times about tangible, things that moms can have to hold on to. And that's what we do here as well. You know what I mean? And so we've developed curriculum so that you can keep, in your back pocket or on your phone, because we are electronic. So last year, when we were broadcasting, we actually had all of our curriculum in paperback. I actually still have some manuals and journals, but we moved towards a digital platform, not just because of the days and times that we're in, because some people still like to write on stuff. I keep a notepad by my side at all times, right? But because we want to make certain that we're able to reach the masses, and that this is something that is a tool that you can utilize all the time. And so when we talk about our program, there are several different components to our Thrive program, and the curriculum in itself. So Thrive is a 24-week program, and so for weeks 1 through 4. It's foundational. It's awareness. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people don't realize that there's a name for what they're going through. And so we start to educate the moms around these different aspects. And so for weeks 5 through 8, we get into some of the physical and emotional wellness tools that are needed to help safeguard a mom, you know what I mean? So she can get her footing. And then when in weeks 9 through 12, we're talking about recovery and readiness, you know what I mean? And of course, everyone's got their own timeline, but we want to make certain that we're propping moms up so that they can put those preventative measures into place, or they can stop whatever that is dead in its tracks, right? Because Thrive is a prevention and intervention program. And then into weeks 13 through 16, we talk about bonding and resilience, you know what I mean? And so what does it look like to bond with your child? I always tell the story, that, I didn't grow up in a household where we said, I love you, and we hugged and so forth, but I had every piece of jewelry, every Barbie, acid wash, LA gear, you know what I mean? That was love, you know what I mean? And little did I know it wasn't that emotional piece that I was so desperately missing. And so, we talk about and teach moms how to bond with their child, how to bond with themselves, you know what I mean? And so forth. And that's that resilience piece, despite what you may have been going through or are going through, let's tell you how you can persevere. And then in weeks 17 through 20, we get into the emotional growth and adjustment, because it's a journey, that parents go through when they have children or have another child. You know what I mean? It's a reset button that happens, and you have to learn to adjust to it. We talked about these ideologies, these thoughts, this is how it's going to be, and this and that. I remember I wanted to breastfeed, and Stephen wouldn't latch, and I was like, oh my God, and then it was like, oh, I'm giving him, formula, because I couldn't even pump, and so all these different things that, we want moms to understand, real time, real life, things are not, what you wrote out in storybook. And so just be prepared. And then about time we get to weeks 21 through 24, we're working to help them better understand their identity, what their vision is, and helping them transition out of the program, with their coping skills and, a Rolodex of resources and, a different perspective on parenthood in its entirety. And so this is what it's all about for us here at Maternal Matters Favored. And we're just very, very fortunate to be able to do this work. Once more, we have interns and volunteers that help us, that just keep the wheels in motion. And we're able to do mighty work with, a very little team. And so when we start to think about our why, it's because 1 in 5 women report using substances during their pregnancy. And, they sometimes continue on. When we talk about barriers and to care, treatment to access and those gaps, only 15 and 30% of women with perinatal mental anxiety, depression receive any form of treatment. There's sometimes a fear of stigma or child protective services involvement. When we talk about PMAD, which is that perinatal mood anxiety disorders, 50% of PMAD cases go undiagnosed or untreated, especially in communities of color and in rural areas. So that's another thing in itself. When we talk about, being able to have a prevalence, right? Because this doesn't just affect moms birthing people, but we sometimes see mental health in adoptive parents. And so pulling some stats, 18 to 26% of adoptive mothers and fathers report symptoms of post-adoption depression or anxiety. Why all of this matters? Because despite the data, screening and support systems for fathers, adoptive parents, and mothers, it remains undeveloped, including these populations of PMAD programming. And so we're working to put different factors into place because we want there to be healthy infant development. We want there to be a healthy family functioning unit. And we want long-term parent-child bonding to take place. I talk about how, my postpartum led me down a very dark space. And when I got my life back together, my son thought I was his auntie. I remember he was like, 4, about to turn 5. And it was like, I don't understand it. And later on, me being transparent and us having conversations, he's like, yeah, I didn't know why they were leaving me with you, and later on learned that you were my mom, kind of a thing. And so it took, me being open and explaining, all the things in which I had, survived through, and us having those conversations, as a little young man in teenage years and so forth, that we were able to bond. And so, don't be ashamed of where you're at right now. If I can tell you anything, and, Whitney was just talking about grace, please grab hold of some grace because this thing is not perfect. You know what I mean? There is no perfect way to parenting, but what does matter is what you do after you realize something is off kilter. You don't have to stay stuck in that thing. You can lock arms with someone if you can't stand up on your own and get the tools and support that's needed so that you can put some healthier outcomes in place, not just for your child's life, but for your life. You know what I mean? I no parent, I'm going to get right for my child. I know me, I was not getting right for my child, for my family, not near nobody. You know what I mean? It took me getting right for Tamara before things really started to stick. And because they did stick, because I made that commitment to self, everyone around me, are better for it. Right. And so, these are different little aspects and tidbits that we want you to download and grab hold to. Ange, keep me honest. How are we doing? Where are we at?
Important role of community health workers because they are the bridges between the population, the women, the real needs of women, and their healthcare professionals, the healthcare system. Um, and also social support again is very important part of
Mhm.
care. We have to encourage family involvement, strengthen support networks, and sometimes connect to women with other mothers.
That's
Those
very
approaches
important.
can reduce isolation and can improve outcomes for them.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
these community-based strategies are very aligned with both with my experience and both we see in scientific evidence.
Yeah, I love that. One of the things I always say, when I'm explaining our Thrive program, it's a 6-month program where we provide one-on-one counseling. We do biweekly check-ins, and we have a curriculum, and then also we have what we call a community reflections lab, and it's so that the ladies, it's like a support group, and so it's that so the ladies aren't receiving services in isolation. You know what I mean? Because of course the one-on-one counseling is with the one-on-one counselor, right? And then when we do the biweekly check-ins, it's just, a 15-20 minute telephonic, call. But when they're in that reflections lab and they're getting to talk and experience the same things, they realize, oh my gosh, you too? Oh my gosh, I'm going through that too. Oh, well, let me tell you what I did. You know what I mean? And it becomes that community ecosystem that helps to uplift individuals, because sometimes what we do know is that when individuals feel like they're by themselves alone going through things, or that people may look at them, when we think about stigmas and so forth, they stay closed mouth. And that's like an adverse reaction to what we're aiming for, where we want them to kind of get healed and freed from those levels of depression and anxiety, right? And so what I do love is the global model, and that you guys are doing there. So programs like Brazil's family health strategy, it really emphasized that community level care, that kind of grassroots kind of a thing. And so when you start to advocate for this more so, what are some lessons that can be adapted globally to help improve access, continuity, and early intervention for mothers?
I think and the family health strategies that we have here in Brazil really make the difference because primary care teams are responsible for a specific community, and it becomes much easier to reach women early, and even during pregnancy or even the postpartum period. And women don't know to deal with the complex systems to find care, so the service is already there in their community, and this is especially important for maternal mental health, since we have barriers like stigma, lack of time, and limited resource that often delay seeking help from them. I think that's it.
Yeah, no, that's good. And so what we do know that there's there's more research to be done. There's some gaps in operations and so forth. And so, you know, we sometimes often have strong research but slower implementation. You know what I mean? It's like, get it going. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? And so where do you see some of the biggest gaps between what we know works and what is actually being delivered to moms?
I see. I think the big gap is the continuum of care. Um, Evidence support longitudinal follow up, but in practice, uh, care can be fragmented. Women may be seen once, but there is no systematic follow up, no monitoring of symptoms, and no adjustment of care over time. And this is especially critical in the postpartum period where needs can change quickly. Um, I think another challenge is that many interventions are created in the research settings, but they don't always fit real private care, especially in low resources settings like in Brazil. So we need to think about approaches that really work in real life, considering workload, limited times, and local context. And I think finally we believe there is still a gap in recognize the importance of social and community factors. We know that social support is essential, but care models are still very focused on the individual and less on the family and community's context. So overall, as we can see, the biggest gaps are not in the knowledge, but in systems. We have to train professionals. We have to know how we organize care pathways, and we have to know how we ensure continuity of care and how we adapt evidence to real world settings. And my view closing these gaps require not only more research but stronger implementation strategies that are integrated into primary care and aligned with the daily really reality for both professionals and mothers.
Yeah, yeah. It really makes me think, like we know that the services are needed. We know that, the funding needs to be had so that we can get folks trained, so that we can get the organization staffed and everything else. Even sometimes got to get them built, and it's like, when we think about the delivery of care and some of the numbers of things that are happening, and there is a gap in care, it really just makes me think like what is the barrier, when we start to kind of dial that back. And one of the things that always comes up on my list is policies, you know what I mean? So, and if governments and health systems were to invest in evidence-based strategies to improve maternal mental health outcomes, I'm sure we will be able to scale it. With that in mind, like what would you say that should be?
I think if the government had to invest in one strategy, it should be integrating mental health into primary care through a task sharing model. This model means that training non-specialists, as I said before, such as nurses and community health workers, because this help deliver base care to women, and we can screen that, make it and screen a better screen for early symptoms of maternal mental health problems. Um, we already know that interventions like cognitive behavioral therapy and others are effective. Um, but then, so integrating this approach into routine prenatal postpartum care, make them more accessible, allows early identification and timely support for women. And I think this expand access, this reduce pressure on specialized services, and brings care closer to women's daily lives. Sorry. So this approach can also improve continuity of care, building trust, improve engagement over time. And so overall, this is a practical and scalable way to improve maternal mental health outcomes. I think, in my opinion, at the global level. So that's it. And there is a point that I mentioned before, is that this kind of approach is cost effective. It builds on what already exists in system in primary care instead of creating a new system. So you have to use what you have here now that we can improve to give a better care for in terms of maternal mental health for women. So we don't have to spend a lot of money for that. I think um, basic solutions can be helpful.
I like it. I like it. Hopefully the policymakers are listening so we can get these programs, especially community-based programs implemented. That's where the real work of the work is needed. And once more, I truly believe that we will see healthier outcomes in the lives of our mothers if this was to happen. Oh my gosh, you've been amazing. Oh my, you have to come back next year and update us on everything else that's going on. So do you have any upcoming projects or things in the pipe coming down?
I just finished my postdoctor last month, and I'm trying to publish my research, which I worked with the perception from women about postpartum depression. And now I'm involved with the Global Heart in the United States, working. Now I changed my publication, but it's still in the maternal field. But now I'm working on creating a trauma-informed care for refugee women in Brazil to access better the maternal care here in Brazil. So, of course, this is gonna involve the maternal mental health field and the physical part, the family context. And so I just started, and so I'm studying yet because it's just a really challenge for me. And I've been, but has been a great opportunity to see other kind of vulnerable populations as refugee women is. But now I'm involved about maternal mental health and maternal care. I'm involved with Global Heart and just finished my postdoctoral research about postpartum depression, but from the perspective of women.
That's right.
In my doctor, I studied about the perspective from professionals, and now I'm studying the perspective from women, how they see their family context. And one result that I found is the social support. It's the biggest one problem.
That part. Oh my gosh. You'll have to come back next year, update us on, the outcomes from this work here. Such good work that you're doing. And one thing's for certain, from Brazil to United States, wherever, maternal mental health needs more support, more spotlight on it, and so forth and so on. How can people get in touch? I know you have your Gmail, but are you on, you have your Instagram? Can they follow you and some of the things that you're doing, or?
Yeah. I just put my Instagram here is I think dot DEH dot ALVES dot SILVA.
Nice.
You can reach it. Everyone can just get in touch with me, and we can discuss this important topic there too.
Absolutely. Oh, well, thank you so much, Dr. Deborah, all the way from Brazil, everyone. Have a good one. We'll see you next year.
See ya. Thank you so much.
Here we are, live TV. I'm talking while I'm muted. That was Dr. Deborah letting us in on some of the amazing things that she's doing over there in Brazil. And so if you're just tuning in, we are in, what hour is this? 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're in hour 7. Time flies when you're having fun. Of our 24 Hours of Favor charity broadcast, raising awareness about maternal mental health and everything else in between, as well as raising funds. And so if you haven't had the chance to already, we're asking you to pull out your purse, your wallet, and go to our Give Butter. The information is streaming down below, and make a donation. $10 can go a long ways, you know what I mean? And a couple of people giving $10 could go a further long ways. And so it doesn't take much for us, but at the end of the day, this is what it's all about, right? Making certain that we're able to do the work, and this is part of that capacity building piece there. I know we're moving right along, and so I'm really stoked that the next person is here. Natalie, come on down.
Here I am. Technology is amazing.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Oh, hey, Nat, how are you?
Hi, I'm so good. How are you doing after 7 hours and all
Oh
the
my
hours
gosh.
before this?
It takes a village. So I'm very fortunate that I've had co-hosts that, we've been tag teaming in, and, only on my second Stanley. So I want my dietitian to know I'm still aiming to get my 120 ounces of water, but
Wow. That's some serious multitasking. You're even taking good care of yourself. I love to see
that
it.
part. Oh my gosh. And so let me go ahead and give you your introduction. Natalie is a mother, entrepreneur, and co-founder of Baby Boldly. Her lived experience with PPDA inspired her advocacy and commitment to Postpartum Support International. She is dedicated to helping create a world where mothers are fully supported and they thrive. No pun intended. And so I am so glad that you're here. We both sit on the board for Postpartum Support International, Florida's chapter. And, we work collaboratively together out in community events. I remember when you were there with our wellness fair we had in Flagler County and so forth. But, I'm really stoked just to hear more about some of the work that you're doing in your own space with Baby Boldly. And so thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. This is such a great endeavor that you are clearly, committed to. It's your 4th annual. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so your journey with postpartum depression and anxiety led you to advocacy. Can you share what that experience was like for you and what inspired you to turn that into purpose?
Yeah. So it was very dark and lonely and I'll say unexpected. And I feel that, I was actually rather fortunate in that I was raised by a mother who actually used those maternal mental health words around me growing up. She talked about postpartum depression. So I guess when I look back on it, I kind of think, well, I really approached that as though I had suddenly been endowed with this almost vaccine to prevention of a maternal mental health disorder. And what I found is that I was sorely mistaken. And that just because I knew about it didn't mean that I could suffer from it. And so, all that said, because of those conversations that my mom had with me, because she was a neonatal nurse, she, I was able to really identify what was going on with me. I feel like quicker than most. So, and fortunately, I had a mental health counselor available to me that I could reach out to. I was brave enough to kind of give it a name that I thought was accurate, and she took that very seriously. And I think that made a big difference too in my care. And although I caught it probably, I think I became aware of it after I think I made that call about 6 weeks postpartum. And this was with my firstborn. And this was back in 2015. I really feel like I kind of dealt with those issues for about 3 years. It was a very long process. Now, I will say I was also predisposed to depression and anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
And so, this sort of exacerbated it. I was on some medication and I got conflicting information from my OBGYN and my general internal doctor.
Mm-hmm.
The OB said, you can stay on it. It's fine. Keep on taking it. And then my other doctor said, because yes, I was still seeing both through my pregnancy, said, you really shouldn't, you should probably stop. And I look back on that moment and feel, a lot of feelings, but really disappointed that there wasn't this general consensus. It was clear that there was a divide in understanding and the approach to counseling me as a patient who was entering her first pregnancy and was predisposed to mental health disorders. And so I kind of felt like I was the tiebreaker. And I made the decision to play it safe. What I thought would be playing it safe, and took myself off of my SSRI and did it cold turkey. I did not even know that there was a step down weaning process. So then, in addition to first trimester yuck, I was having withdrawal symptoms as well that I was not expecting. And so it was kind of, like I said, it was very lonely. It was very dark. It felt very sort of different than the glossy magazines I felt like I always saw in the checkout counter as a girl growing up in the grocery store line, with, glowing celebrity pregnant women, and everything was just as good as it could get. And so that was like, well, that's the goal. And then I felt like such a sucker. So anyway, that was sort of my experience in a nutshell. And I fortunately, community is going to come up, and it has come up. I've been watching the broadcast leading up to my turn. And that's a huge piece of this. And the birth class that I attended in preparation for my birth experience, I wanted to understand this Bradley method and sort of go about birth in that regard. And I met a couple of different couples, right? So that's the, partner coached birth experience that involves your partner in the birthing room, and comfort measures and things like that in order to relieve your discomfort and pain, as opposed to other interventions. And one of the couples that I met, I just really connected with this other mother, and in my group, I was the first one to deliver, and then she was after me by about 2 weeks. So we kept each other company by text message, sitting on the couch, recovering from postpartum and forever breastfeeding and pumping and diaper changing and all the things. And I remember in one of our conversations, because I was just sort of going on and on about, like, can you believe this? This is so hard, like, are you going through this? And comparing stories. And so I started doing all of this research and trying to understand, what was going on? What had I missed? I thought that I was fully prepared for motherhood, and I felt duped. And she said, you should really, when you kind of get through this and get your feet back under you, you should, reach out to moms and almost start a business around helping other mothers weather this storm. And I thought, that's insane. Why does she think that? But she planted a seed in me.
Come on now.
Yeah. And I really thought on it, and I meditated on it, and I prayed about it. And I did more research. And what I found was that what I was going through was actually very common, under talked about, and really there was this opportunity for that conversation to be kind of unearthed amongst all of us, and some support that could maybe come not less from, but that I could perhaps join in the folks who were providing clinical help, even though I myself I couldn't provide that. My background's in event planning, so I couldn't help in any of those capacities. But it felt like, maybe from a grassroots lived experience perspective, I
Mhm.
could raise my voice about that.
I
And so
love
anyway,
it.
that's what led me to co-founding my business, Baby Boldly, to sort of unearth those conversations and expose, some hard truths about motherhood and try to provide some support in some way to
I
the
love
community.
it. I love it. And so for our audience, explain what PPDA is and what SSRI is.
Yeah, well, from a non-clinical person here, just lived experience, PPDA is a quicker way, acronym, if you will, of saying postpartum depression and anxiety. And there's a variation, of course, of maternal mental health disorders, which is, kind of
Mhm.
that, or perinatal mental health disorders, that sort of encompasses any sort of variation of those mental health disorders that specifically happen during any part of the perinatal period, so pregnancy or postpartum. And so, as I said, I was sort of predisposed to those conditions already. And then it was just really exacerbated when I took myself off of my medication and then had, the experience with my birth and trying to recover in postpartum and being a mom. The SSRIs was in reference to a specific type of medication that I was prescribed to help me with my depression and my general anxiety disorder.
Mhm.
And that's about as far as my layman terms go.
I love it. Yes, yes. We're here to educate, right? We make certain
Yes.
everyone's competent. And so, recognition and early support are vital. And looking back, were there moments where early support or awareness could have changed your experience? And what does that tell us about the importance of early intervention?
Yes, that's a great question to explore. Like I said earlier, I was really fortunate to know what to look for,
Mhm, mhm.
and I had a licensed mental health counselor available to me to quickly reach out to, and fortunately for me, she took that very seriously. And I have heard a number of lived experience cases as well where they were not taken seriously,
Mhm.
even if they weren't able to give it, the proper clinical name or anything like that. So I will never forget that even in my own proactive reaching out for help, that I'm very blessed that she took that seriously and she got me scheduled almost immediately and started helping me through that. And I also would say that because I felt there was value in keeping my husband, my partner involved and informed in what was to come for both of us at entering into parenthood.
Mhm.
While I think, I'm more of the researcher out of the two of us, but he came to the birthing class with me and he was fully on board, and he was a lot more informed, I would say, than probably the average partner. And we have recounted that experience of early parenthood and what I went through many times together. And he really stepped up in a way that helped me, but especially stepping in as a parental figure for our newborn daughter
Yes.
when I was just,
Mhm.
detached. And so I'm very grateful for that. Again, also my mother, as I mentioned, she was a neonatal nurse. And she, we were fortunate she was able to move in with us leading up to the birth. She was there with me through postpartum. The ultimate caregiver to me, propping me up with pillows and, making sure my water thermos was full and, asking me how I was doing and things like that. So I'm sorry.
I was saying, I love it. I love it.
Yeah. And I realize that not everybody has that story, but that is a part of my story, and I think that certainly made a big difference. It didn't completely eradicate it or cure it, but I do think that combination of already having a mental health counselor available and not looking and sourcing that when I was already in the throes of it was
Yes.
very important. And that was one of the reasons that I also started my business, was, so many moms put all this effort into planning, the birth bag and packing it. And it's extremely important and valuable if you choose to leave your home to give birth. But we felt like if we were able to take that off of a mother's to-do list, she could reclaim that time for herself and invest that time into making a stronger plan that supported her birth and or her postpartum recovery plan, finding, the mental health counselor or therapist or lactation support built, instead of taking the time to find all the things, we were packing it for you, shipping it to you, or someone's gifting it to you. And you can take back those hours that you might have spent scrambling, trying to put it together.
Yeah.
And actually set up some support systems for yourself.
I love it. It's like a level of concierge service for them.
Right. Yeah. So a product and a service in one. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I love it. You talked about community. We've been talking about community. We've been talking about support systems, and you just explained there having your hubby and your mom. And I thought back to myself there with one of my nieces, my brother's daughter. I remember when she gave birth, and she had like 3 children, like pretty much under 6 years old, and my brother had just recently retired. And so he was able to, go there and move in with her for 3 months. I think it was 3 months. I don't think it was more than that. But, just provide some of that postpartum support that she needed, because she was a single mom and trying to navigate all these little stinkers. And so, that's major, that support system. And so through your work with Baby Boldly and Postpartum Support International, how have you seen community support make a difference in a mother's mental health journey?
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly have seen that. That is, like I said earlier, and like you've been mentioning all throughout the hours today, that community is really an undervalued tool for us to use to our advantage, our collective advantage. I think that education about maternal mental health disorders, it can't start or stop with mothers. This is a community effort. And the sooner we start collectively, because I realize that a lot of people who are watching this and are involved in this great event today understand that. But the sooner more of us understand that, the better we'll all be, because partners, extended families, and healthcare institutions, in collaboration with healthcare institutions and providers, are needed in this effort. Yes, there's community in small groups and support groups, and I think that those absolutely have their place in recovery and understanding what has happened to us as we enter motherhood and evolve as mothers. But I think it's bigger than just community support groups. I think it is this collective buy-in from places of worship, employers, coffee shops, and they're all buying into that. Now, some people might think that's really radical. I'm, a coffee shop owner understanding maternal mental health disorders, maybe, but yes, that would make a big difference. There's moms that go to coffee shops just to kind of zone out or reconnect with themselves or reconnect with a friend. And anyway, so I think that I can really go off on a tangent about this stuff if you couldn't tell. So you just rein me in whenever you need me to, Tam. I think that my experience, just to tie that back in with both Baby Boldly, as you asked, and Postpartum Support International, that those things promote those efforts and are working towards bringing more folks into the fold through education and understanding and involvement, and that kind of collective buy-in for mothers is really impactful and shouldn't be undervalued.
Agreed. It takes a village, and it's a cliche, but it's real. I talk about real and real life and systems and so forth. Where do you see, or where do you feel we are still failing and falling short in supporting mothers during postpartum, especially those experiencing anxiety and depression?
Another great question. I think you'd agree we still place an enormous amount of expectations on mothers while offering little sustained support after birth that's also accessible. It's okay to have those expectations because we want the best, and we want, of course, after something like birth, of course, we want to see our daughters, our granddaughters, our nieces, rise back up. But we can't hold fast to those expectations if we're not collectively buying into her sustained support. It can't just be one telehealth visit. It can't just be a 6-week checkup at the OBGYN. It can't just be, a few sick days off from work. It's gotta be more robust and sustained, because just like we expect moms to be there for the babies they've just birthed and their families that they are growing, we need to back them up too. And so I think that is definitely a gap that makes it hard on providers who are both clinical and non-clinical, who, say that, I know that work is just never done. And it's, but it can't just fall all on one entity.
Yes.
Care is so siloed in our society instead of shared. Like I said earlier, the extended family needs to know more, not just, oh, she had a girl, let me go get a pink something and bring it to the hospital. Friends, they can, the aunts, right? The friends, the girlfriends, they can do some research and understanding and conversation and space holding. Same with employers, same with places of worship and schools. It can't, the care factor can't be siloed and expected to fall all on, mental health, maternal mental health providers.
That's good. Yeah.
Lactation counselors, doulas, midwives, and that can be a tight group, and they make the world go round as far as I'm concerned when it comes to maternal health. But if we could not just say like, oh, well, you know, that's their lane. So we'll just let them, you know, there's more money that could be, you know, afforded to those providers too, that could, you know, make their work bigger too.
Absolutely. You know, it's a collaborative lift. You know what I mean?
It is.
Like you
Yes.
said, we can't do this in a silo. It is, you know, this work cannot be done effectively and efficiently in a vacuum. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so if we're actually going to start to see families thriving and not just surviving, you know, we need to take more of that approach in which you're talking about, and that's a big gap. You know, that support in the systems and you know, comparison to real life.
Right.
I know that you speak about helping mothers, and you know, what does that look like in real life, and what support is needed to make it possible? You know, we're talking about thriving versus surviving.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, unfortunately, in our world, our Black and brown mothers are dying at 4 times the rate of white mothers. And so in some cases, we're not even surviving. And that's a huge problem that we have got to take seriously, and is going to take all of us, especially us white mothers and fathers and fellow community members, to just not let that happen. And if we are surviving, then that's, in my mind, that's still not what life's all about. We need to be getting to a place where our mothers are thriving. And the etymology behind thriving that I looked into comes from a Nordic word that I can't pronounce. But I'll just admit it, so I'm not even going to try. But it actually means to grasp oneself. And if we could imagine a world where mothers were actually grasping themselves, they would be thriving. And that benefits everybody. That's not you know, moms get it all, you know, kind of thing. If we're doing well, everybody's likely to do much better than they are right now. And so I think that because it's so common for moms to become detached from themselves, that's where we're just surviving and we're not thriving. And we need to reconnect with ourselves, and that's community work. Again, it's you know, and unfortunately, I think we live in a society, a culture that really promotes isolation and prevents community. And that may sound sinister to some or pessimistic, but this is what my lived experience and my career and advocacy has taught me. Now, it hasn't stopped me. It has given me hope for, you know, a better future for mothers. And that's why we're in this work, because it shouldn't be this way. We need to be having mothers who are healthy and finding joy in themselves even after motherhood.
Yes. Why? Because maternal mental health matters. Like, you know what I mean? It really blows my mind how, you know, individuals don't understand that, because moms are the nucleus of the family.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And so when we think about postpartum support and how we can put more support in places for moms, support for moms is detrimental.
Yes.
You know, we need healthy moms healthy moms help produce healthy families.
Yes.
Right. And then it spirals into healthy communities,
Yes.
and we need more community resources. And moms need to understand you are not alone.
Right.
It's so pertinent that we start breaking the stigma around obtaining mental health. I have a therapist, you know what I mean? Like your counselor, your girl got a therapist, you know what I mean? And working through some things, and so there's nothing to be ashamed about that. It is an aspect of healing and hope.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And if we hope for something better for ourselves, we have to get healed from what's prohibiting us from that. And so mental health awareness is major, you know what I mean? Support groups for moms is another aspect of that community factor. I love, you're saying, hey, my husband stepped in, my mom moved in, you know what I mean? That support factor was there. And then the work that you guys are doing there at Baby Boldly is phenomenal. I mean, like, it's a thing, you know what I mean? And I imagine that moms are tickled pink to have you come in and provide that support for them.
Yeah, absolutely. When we've done a couple of expos and things like that, people are just like, oh my gosh, this is so genius. Like, I need one of these. Or, it was, made a big impression at a baby shower. And we really love to get it out in the community and hear those stories. And even, those who come back for subsequent births and share with us what a difference that made for them. And we may not ever know if it went beyond the giddiness of receiving such a gift as the pre-packed birth bag, and actually allowed them to reclaim their time. But we like to think that that hopefully we had a part in that and helping them source their plan for recovery.
That's amazing. And so in closing, right, it's all about us being able to continually have that hope and provide that encouragement to moms. And so for a mother who may be struggling with postpartum anxiety or depression right now, what I mean, what would you want her to hear?
Well, like you said earlier, I would want, sorry, I hope you can't hear my dog barking.
I hear your dogs. It's okay.
Good. I would want her to know, as you said, I would want to echo what you said, and that is that she is not alone. In the darkness of the nursery, in the middle of the night, in the early hours of dawn, I remember those so vividly, and feeling that feeling, and it is real. However, you do not have to carry it alone. Even though you feel alone, there is no shame or weakness in reaching out for help. There is so much boldness to be found in yourself, and feeling like you've hit rock bottom, but you have this enormous responsibility and creation in your arms. And it is possible to do both of those things, and you're still the best mother for that baby, even in the midst of all the struggling. You never have to doubt that. There's nothing you can do that would ever separate you being the best mother for your baby, or anything you could ever feel.
Amen. Amen.
Yes.
And so what are some things that you have coming down the pike? How can folks get in touch with you?
Oh, thank you. We are on a couple of social platforms. We're at Baby Boldly. I know it's kind of a mouthful, but we are there on Instagram and Facebook, and the grandparents love finding us on Facebook and sending birth bags and things to their next generation that's coming up. but yeah, you can follow us along there and, see what we're up to and what we're all about. And in every birth bag, we include actually, since I founded the company back in 2019, we've been including maternal mental health paperwork in every birth bag that added the voice to reminding moms that it's not all about, the bag is packed and it's done and you have the stuff now. Don't forget about how important your mental health is in this whole journey.
Yeah. Oh my
Yes.
God, such good stuff. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Natalie, for being here. I'll see you at the next board meeting.
Yes. Yes. I look forward to it.
That part, or when we're out there in the field working and stuff, doing things for Postpartum
Yes.
Support International.
Yes.
Thank you again, and
Thank
happy
you.
Mother's Day.
And to you as well. Thank you, Tam.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. We are trucking along here. And so you've heard several speakers talk about Postpartum Support International. If you don't know who they are, let me tell you, they are an international, global conglomerate of maternal mental health providers and resources. As I spoke about earlier, they provide services in over 60 languages. I myself am a counselor for them. My specialty is addiction counseling. And so for the past 3.5 years, I've been working with their SUD population, providing one-on-one counseling. And in the latter part of 2024, we were able to get a substance use support group started as well. And so every first Monday of the month, you can catch me with a group of moms that are working to maintain or even start their recovery from substances. And we start at 6 p.m. and we go until 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it doesn't matter where you are. We've had moms as far away as Canada that get on the line and, they're talking through it. I once had a mom saying, I don't care about my liver enzymes. You know what I mean? And I was like, okay, red or blue pill. Got it. But just for today, let's concentrate on, abstaining. And so this is what it's all about. And so, Ange, if you can, go ahead and bring Markeisha up. I'm so stoked to go ahead and have her come on and talk about some of the things that she's doing in her space.
Just as I was bringing her in, her camera cut out, technical difficulties. So we're going to give her a few more minutes.
This is live TV, so it's real in the field.
Yep, it's a lot going on. But I do want to play this little clip. It looks like she's back. Okay, here we go.
Hey, how are you?
How y'all doing?
Doing good. I know technology doesn't be technologing for us when we need it the most, right?
Well, when I went to go touch on the chat because I had a message in there, I don't know what it did. So here we are.
Oh, well, I'm so glad that you're here. We met a couple years ago there at the Florida Behavioral Health Impact. They were having their annual conference, and I remember I spoke at that conference, and we were able to link up and link on LinkedIn. And knowing that we were coming around the bend and having our broadcast for this year, I was like, I have got to get her on because I've been following you, and you're doing some pretty amazing things. Let me go ahead and give you your introduction. So everyone, we have Miss Markeisha here. She is an author, victim advocate, and mental health champion. Her work is rooted in helping individuals heal from trauma while breaking cycles that impact mothers and families long before crisis occurs. That part. She's committed to sharing her lived experience, professional insight, and practical strategies that support prevention, early identification, and community-based healing for mothers navigating PMAD. Welcome to the broadcast.
How are you doing? 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you're doing and really highlighting this important conversation and topic. So I'm excited to be on and ready to get into it.
Absolutely. And so, lived experience and purpose, you know what I mean? God will have us go through some things so that it can help shape our purpose. And you bring both, right? And so with regards to your advocacy work in this field, Can you share what led you to become so passionate about supporting mothers and families in their mental health journeys?
So we just entered May, right? And May is mental health awareness. But coming into May, we left April. And April was Child Abuse Awareness Month. It was Financial Literacy Month, Alcoholism Month. I mean, it was compact. And as a survivor of childhood sexual abuse, that has what led me to an expensive, priceless healing journey. I called myself going to school to find out what was impacted in the brain as a child when I got abused, and how could I then just help myself. So it was an expensive, priceless healing journey. In that process, I became an author. In that process, I've always held space for my own mother when I am in therapy, because she's never seen a therapist, right? And I think about her life and being a teen mom and all the things. So when it comes to maternal health, working with Safe Families for Children, our main thing is to keep families reunified, kids out the foster care system, and really stepping in for families. You know, when you think about generational trauma, a lot of times the systems that are set say you kind of have to be like this single parent to get assistance, but that's not what we do. We literally want to see the family together, and whatever that looks like before crisis hits. But unfortunately, a lot of times you're getting people when crisis hit.
That part, that part. Early identification is prevalent, to being able to put preventative measures into place. And so, from your perspective, what are some of the early signs that a mother may be struggling with, right? And why is early identification so critical in regards to preventing escalation, that crisis?
I think a lot of the signs are just looking at just being observant, right? Whether it's in a classroom and you're looking at your teachers, or whether you're in the store. Like, you can be in the store and just watching how the mom yells at the child, right? You look and you, with no judgment, that could be a mom that's on the breaking edge of either abusing her child, or a mom that has, the water has just came up so far up in surface and it's no help. So how do you step in for that kind of thing? Like, you say, hey, is everything okay? Do you need help? You, with no judgment, begin.
Okay.
It's just looking at behavior for sure.
Yeah, I love that you said about no judgment, you know what I mean? And stepping in, first of all, I'm going to put on my ministry hat right here, you know what I mean? Because we're supposed to be helping folks, you know what I mean? But you do have to ask Holy Spirit, like, am I helping? Is this you? Is this me? You know what I mean? Like, kind of a thing, but, meeting a person where they're at, that's so important that I would like to see us do more of it, because when we're talking about trauma and generational impact, you speak about breaking those cycles that impact families long before crisis occurs. And so what we do know is that when things are unaddressed, it compounds. So how does unaddressed trauma show up across generations, especially for mothers?
Unaddressed trauma shows up in a lot of unhealthy coping mechanisms. Right? Unhealthy coping mechanisms don't have a socioeconomic status. When you pick up the drink, when you pick up the drug, a lot of it is a person not wanting to feel what they suppressed and don't want to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And so for many times when we're working with families, that looks like a family that's, a mother that probably is an addict, or needing to, us to step in and help them with whatever the crisis is in that moment.
Yeah. Yeah. Healthy coping mechanisms are sometimes so far few in between. And it's until you go through something that you then realize, like, oh, the way I'm going about this, you know what I mean, isn't the move. And I'm touching this stove time after time and after time again. Ask me how I know, right? And so, sometimes what we see is that there's no support in place. And we've been talking about that all today, you know what I mean? Systems, community, whatever that looks like. Sometimes it's lacking, it's not there. There's big gaps, there may be barriers to access of care, whatever that is, right? And so, where do you see the biggest gaps in how we support mothers before they reach crisis? And what needs to shift in our approach as a community?
So, where I see a gap is the community really not knowing how to show up for the family. We kind of talk at them and tell them what they need to do versus asking them how we can step in and help them. Especially if shame is a layer that's already on there, you have to build a relationship with somebody. And when there's
Mhm.
no relationship and everybody's talking at you and telling you, here's the list of what you need to do, it's hard to see that person show up in their full capacity for you to even connect with them and give them what they need. So I love the fact that you said, I don't want to put my ministry hat on, but I gave a message before that said, we are suffering at the altar.
Come on now.
So we try to pray a lot of things away, but it is not something that's going to get prayed away, especially if it's something that's not being dealt with. So a lot of the issues I see is people not knowing how to show up. And I will be honest, a lot of your frontline workers are suffering themselves. And there's no help for the frontline workers. So how are they supposed to give people quality of care if they're not taking care of themselves?
That part, girl, let me unpack that ministry part right there, because what we saw historically is that it wasn't talked about, you know what I mean, and so it was shamed and frowned upon if you were going through something, and so people would be sitting there in the pew and suffering in silence, you know what I mean. And I remember, the last days of my alcohol addiction, I would drink on my way to church and drink and before I pulled out the parking lot, and you couldn't tell me nothing because I paid my tithes, you know what I mean? Kind of, you know what I mean? I looked good on the outside, but I was suffering and it's psychologically going through things, and so forth. And so I appreciate you saying that because we need to have these conversations everywhere.
Yes.
And let folks know that it's a thing. You're going through it. Let's work to get you pressed forward. You know what I mean? Let's get you through it actually, so that you don't stay stuck in that thing because that's what the devil wants. You know what I mean? He wants for us to stay stuck. He doesn't want God's people to prevail. You know what I mean? And sometimes, we'll get that mentality like, oh, well, this is the way it's always been. And that's the way my mama had to live. And that's, you know what I mean? And then you just stuck in a rut. And that's not the covenant that we're keeping.
No, not at all.
Come to it gotta get gone. It gotta get gone. And so this is part of some of that community-based healing, that we so desperately need because folks sometimes the only thing they have is a church. You know what I mean? Or sometimes the only thing they have is a friend or whatever that is. And so, you emphasize community-based healing. And so what does that look like in practice and how does it differ from traditional models of care?
So community-based healing looks like making sure somebody's not suffering in isolation, right? And it's really showing up for somebody that doesn't know and depositing what you learned, right? Like if you know about sex trafficking and you notice somebody might have been trafficked, you start to plant a seed. They might not receive what you're saying, but you let the next person be the person that's going to water the seed, right? Because God's going to get the increase on what they need. But a lot of people don't even have all access to what's available to them because for them, they're not even a victim.
Come on and say it.
And so we want to make sure that when we show up for somebody, this is what I try to do. I try to show up in love. Like if I show up in love, then they could be reminded that God is real because the way the person treated them, right? They're on edge. So I have to make sure that I'm well. And that's taking care of yourself so you can show up good for people too. And so the community actually has to do a better job as far as making sure it doesn't seem like it's a gatekeeping system.
Mm-hmm.
I like to say where human services doesn't seem human and social services doesn't seem social. that's a problem. We
Mm-hmm.
got to be talking to each other. We got to stop making it seem like it's the title that matters before you'll talk to somebody that knows how to help somebody else. So
Yeah.
that's a job the community could do better. It's communicating with each other, not making it seem like it has to be the lowest person, like the person in the most major crisis so that they can get credit for it. Like, look what we did for this person. No, you really got to go back to Bible. The left hand should not know what the right hand is doing. Show up
Mm-hmm.
and really deposit a seed. Let somebody else water it and let God get the increase on helping people. And we have to just do a better job in really showing up in spaces that are going to help educate us to better show up for the people.
That part. I hope you guys are picking up what she's putting down, because this is truth, and then it's so desperately needed. We need to get back to the biblical ways in which we should be showing up for each other. You know what I mean? And I say this all the time. We're the hands and feet. So what are we really doing? You know what I mean? And we don't have to be in four walls, because the Lord knows Jesus was everywhere. he was everywhere. You know what I mean? Helping to save the masses, helping folks to get delivered and set free.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah. We have a message we're putting out here, you know what I mean? And so if you're listening and you need that help, you need that community, let someone know. Let someone know. It's all about empowering individuals to speak up for themselves. You know what I mean? And then it's that major call to action that has to take place. And so, for a mother who may be struggling in silence right now, what would you want her to hear about healing, support, and the possibility of change? Because it can happen. Ask me how I know.
So I want her to hear there's hope in healing. That's the title of my book. Literally, there's hope in healing. Everything you're going through might seem so magnified that you're missing the opportunity to just be vulnerable. Like, I know it may hurt being vulnerable with the wrong person, but there's something about being in community. Like, nowadays, we're moving into a place where a lot of people are like, oh, I don't have to go to church. But I beg differ. In the house, if you don't feel well, that's where you go get your healing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, okay, granted, some people go to church and they feel like they still don't have community there. But there's something about Jesus always making the model for us to continue to move our bodies. When you stay stuck in that home and you're going through it and you're hearing the kids and it's nonstop, Monday through Friday, you probably know what your work life gonna look like. The crisis is already there, but there's something about going and getting up and serving.
Mm-hmm.
And it's true servitude, because we're the hands and feet of Jesus, right? You're going to, I promise you, get what you need, because you got to move your body.
Yeah.
Like, you will literally fall deep in a sunken place if you stay in that home and let all that noise just keep going, because life doesn't stop happening.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could ask you to do anything, I'd ask you to open up your Bible and find out in this season who you're walking it out with. Because I say that saying, I am somebody that struggles with my mental health from time to time. It's not a degree. It's not a socioeconomic status that will ever change that at times. But I wasn't the only one that dealt with that. I, at times, compare myself to Elijah. So in the midst of my own personal healing journey, because I'm a woman that experienced complex trauma, like, I look at that ACE assessment and I'm like, ooh, it's real ghetto over here.
Yeah.
But I want you to know that there is a community that wants to love on you. And I love the fact that I get to proudly say I work for Safe Families for Children. I'm talking about people that really want to be the hands and feet of Jesus, like literally in what they do and how they show up. They don't want nothing from you, but to literally show you that they're here to love on you in the midst of your pain, and literally just help you get closer to God. And they won't bring up God if you don't want them to. So understand, I know some people have church hurt. I know some people don't even believe in him because of all the things that they've experienced. But I'm here to tell you, we all go through something. And it is nothing better than seeing somebody that's made it on the other side of it. And that's why I was like, no, I can't miss the opportunity to do this, because if you see what God did for me and what he did for her, he's gonna do it for you. I know in the midst of that time, it's hard to see. I literally was so sad and upset and hurt when I was pregnant that my baby did not smile when he came out, like for 2 months. That stuff follows you.
Yeah.
And it goes through your children. My son had panic attacks when COVID happened. I've experienced panic attacks. So when I'm talking about mental health and being an advocate, it's like I'm just a mental health representative. Like, you need to get in community, a support group, a sister circle, something that's going to keep you from being isolated and falling deep down in the trenches when it comes down to really being the best that you can be for yourself and then your children.
Period. There's nothing left for me to add to that. Marisa, girl. Yes. Yeah. What she said. You know?
Yeah. I'm gonna do this part too. Write the process. Because there's somebody on here that God has called to literally help somebody else be saved. And there's a soul that needs to be saved. It says in scripture, he left the 99 for the one. And it's one of you on here that has a story to tell. And I can't wait to hear it, but you have to write it. You're not going to forget this, like how it feels to go through what you're going through, especially when it's a mental turmoil. You won't forget it. But there's something about him teaching you how to get through it so you can teach somebody else. Oh, that was for me.
Yeah. Don't let me get this shouting. Come on now. That part, you know what I mean? We go through tests and trials so that we can persevere. They become testimonies, and we can help the next person out. And you know, and I love the work that you guys are doing. You know what I mean? And this is a ministry. I remember we had a board member who's no longer on the board because I had to pray that person about, and I said what I said. And he was like, this is Tam's hobby. And I was like, no, this is the ministry. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and I felt a little convicted, you know what I mean? I was like, you know, because when I'm counseling with moms and talking with them, you know what I mean? Like, amen. How are you praying? When are you doing your Bible study? You know what I mean? They know that if we're in proximity, look, I keep me some oil. You know what I mean? Like, we will lay hands and figure this thing out. You know what I mean? Let me tell you some verses to meditate on and so forth. And I remember, you know, walking away from that meeting feeling a little convicted, and I had to repent. I was like, God, you know what I mean? Clinically, on a clinical side, you know what I mean? This is ministry showing up every day. You know what I mean? Yes, this is not my 9 to 5, you know what I mean? But this is my calling. And, you know, but on the business side, am I not communicating that? You know what I mean? And so forth, you know, and I'm like, this is your baby, you know what I mean? I need you to show me, guide me, help me to better, you know what I mean, make certain that it's articulated, you know, whatever, paper on paper and practice. This is a ministry. We're here to help folks get delivered and set free, because I'll be darned if on my watch, you know what I mean, that a demon, an imp, you know what I mean, you're not taking this one. You know, have gas, will travel. What you going through? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. And this is the mentality, because I am so serious, because so many people suffer and they go through things and they do it in isolation. You know what I mean? They will think that, you know, that it's just or they will think that, you know, if they communicated, they're going to be looked at some kind of way and so forth and so on. And so it's really pertinent that, you know, the work that we're doing here, the conversations that we're having is part of that ministry. You know what I mean? And so if a person is out there and you're listening, I can't express this to you enough. You know what I mean? Whatever that looks like, let someone know. We have folks that are here that will love on you, service, and we're not worried about what you got in your pocket. You know what I mean? Where you at, whatever that looks like. We'll figure it out. We'll get it done. This is why we have these conversations, so that, you know, there's that the light is being shared So if someone's in one location and there's a provider in another location, and there's another provider in another location, we're casting the net and we're helping individuals, get delivered and set free. Period. I know I don't want to go rambling on, but yes.
I love that. For me, if I could leave y'all with anything, I want y'all to know, in Ecclesiastes 4:9-10, it says, two are better than one. If either falls, the one will lift up his companion. And that's the entire thing when we talk about community. Like, the truth is there's going to be parts of this time that do feel like you're in this wilderness and nobody's really around, because what I hear a lot is, I have family, but they're, probably tired of hearing you. And it sounds like your suffering just doesn't stop. And we can't forget Job, right? Job got 10 times back, but when did he get that? And I had to look at God like, okay, what is it, 10 years? From when that, when the loss happened. But the reality is there's something about that moving forward. And some of that isolation is really to clean you up, because if you ask God to deliver you from something, a lot of the people that you used to be with, you can't be with no more, because you're going to go back to the old way. So in the midst of that, sometimes what's raging war on the inside is the old man versus the new man. And if you're going to be the new man, you got to let go of the old ways. And, I don't want to preach at y'all, but it's really serious. And if I could leave y'all with anything, that's why I created Sincere Movements, Tam. And I love how you said people look at it like this is not a hobby, this is ministry. And God created that so I could let people know sometimes you are going to have those mental battles. It's like this mental anguish because you're called, and then you're suffering, but you got to press forward and continue to know that. Do it in community, and please use your voice to advocate for you. And true transparency. We don't know how to give you what you need and show up for you unless you tell us. And then we'll meet together in the middle somewhere and make it happen.
Yeah. Good stuff. Oh my gosh, I held back the tears. This is good. We'll have to figure out another way we can do a little something more of these conversations, because it needs to be had. And, I think, the equation is, the biblical standards. The Bible says, along with, the mental health aspect, they can't work in silos. And so these kind of conversations are needed, so desperately. What do you have coming down the pike for you, and how can folks get in touch with you?
Go on my Facebook and my Instagram, Marquisa Tassie. It's just the same thing. I'm not hiding from anybody. I have a suicide prevention event coming in September, because at 17, as a young lady that had experienced complex trauma, I was ready to end it all. And God kept me. So it is time that we literally show what it is when we have frontline workers showing up, what burnout looks like, what having to deal with people when you're grieving, and just trying to take care of yourself and be well. So in September, I'll be having a suicide prevention event, and I would love all of you guys to show up in the packs.
Keep me posted. I let me know. We'll figure that out. I'll talk to you offline about that. Thank you so much, and happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Have a good weekend.
Oh my gosh, good stuff. This is our war cry. You know what I mean? And I may cry later in the car, but we're so serious. If you are going through it, this is what we're here for. So our Thrive program is a 6-month program. Yep, I said 6 months, 24 weeks, where we lock arms with moms. You know what I mean? We provide counseling sessions. We do telephone check-ins like, are you good? Do you need anything? Your baby grew out of an infant car seat. Now I need a toddler car. Okay, hold on, kind of a thing, right? We have a community reflections lab where we, have it's like a support group setting, and moms get to talk it out with each other. And we have Shay, who's a facilitator and so forth. And, we have curriculums. We want moms to learn, some tools and have some of those tangible resources, even if they are electronic, right? To be able to navigate parenthood and life at the same time, because boy, look here, that thing is real. Ask me how I know. I may make that. I don't know. It's kind of cheesy, but I may get that as a tattoo. I don't know. I'll pray about it. But yeah. We're here. We're pressing forward. We are in hour number 8, hour 8 of our 4th annual charity broadcast, 24 Hours of Favor. Say that fast 3 times. And what is our why? Okay, so let me tell you some stats, right? Our why is because 60% of pregnant women with substance use disorders also experience co-occurring mental health disorders such as depression or anxiety. Why? Because 50% of perinatal mood and anxiety cases go undiagnosed or untreated, once more, especially in communities of color or rural areas. Because BIPOC mothers are significantly more likely to experience PMAD and less likely to receive appropriate treatment. Why? Because there are barriers to care, and these barriers include lack of screening, sometimes at the OB/GYN offices, fear, stigma, or child protective services. Rural or and low income mothers, they're more times more likely to lack access to maternal mental health. And what we have found is that only about 20% of pregnant or postpartum women with substance use receive treatment. And that's from SAMHSA. The numbers are real. The stats are out there. Our theme this year is that mental health aids maternal health. You know what I mean? And we're talking about the whole mind, body, and soul of a person, the holistic approach to how we're helping individuals get set free and live better lives. And so I'm grateful for the team that I get to work with that helps me do some of these things. And so we'll keep it moving forward. And just keep me honest. How are we making out?
Man, we have just had some awesome guests. All their testimonies and what they're doing is, oh my goodness. I just been taking notes and praying us through it.
That part.
This is wonderful. This is wonderful. I want to remind everybody about the Give Butter account where you can make your donation. You can search for Give Butter, and you can make your donation at givebutter.com. MMF 2026 stands for Maternal Matters Favor 2026. So we're grateful for Give Butter. I've got just a couple of little videos that I want to play right quick. Virtual sisterhood, what is the birth, and support moms. So let's give Tam a little break so she can grab something to drink, and don't go anywhere, everybody.
Moms, what I'm seeing in my community is this need for sisterhood, this need for a village that doesn't look like what we were once told, right? It doesn't have to be mom. It doesn't have to be your aunts. It doesn't have to be grandma. It doesn't have to be anybody you even really know. And I think that's the beauty in postpartum. And what I run a 4th trimester program. It's all virtual. It's women all across the United States, and they don't know each other, but they have more in common than any 2 women, right? They're in this really special place together, and the conversations drive change and validation. Like that is really, we know what we need to do, but we're looking for that validation, that encouragement. And I think that the Whole Mom, we're doing a really good job of providing those spaces, unconventional maybe in this virtual setting, and letting moms connect, providing them a little bit of education, and then providing them time to connect with each other. And I can't tell you, Dr. Tam, even recently I've had moms talking about sleep, and they don't want to sleep train their babies because it's harmful. And then hearing from another mom like, wait, that's not necessarily harmful. Have you ever talked to somebody about that? And the cool thing about that, with the Whole Mom in our circle, we have a network of providers that will come in and do a free consultation. So they'll give the education about the whole sleep training, right? Because that's a sensitive one. And the last month, I've had 2 moms message me and say, okay, I went for it. I did the sleep training and I am sleeping so well. And then everything else I'm not mad at my husband anymore. I feel better. I'm a better mom. It's all tied into that educational piece. And that is like fostering those conversations, I feel like, is where we are strongest and where we're seeing the best outcomes with our moms.
That's Dr. Nicole Cummey. And so we'll get into more of her session that we had to pre-record a little earlier. And so, yeah.
I can't hear anything.
Welcome, ladies. Uh-oh, can you
Great.
hear us, Latoya? We can hear you. Uh-oh. Can you hear us, Latoya? No?
Cannot hear anything. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is weird, but I can't hear you.
Oh. Check your
I may have
microphone.
to exit and come back.
Okay,
I can't
okay,
hear
do that,
anything.
do that. Oh, Latoya is one of our moms that's actually in our program. Hey, Shay, hey! Shay is in the house. Shay is our peer counselor who does amazing things. You know, when I talk about the pillars that help stand up operations, she's there in the field with me. Facilitates our community reflections lab and everything else in between. And so I'm so glad that you're here this evening. Can you hear us, Latoya?
Yes, I can hear you guys now.
And we can hear you. Yes, I love it. And so everyone, this is Latoya. She is a mom of ours in our Thrive program. And so I know you're on. You're going to tell us some of the things that, brought you to the place where you're like, oh, look, I need to go ahead and give me some support and, talk to us about a whole bunch of other different things. And so once more, I'm just so glad that you're here. What led you to seek support in through the Thrive program, and what were you experiencing at that time?
Okay, so when I joined Thrive, I was, overly whelmed mentally, emotionally, financially, just becoming a mother. My life changed. Everything changed. I needed that support. I needed the guidance and like a safe place. I don't feel judged. So I'm like, this seems like that type of place, and you guys proven me like this thus far. Like, you just hit every nail. Like, just hearing me out, listening, and that's how, I was just in a really dark place at the time, to be honest. Postpartum is no joke. I couldn't see no light, just a little, said, let me join because this seems like a great support. Yeah, great support. And before joining, I typed everything, wrote everything down. So before joining, I feel like alone. I didn't, I had support from like family, but not, it's like, how your family and friends judge you. I just needed someone that didn't judge, just listen to you, and understanding you like as a mother. And with Thrive, you feel seen, you feel heard, you just feel seen, you feel heard, and that just means the world. That really does to me. It really does. And you guys helped in ways you don't know. So also, let's see, the program, it impacted, like, you guys are consistent where you are. You're helping me with, sorry, a little nervous here. You care enough to, like, you check in, you see how we're doing. The packet helps too, because you're like dissecting yourself. You're seeing areas of your life where you can make changes, where you can focus on, where you can grow and you can get better. And that helps with like the healing process of things. So yeah, sorry. I think I went on and on after the question.
No worries. No worries. Shay.
Hi, Latoya. Hi, Dr. Tam. How are y'all doing? Dr. Tam, you've been kicking butt on camera. You look amazing. You've been asking all the great questions. I just have such amazing guests. Like, the program in the broadcast is absolutely phenomenal. I'm very blessed to be a part of this. So happy to see Latoya. I just seen her the other last Thursday, so I'm like, I'm so excited. And it's an absolute honor to be able to service Latoya, to be able to help her through her guidance. Me and her have definitely had some real conversations, and when we were like, I'm in the same boat with you, girl. So I'm just blessed to be that shoulder that she can rely on, to check in and see how she's doing, to be able to help her to feel grounded into her new stage of motherhood. And it's a lifelong thing. And I really am blessed to be a part of her journey as well. Because we can go back and forth and feed off each other about, the new things we're learning as motherhood, the funny things our kids do, and even just the things that we're going through as mothers, what's going on at home, and some of the things that we just think in our minds that we should just hold on and, just not worry about it. But speaking to Latoya, and, it not only helps her, but it heals me as well. So it's truly to be a blessing to be able to counsel and to be able to be a navigating for her. So I'm very blessed to be here.
Yeah.
And so Latoya, I do have a question. I know we've been doing like a lot of the when we do, especially in a lot of our labs, we go over things of like feeling seen and, checking our boundaries. I know we just went over our boundaries and making sure that we're hearing our voice and being assertive. Before joining the program, did you feel that you had the support you needed as a mother? And my secondary question would be, what changed you once you entered into Thrive?
Okay, so before, support was minimal. It was minimal. And I had issues with like asking, support was minimal. Like my husband would help when he could. Basically I depend on my daughter's godmother. Sorry, that's her in the back.
No worries.
And after Thrive, sorry. But after Thrive, like I felt like you guys it was a little more stress relief because I see you guys as like my diary. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that deep for me that there's no judgment, there's no making you feel small, there's no, belittling you, picking at you. You're trying to just grow with women, you know what I'm saying? So that's where
it's not
it's okay.
Yes.
It's all good. She went on mute. That baby gonna get it later on. Oh, too funny. It's all good though. Yeah, this is what it's all about. You know what I mean? Oh. Hey, Stinker Winker. Let's see if that helps. No.
Oh, okay. Here, Mama. Here. There you go. There you go. Okay. Take the block away and get soft. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, I gotta remember this.
Oh, I love every moment of when I see her and the raw moments that we have with each other. I'm like, ooh, girl, because I remember that age. I remember those moments, and it's just so beautiful to see it again. Of just like you doing your thing, you're learning yourself. You like noise, you like being active, and it's just like that's just your world. And it's just it's moments like that, but you still have to cherish it. It's a moment of time that you can just. I feel like that's a grounding moment too, to really realize that you're in the present and to celebrate yourself, especially during this time of like we're in Mother's Day is coming in tomorrow. We're going to this wonderful thing to be celebrated of being a caregiver. In those moments, we're just like, oh Lord have mercy, but it's a blessing nonetheless. So I love it. Especially when we go through in the meeting and then I see her and you're feeding her and I'm just like it gives me a great feeling in my heart to see that. So to even regardless of how you feel and what's going through your mind, you're just like you're still caregiving, you're still being that mother, you're still being there in the moment, and it's a gorgeous, it's a wonderful thing to see. It's a really nice thing to see.
Yes. Thank you. Okay.
And so I know we were talking, about support and feeling seen and, the impact of the program. what would you say is that, what part of the program that impacts you most, whether it's the counseling or the check-ins or the reflection labs, community support, or just simply having someone consistently there for you?
I would say the phone calls, the check-ins, and also the reflection, how detailed it is. I actually look forward to those weekly reflections. I like those as well to see. It's good to write it down, but the app too. Thank you for the app. But it's good to put it down to see how far you've come, how your attitude and action changes, and then the check-ins. Those two are really that helps me. I like the check-ins, just having someone to talk to, and like getting inspiration from and ideas from, and helping you think outside the box. Like you're so tired, you didn't even think straight, and then when someone talks to you who, has you know what you're doing, you got it together. You're like, oh yeah, I didn't think about like that. So you guys really helps me too. That's really important. And the resources that, like what Shay gave me, all those resources, and then also helping me with the baby. I really appreciate that. Maxine, those outfits they got. Yeah, yeah. So thank you for that too. Just the resources and the help. So that'd be three things. So yeah, yeah, yeah.
I do have since being part of Thrive, what do you think you've noticed has changed in yourself emotionally, mentally, or personally? I know, especially when we do it in the labs, we talk about, I know our first lab was where we're going through like identity. I feel like during motherhood, once, they talk about, it takes 2 years for you to recover to get your hormones back. It takes you 6 months to get to this point. It takes you 5 years to fully find yourself again. And I know that was something that we were discussing, and kind of to give you more of the grounding moment of figuring out, who am I in this? Now I have this new title in my life. Now I have a beautiful human that I'm raising, and I'm looking for my support group. I'm looking for everything, and the baby's taken care of, but how am I being taken care of? How am I, taking care of myself? Like, when I'm looking in the mirror, am I happy with what I'm looking at? So I know we've had a lot of those moments and those themes, and we've kind of talked about it, and went over, but I just want you to share a little bit of kind of how you felt and the transitions that you're kind of going through.
So doing the program with you and everything, I've given myself more. It helped me give myself more grace, and also standing firm on those boundaries and creating boundaries and not feeling shame or guilt about it. So those would be two of the biggest things. And you have to check in with yourself, like, hey, give yourself grace. You have to, because the world is hard enough, So with this program, it helps you realize that, motherhood is a trauma you go through. It's just serious. This is. I feel God bless the souls who've passed away who didn't make it. So grace and boundaries really what is like getting me through, and I'm learning to carry those things. So those two. Yeah.
That's major. That's totally major. Grace, we need to do it more. And so, how important has it been to realize you are not alone in what you were experiencing?
Important, very important, because it's like sometimes I used to feel like I blend in with the walls, and I'm still working through that, from but it's really important to be seen, because it's healthy to be seen, and this program helps you with that. It's healthy because you need to be in that right mind, especially you're taking care of your child. They need to. It's just like healthy. It will help you with your children, help you with their development, being seen. It's the most important thing. Like if you're not being seen, some people question their life. Some people have taken, what I'm saying? So this really helps with that. It helps with that. Losing train of thought. Excuse me. Mom brain, y'all know. So but yeah, I would just this really does help you to feel seen, especially the check-ins. It matters. It matters a lot. I don't want to go into details, but there's, you have some really dark days, so being seen is everything. Yeah.
And I know we've had, conversation, not going to go into too much detail, but of just like even the conversation of it's okay to not be okay. And that's why we need to have those moments of understanding that I'm not okay right now. I'm not feeling well. And all of those emotions are valid, because that's how you get to find your identity. That's how you get back to that grounding moment of being in the present, of seeing, okay, if I'm not okay, where can I start? Where's the stepping stone of, did I eat today? Is baby okay? Is there something I need? Even I know we were talking about, with certain skills, like did I take the time to learn this certain skill today? Did I dedicate my time to something in terms of my development and in the revamping of myself? Because motherhood is not something, it's an addition. It's not in it, but usually it's a moment that's just like, everything is all over the place. Everything, you're tired, you're exhausted. You probably haven't eaten in a few days. Baby's crying. There's diapers everywhere. And I feel like we have, those moments of just like, everything is everything. It is not okay. And I can even tell you that, my brain's not even together, and I'm still figuring it out. But even in these moments, is still to be able to give you the assistance and to give you the help. Helps me too, because it helps me to become more organized and to be able to see like, oh, I told her that one. That made me think of something like this. And oh, I forgot to do this. Let me try to be better planning and everything like that. So I always advocate for that. And I think especially with this organization, is advocacy is very huge. For us. So we want to make sure that you're feeling heard, that you're feeling seen, that you feel that your voice does matter, because it truly does. That even though that you're a mom, that you still have a voice. It's still, babies, of course, is about, but it's always that mother baby. So mother and baby is important. We need just as much care as the baby needs, mother needs care too. So I'm going to give you a kind of a close. Where our question is going to be is, what do you think you would say to another mother who may be struggling silently, or unsure for asking for help, which is a big thing for me, because I can tell you, I wish I would have had this program before, because I was definitely the one that was suffering in silence. So
I was that asking for help does not make you weak. It does not make you okay. You deserve support too, mom. Okay. Sometimes like one conversation, one program, one person checking in, it makes a huge difference to your life. A huge difference. And also, sorry. And we're gonna have people sometimes in our life, our friends or our family, they can come from like a not so good place and give you like unsolicited advice you didn't want. Just take it with a grain of salt. And that's it. That's it. Yes. And pray.
oh yes,
Pray. Yeah.
That part. So glad that you were able to come on and just share, from your own lens, your experience of everything that you went through, that led you up to, coming to us here at MMF. And I can tell you, I'm excited, for some of the transformation that I've seen just in the short time that I've been having one-on-one counseling with you. And so I'm looking forward to God's work continuously taking place in your life, in your mind, you know what I mean? We've been talking about getting set free for some things, you know what I mean? And come on, get some things up off of me, you know what I mean? And God is going to continuously do miraculous work. Shay, I'll let you go ahead and close us out with Latoya.
Latoya, like I said, it's an honor to be servicing you and to be a helping hand for you, because helping you helps me. It's an honor to be able to see the development of the baby. It's an honor to see that you're making transformation, and the fact that I don't know how many times, and I keep telling you how proud I am of you, of just your progression and your perseverance. And even a lot of the labs, I'm like, no, you're already doing this. You speak up for yourself. You say what you want. You know what you want. And I 110% stand behind that. And that's why I love having the moments when we have together, even seeing the sweet baby and just her moments of just being herself and learning life and being in this world. It's an absolute honor. So
Thank you. Thank you.
absolutely. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. And I'm just so thankful that I joined. Really am. Thank you. So
Always happy that we're happy to have you.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh my gosh. We are keeping the show moving on, and I'm so grateful for everyone and the work that we're doing. And so just had one of our program participants, Latoya, kind of give some of her testament to some of the work that we're doing. And this is what it's all about. It's not about me. It's not about Shay. You know what I mean? It's not about any of our board members. You know what I mean? It's about the moms. It's about the services in which we provide so that individuals can actually get the true help and healing that they need.
Yep, absolutely. Tam, I'm getting ready to bring your next guest in, but we got some shout outs to make, quite a few. Cecilia King is watching us on Facebook. Tina Batten and JTB Beauty Supply are watching us from Jacksonville, Florida. Let me see. We got Clarissa. I can't pronounce your last name, Clarissa, and I don't want to mess it up. Starts with the letter T. Thank you for your hearts and joining us. Rodrigo and Tahara Thompson. Avalon S. Brown, the author, and Julia. Oh my goodness. Just so much excitement going on that I just needed to share some of that with you. We've got almost a dozen people watching us on YouTube. And if you are not watching us live, if you're watching the replay, please put your city and state or your country, put that in the comments, because we want to know how far we have reached. So if you're watching the replay and we're not live, just let us know where you're from. All right, time to bring in our next guest.
Hey.
Am I, can you hear me and everything?
I can hear you. We can see you. You look fabulous.
You do too. And I wish I knew how to reach through and hug you for everything. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And how powerful just the good Lord is powerful and puts people, angels in your path when you don't even realize you need them. Yeah. And that's how, you and I'm full, really. I'm full because my daughter, she just yesterday, she was saying, Mom, I like Miss Tam's assistant. She made me feel seen.
Wow.
And that's, what we've been trying to help her, like listening. Being a mother is no joke. Being a woman is no joke.
Mm-hmm.
It's no joke,
Yeah.
And you get a little taste of it, at least, on jumping around kind of quickly. But I remember being young and my mother suffered from PMS and we didn't know what was going on. And, then hormonally, once you have a baby, if that type of hormonal stuff is not addressed, and now looking back and talking to women like you and the women that I've been talking with on my platform, it's not enough information about this mechanism, this beautiful mechanism portal that is blessed to have. So.
Oh, everyone, we're about to get into it with Miss Janine right here. She is the mother. She's a mother, she's a grandmother, and a serial entrepreneur. Hey, she is the editor-in-chief. If you have your phone on, we may be echoing here, so that one may have to go. She is the editor-in-chief of I Fight magazine, an online community-centered publication. Let's pause right now. What do you have on that's echoing?
Me?
Oh, yeah. Is it your microphone, or do you have a recording device, or do you have?
Hold on. Let me. I usually don't use the microphone, so I usually just use it straight through give me a second.
No worries.
Yeah, technology is not it's my friend. I'm claiming it to be my friend.
Amen. I love that. I love that. Yes, watch our words. Watch our words.
Right,
You know,
really.
anything is possible in live TV. So,
Let me see if I just
we pivot and we'll figure it out.
It's not even showing that it's on. That's
something
weird. But I hear it's like a high pitch. Is that what you're hearing?
It's an echo. It's an echo.
Okay, let me go into the settings real quick.
Okay. That part. So yeah, we're here doing our thing, raising awareness for maternal mental health, and we're also raising funds. And so it takes a village, and it also takes money. We need money. So $10 can provide immediate support and access. $25 can get guided reflection and skill building out to a mom. $50 can actually get care navigation and resource coordination for a mother. $100 can provide program completion incentives, right? And so we tell our moms, you know, at the end of this six-month program, we'll give you $100, you know what I mean, to keep them engaged and help them remain accountable to themselves. $250, it helps us with curriculum and tools. $500, it helps with counseling and clinical support. And for $1,500, you can provide all those things that I mentioned, which is a full program sponsorship for a mom to go through our 6-month program. And so our program includes 6 one-on-one counseling sessions, 12 biweekly check-ins, 12 community reflection labs, curriculum, journal, all that's electronic, resource navigation, and that completion stipend. This is the package that we have put together to help moms, you know, get some sturdy footing about themselves as they're trying to navigate parenthood and life at the same time. And so what we do know here is that in live TV, things happen. We pivot as we can, you know what I mean? Sometimes individuals may or may not be able to communicate everything that they had prepared to say. Sometimes, you know, receptions go wonky and we miss out on full sentences. And sometimes there's an echo in the background, like it is with me.
My goodness, no.
Is an echo. And,
okay. I went into settings, audio, and I have relation on. Maybe if I take it off, is that better?
Say something else. Oh no, I'm echoing.
Huh? That's better?
Echoing. Okay.
Still
we're gonna kind of weather through, so it's all good. Let me get back into your introduction. It's not all good.
And it's still echoing. I've pressed everything on the settings that this technical mind knows to do.
I don't know why I'm echoing.
Yeah, you're echoing too, just a little bit, but
I don't hear you echoing.
You also hear me echoing, you say?
No, I don't hear you echoing, but I hear me echoing.
Yeah, just a little bit. I went in on the main settings and on this smaller settings that I see that's coming up, and there was an echo cancellation. This is my first experience with StreamYard.
That part, okay. Well, we're going to keep it moving. I'm so glad that you're here. You know what I mean? You have a phenomenal background, you know, and you do a lot of amazing things. And I am, once more, just totally appreciative. And so when we think about some of the work that you're doing, and you know, we're talking about storytelling and visibility, through I Fight magazine and the Womb as podcast, you created platforms that amplify women's voices. Why is it so important for mothers to have spaces where their stories are seen and heard?
I think it's very important for women to hear other women's stories, because then that gives them permission to speak their stories, or license or courage to speak their stories. Because in me talking to the women that I've been talking with in the short span of time that the Wombs podcast has been on air, which is since January 2022. It's very interesting. I've spoken with literally hundreds of women through surveys and text messages and LinkedIn. Excuse me. And even though everybody's journey is different, backstories are what bring us together. I listened earlier when you were speaking with your first guest and how she spoke about, there are women out there that feel so silenced that they can't share what's going on inside of them for whatever the reason. Shame, fear of ridicule, or in my mother's era, my mother was such an astute woman and, worked so hard to carry herself in a manner that she had it all figured out and that she could handle it. And she had been handling things since she was a little girl. And I know my mother, now looking back, it was postpartum, some of the things that my mother experienced. My mother had 3 kids, me, and then 2 siblings, and back to back almost, 5 years apart and then 3 years apart. My grandmother had 6 children by herself, so the hormonal changes, I didn't even realize I had postpartum until now, watching my daughter and some of the things she's going through, and it clicked. This is something that I'm not an island in this. And speaking with women, there's stories, unfortunately, of women that the hormonal imbalances tells their minds to seek self-medication, suicide, infanticide,
Yeah.
It's, that's why I wanted to make it a safe space, not a space where, oh, he, ha, ha, what, no, I feel you. I want to hold you. I want to lift you up. I want to cry with you. I want to laugh with you. I want you to understand you are not alone. And as the Queen said earlier, it's okay to say, I'm tired, or I don't got it figured out, or I don't want to figure it out without help. And that's where women, we're so powerful when we allow ourselves. One of the ladies that I spoke with, she said something powerful. She said, women, we are the food. And and as long as the food isn't right, she said, nothing's going to be right. And if you think about that, everybody comes through the womb, and, whether you are suckled at the breast or not, that mother that you came through, or some other mother who birthed the baby, can feed you.
Yeah.
And can feed, others.
Yeah.
So it's important that we heal and we are whole. So that's the main reason.
I love it. Maternal mental health and silence are a dangerous combination. And so many women are carrying their struggles quietly. From your perspective, how does storytelling help break stigma and create space for healing in maternal mental health?
I just think about my story. I had the pleasure of caring for my mother the last 20 years as she fought hard against dementia and Alzheimer's. And I also had the blessing to be there on her deathbed with her. And I laid my head on her womb, and I could hear her heart beating, and I could hear her breathing and falling. And all I could remember is this 83-year-old woman who is now full circle back to life. She was twice a child already. And now here, what a story, the part of her story that I knew is mother, but because she was my best friend, I also knew some parts of her story as best friend, but there were a lot of parts of my mother's story that I know she felt she couldn't tell. Things that she said to me. And then I found a book, I'm looking at it now, The Story of a Lifetime, where she, answered questions about her upbringing and things. And I realized because of her upbringing, she silenced herself on a lot of her stories. And that's a choice. And a lot of us don't realize it's a choice. Sometimes it's a forced choice.
The forced one, yeah.
Yeah, it's a forced choice for however it comes at us. You know, in my case, trying to be there for my mother because my father was in the Army, you know, that has an effect on, you know, how your mother parents, and you have to give grace. You have to give grace because our mothers are just women who had us, you know, and their stories help us to understand ourselves. You know, I read something a while ago that said, as far back as you know, the wombs in your lineage. So, for instance, on my mother's side, I never met her, but I know her name. My great grandmother's mother's name was Sophia. Sophia had Eliza. Eliza had Jessica, who is my grandmother. Jessica had my mother, who is Ruth. Ruth had me. I had Zadia, who is my daughter, and Zadia had Surya, and the womb just keeps going on. You understand? So if you understand the stories of the wombs, my daughter has never met my grandmother, but she knows Wheezy. She's never met Liza, but she knows that womb. She knows she couldn't read and write.
Yeah.
She knew my mother because my mother helped raise her, because it's important. You carry that womb with you. So if you don't understand the genetics of your womb, or if you do understand, let's put some positivity on it. If you do understand it, then it empowers you. You understand, maybe your maternal grandmother suffered from mental illness, or you know, any other types of physical things now. So it's yeah, stories are very important. We're all walking books.
Yes, we
No,
are.
yeah,
Yes,
everybody,
we are.
no book is supposed to be the same, and that's the beauty of life to me. But somewhere in there, the pages in your book and the pages in my book, oh, it's similar story, a similar chapter maybe. Because, you know, you talked about your chapter of depression and things that you've been through. I've had that chapter in my life.
Yeah, you know, multi-generational impact is pertinent, and so we're talking about lived experience. And as a mother and grandmother, how have you seen the conversation around women's mental health evolve, and what still needs to change for future generations?
In all honesty, I don't see as big of an evolution as you would think it should be at this point, but there has been an evolution, obviously, because just knowing my mother and knowing my grandmother, the things that they did not speak on, you know, especially in our communities, women of color, a lot of times it's ostracized, or you feel ostracized if you say, I need help with something here or something here. But if I break my leg, it's okay for me to say I need help with a broken leg. To me, it's the same thing. But that stigma makes women feel that I got to handle this, or there's a shame on it that won't allow you to seek the help. And the narratives, although they're different, and they're more open, I think they are getting broader. But it's a conversation that does not need to just be happening with women. It needs to be happening strongly with men too. Because I spoke with one young lady. She's got two babies. One is real fresh and new, let's say months. And she said, you know, initially she kept telling her husband, I feel like I don't want to be here. I feel like I don't want to be here. And he didn't brush it off, but she said she didn't feel like he's understanding this severity to which she's feeling that. Those conversations need to be had so your partner, your husband, your father, the men in your life understand. Or when you go off in a rampage or a rage and you can't even understand what's happening, because you know, so that's very important. It's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot. You need help processing the lot.
That part, and that goes kind of back to what we've been talking about, where this is community and support is so detrimentally needed, and so when we start to advocate for our loved ones, you know what I mean, and we're looking at things through policy and cultural lenses, we know that it's a partnership, you know what I mean? It's a collaborative effort that has to happen. And so you have a background in campaigns and partnerships. How can media, marketing, and community platforms be leveraged to better shift how we prioritize and invest in maternal mental health?
Well, first of all, I think that the marketing and the PR, as far as women is concerned, or women are concerned, there needs to be a major shift in the over sexualization of our bodies, the desensitizing of our feminine divine, the power that we bring to the table. Not saying that men don't, but women are portals. And when you make us, I don't know the term I want to say, but it's what I see going on in the world is we're watering down the truth of the power of a woman, and that type of marketing, PR, all of that needs to start early. It needs to start in middle schools, elementary schools, high schools. Women that I've spoken with, almost everyone said, I didn't know enough about my body even before I had a baby. And I've spoken to women of various ages that have had babies. I was late to the game. I had my daughter at 42. And, I had I thought an understanding of my body, but you never have a full understanding of your body. So that type of information needs to be accessible. And it needs to be designed culturally, because I do believe different demographics approach the whole maternal and mental arena differently. So that needs to be looked at, and most definitely information that men, you can't have a baby without a man. So why should not, they go to Lamaze classes with you and those types of things. I think that would help a lot and give women the confidence to know I have a community within a community.
That part.
So I don't feel alienated, or I'm not going to turn somebody off or scare my husband off or scare my partner off because he knows this is with me. And I know how to help you now because I have good resources and information to help you. So that part.
Yeah, that part. I love that. So we're talking community and collective responsibility, and that's major to being able to help put transformative measures into place for individuals, right? And so your work centers on highlighting the good in communities. What role do communities play in supporting moms? And how do we move from awareness to real collective action?
Well, first of all, I think when you have a platform and you're giving women an opportunity to be a part of a community, there still needs to be some structure and ideology as to what you want to accomplish with that community, because we can come together all we want and gab and talk about our traumas and our problems, and then we just have a bucket full of tears. Whereas if we are coming to the table and it's okay to put those tears now, how are we going to use these tears to scrub these floors and to get these windows clean? What types of initiatives, what types of talent do we have within our community that we can tap into resources? And yes, it is about money, but a lot of times it's not about the money, it's about the energy, I believe, and the money will always come. Because just like with you, the first time I spoke with you, I told my daughter, I said, I felt like I've known this queen And it's energy. When you have genuine energy in community, then women feed off of that and they feed back to each other. It's a frequency. And I get excited because up until I started this podcast, I didn't know anything about frequency and all of that. And as my daughter has been auditing or whatever, editing, she showed me how everybody's voice has their own separate frequency, even a note, E flat or whatever. So you can choose to put negative frequency and banter out there with just my story is so bad. Or you can say my story, but let me tell you how I got back up off my knees.
That part. Yeah, I was talking to a
Let me
friend.
tell you who helped me get off my knees.
That right. The man up above, you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's the God in me. That's the frequency I flow on. Right. But I was talking with a friend and she was saying, these days there's a tendency to talk about our womb, it's like trauma bonding, when we're supposed to talk about how we press through the womb.
Transmutation.
That, we're denying ourselves, that opportunity to live in that, but it's like you pick yourself up and we're going to keep moving forward and so forth. And so I love that you say that. There's a call to action, there's a mandate that needs to take place. And so for women who may feel unseen or unheard in their journey, what would you want them to know about the power of their voice in their story?
I actually want to read it because that one there, I wrote just a little something, okay? I would say long before I started the platform that I started, I was aware that many women feel voiceless, even though they are successful in life, me being one of them. I've met women of many backgrounds and who've experienced and withstood circumstances that were mind-blowing, and mind-blowing in the sense that regardless of the odds, they found some way to survive. And I want women to know that the strongest voice you should ever allow in your headspace should always be your own. She is the voice that belongs to the little girl you once were, and she is the voice of the woman you now are. She is the only one who has been present with you every step of your journey. It is she who is the one who was with you when no one else was, the one that talked you down, lifted you up, made you remember how beautiful and special you are, the one who has always seen you, chosen you, and will always advocate and speak loudly for you if you allow her that privilege. If you trust the wisdoms in your womb, you will begin to hear clearly and reconnect with the voice within that can only speak love and healing into you and other women. When you give her permission to speak loudly and clearly, shamelessly and unapologetically, walking in your particular truth. When we, like you said earlier, it's you dig yourself out in tandem with the Most High, the Creator, the Almighty, whatever you call, I believe, because there have been times, and I know other people and other women especially, nobody was there when you were in that closet crying, or nobody was there when you were wherever you were, that you didn't know how you were going to get from that situation, but you and the greater being. So listen to that inner voice. We go through so much as grown women that we forget that we came here. Children come here every day. They're the powerful ones. They come here willing and knowing somebody's going to take care of me. And that's what we're charged to do. Take care of the little child.
Yeah. And take care of each other as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that, yes. Yeah. And when we do that, everything will be a whole lot less stressful, and women, we've just got to keep speaking up, and holding hands and speaking up together. Yeah. Regardless of what labels, yeah, I might be angry. Yeah, I might be weepy. I'm a woman.
Yeah.
My prerogative to be whatever I want to be.
Oh my gosh. Janae, this has been good. We'll be chatting it up as norm. What do you have going on? How can folks get in touch with you?
Okay, right now I am putting a lot of devoted energy into my podcast. It's the Wombs Podcast. You can connect with us on LinkedIn. It's LinkedIn with / I Fight with Wombs. On Instagram, it's Instagram, I Fight with Wombs, the same. And then podcast is through our website, www.ifightmagazine.biz / Wombs Podcast -1. And the goal is to upload episodes as I feel them and hopefully get really regular. I have a lot of stories that I'm working on, women that I've spoken with, but I put time to make sure that the stories that they're sharing are received in a manner that is healing for them and healing for other women that listen.
Awesome. This has been good stuff. I love it. We need to heal. We need to heal our wounds and our wounds.
Yes. Yes. Truly, because we hold everything in our wombs, and a lot of us don't even know to just sit with it. Sometimes you have to sit with everything that you've been with, just like you birthed a baby and all the pain and discomfort that comes with that. But then it's a memory. It's a memory.
Thank you so much for your time this evening, and happy early Mother's Day to you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we have some work to do, and I'm looking forward to working with your daughter. We're going to help her get healed from her wounds to her womb.
Yes, and we're looking forward to coming your way, since you're in the same state, I see. So we might have to come down that way or over that way, wherever you are in relation to where we are. But I'm so glad that our paths crossed.
Nice. Thank you so much. Whew, we are still moving along. We are in hour 9 of our 24 Hours of Favor charity broadcast, raising awareness about maternal mental health. Thank you guys for tuning in. You're muted.
I'm talking to myself. I'm so sorry. But I just want to say you've been doing absolutely amazing. We are in the 9th hour. Oh my gosh, you've been kicking butt since the morning. You have costume changes. You look wonderful. All of these conversations have been absolutely.
Puff sleeves on. I got my puff sleeves.
I was like, you showing out. I was like, okay, she done clean. I was like, Dr. Cam is clean out here today. I said, I had to make sure I put myself together.
I said, representing for the team. Thank you so much for you being you.
Absolutely. I'm blessed to be here and to be a part of this organization and a part of this cause. I am a huge advocate of it, as you know. So whatever it takes, you know me.
All righty, I'll tag you in.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Shay again. Hi, Miss Whitney. How are you?
Hi, Shay. I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm here. We're in the 9th hour. We're over here making it happen. So I'm excited. We've been doing, there's been such amazing content and interviews and just information that we've been giving out to moms. We also had such a great moment to speak to one of our moms who's a part of the program that I do the lab with. So that was absolutely awesome to see her outside of the lab and just seeing her, having those moments. But guys, we have Miss Whitney Hallman who is with us. And Miss Whitney is a mental health, let me get my words together, a maternity mental health advocate and speaker and founder of Holistics, a maternal wellness and advocacy platform supporting parents through their postpartum and beyond. After experiencing postpartum depression, she turned her pain into purpose. Amen. Now providing advocacy, education, paternal leave coaching, which is awesome, and holistic support to ensure that families feel seen and supported and heard. Amen. That's a word right there.
Amen. Won't do it. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ms. Hallman, so with your journey, beginning with your own experience in postpartum depression, and especially a lot of the moms just watching, can you share what that time looked for you and how it led you into advocacy work?
Absolutely. So yeah, so that season of my life during postpartum depression, it was very heavy. After I gave birth to my daughter, as you said, I experienced postpartum depression, anxiety, and even a little postpartum rage, and on the outside, everything looked fine, right? I had a healthy baby, a beautiful, blessed family, right? But internally, unfortunately, I was struggling in ways that I just couldn't fully understand at that time. I knew something was off, but I just really couldn't understand really connecting the dots there, right? I was working a very, very demanding job, full-time corporate job. I felt overwhelmed. I felt unsupported. And honestly, altogether, I felt alone. I just felt like I was alone in the world. I knew I couldn't be the only mother that felt this way, right? And what shifted for me was really realizing that there are so many other mothers feeling the same exact way, right? But not talking about it, unfortunately. And I get it. It's scary. It's something that we maybe haven't experienced before, right? That's really what led me into advocacy. I knew I wanted to become the support I needed at that time, right? God placed this on my heart. Sometimes he brings you through the hardest of the valleys and really through those hard journeys, just to show you what your purpose is and exactly how you're supposed to give back and be a blessing to others. So that's really where my advocacy work began. It was deep. Yeah. I still get chills to this moment. I'm thinking about, my journey now. It's not over. It's nowhere near over. I'm just getting started, I feel like, So the work that I do is really around early education, community support, advocacy work. So I do a lot of legislative advocacy work. So I do a lot of work in Pennsylvania. So in Pennsylvania, shout out to Pennsylvania girls. And I go out to Harrisburg, to our capital, a lot, and advocate for systems and policies that really would help moms and dads, right, in their support system. One of those big items that I thrive for is more time off, more paid leave. So when mom's working these corporate jobs or any job, right, after having a baby, it's not just about the baby. The mom needs some support too, right? We need time to bond with these babies. We need time to find ourselves again. We need time for therapy, and especially for healing. I'm at these visits for 6-week appointments, things like that. How you feeling? I'm like, I guess fine, and they check it out the door. What about the baby? What about me going home to my baby? You know what I mean? Like, what happens afterwards? I don't know. I don't know what to do with this thing. And that directly affects our mental, So that's really what has grounded me and what has really shifted me into advocacy work.
I think that's huge. And I think especially the fact that you do it for parents for maternal leave, because that's a huge thing that I feel like a lot of companies do not see. Like, we go to work, we're corporate America, or we're blue collar and we're in these fields. And I'm like, but you also want us to make sure that we're having families and that we're having that family time and, having those moments. But I'm like, you're not giving me the time to do it. You're not giving me the space to recover. And for any woman that's in pregnancy or in postpartum, those are moments that the mom has to heal. That somebody's healing process may look different than others, so they need that time. They need the time, with the mother baby. They need time with mother can, like you said, recover and be able to figure out who she is in this new role. You know what I mean? So it's a huge adjustment. And I think especially when you were talking about like just how many moms really go through it, the statistics are saying 1 in 7 women experience these perinatal mood anxiety disorders, including postpartum depression, anxiety, OCD and PTSD, and it's not being talked about. It's just a matter of like, a lot of times we just get up and we go and we're just like, okay, I'm not great right now, but it's the matter of just like, I have to keep going. And especially, a part of our, our spaces of just like some of our underserved populations have a rate as high as 1 in 3, you know what I mean? And, we see these numbers, we see these things happen. And we're trying to get out here and be boots to the ground and trying to help this cause and to have that advocacy. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of we have to have these opportunities to talk about it. It's just these are things we cannot swallow any longer.
Exactly. And going back to statistics, you're absolutely right. I think some of the statistics might have even been updated and changed recently. Now it's 1 in 5 parents struggle with maternal mental health, perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. And what's even more drastic are Black women or women of color die at a 2 to 3 times more than their white counterparts. This is ridiculous. And then even some of the stats that I recently read about are 98% of those births are preventable. So it really puts a spotlight on our systems, on our healthcare systems. The United States is one of the most advanced countries in the world. Why are we dying at such a high rate? What is going on? This is systemic racism. Woo, don't get me started, girl. I will.
That's another conversation.
Okay. Let me cool off a little bit, right? But it's true that when parents are forced to return to work too soon, back to your original point, before they've actually had time to physically recover, emotionally adjust, or bond with their baby, it creates so much added stress, and for someone that's already struggling, that can intensify systems, so it's difficult. It's very difficult, and things must change.
I am a firm advocate of the fact that the healthcare systems are not hearing these Black women that are saying, "Hey, I need help. Hey, I don't feel well. Hey, I'm not okay right now." And just remember, "Oh, you're fine." And even just to find out that even in their studies and in their, their development of becoming the nurses, the providers, and everything like that, that they're taught these things. They're saying that, just to be dismissive in these situations. And it's very disheartening, because I even remember seeing a statistic. I was reading an article not too long ago that it was at least 35,000, deaths were preventable. And that's yearly that this is happening. That these women that are daughters and cousins and sisters don't get a chance to, number one, hold their child, but number two, to go back home to their families. And it's so heartbreaking that we have to go out and to do these steps, but that's why we're here. That's why we're advocates. That's why we're doing the things that we're doing. And now, looking back, what do you wish you would have known or had access to earlier to have made the difference in your postpartum experience?
I really wish that, some of the things that I really wish that I had were earlier education about some of these mood anxiety disorders. For sure, I had no idea. That wasn't in, the prenatal classes that I went to when I went to these hospital tours and things like that. They weren't talking about that, what's going on with the mental, only physical, and these beautiful, beautiful babies, right? So community support, for sure. I have my village and my circle, of course, but more of the community, more nonprofit organizations, more places that are right there, front and center. Here I am. Here's how I can support you, right? And even someone just checking in intentionally on my mental health, not just the baby. Everyone focuses, more on the baby after the baby is born. The baby is cute. The baby is beautiful. I know this. I know this. I have beautiful babies. Okay.
Hello, genetics.
Hello. Wrong, honey. Right. So, just someone checking it intentionally on mental health, not just the baby. It would have made a huge difference. There were times I did express to maybe, some family and friends that just something wasn't right. I just knew. My daughter was my second child. So with my son, I don't think I suffered with a perinatal mood anxiety disorder. I could have, but it was my first baby. I'm not really sure. There were times where absolutely some signs and signals were there, but I wasn't educated on them. I kind of just pushed through. But there were times where I expressed this to fans and friends, something just wasn't right, and I don't blame them for that. Absolutely not, because they didn't know neither. They were not educated neither, but I do wish I was heard a little bit more. That somebody was like, okay, let's figure out how to get you some help. You know what I mean? Let's figure this out. Let's see what the steps are, and that early awareness and connection can really change the trajectory of someone's experience drastically, so it's really all about education to me and awareness, and not just education and awareness to the parents, but that's to the entire village. That's to everybody, because it's not just your friends and family. It's those doctors birthing those babies as well that maybe not have the education that they need, on these signs, symptoms, and all of these risks. It's not just us. It's not just the village. It's, again, back to these systems. It's also the medical professionals as well. Most of them don't even have the education and the knowledge on mental health and mood and anxiety disorders before and after having a child.
And it's baffling to me that I feel like with all of the years of time of schooling and of their internships and these moments that we get the extra certifications, I'm like, why is this not a requirement? Why is this something that we're not educating your patients on, because you have to, I feel like a lot of, and this is going to be another discussion we have to do on the side, I feel like healthcare is losing that care.
That's right.
Portion of it. And I feel like that now it's just a matter of like, let's just, okay, you're fine. We're going to push it out, whatever the case is. And it's, and I'm like, no, we are people. We are patients. We are in pain. We are, feeling these emotions that we don't have descriptions for. And we're trying to figure out like how, as you're my provider, can be able to give me those answers. And even I feel like just in, it's a huge thing, just like you say, in our community, in our villages, that, hey, I'm feeling this way, and a lot of us, especially with, our people, we have, a lot of traditions and a lot of things that we hold on to, and they'd be like, just do this and then, you'll be fine, or just, step aside from it, just focus on baby, you'll be fine. And I just like, I'm not okay. Like it's not going away. The tears and the anger and the rage and the emotions that's just popping up. So I really 110% am on the same boat with that one, because I remember, going through a moment of my pregnancy, just after having the postpartum, having my daughter, and just holding my baby and being like, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, tears are streaming down my eyes. And, I remember my partner at the time was just looking at me. I'm just like, help. Like I'm extending my hand out, and I need this assistance, but it's just a matter of it's the lack of education. And it's so huge to be able to understand that, that motherhood, like just pregnancy alone is a life-changing transition in life. And then postpartum, forget it. That's fourth trimester. That's a whole nother part. Exactly. That you have to navigate through. So I just think that really, like, I feel like providers, for one, need to make sure that they're advocating for their patients as well, because they're humans as well. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. So, you mentioned transition. You're absolutely right. It's the transition from becoming, if people are working, if you have a full-time job or in corporate America, whatever, you're going from a working person to a working parent. That transition is not talked about enough. There are so many things that now impact your life. You know what I mean? And like, it's hard sitting. I know what you're saying, sitting in the bed with your baby, not knowing what's going on, crying with your baby, just because you don't even know what they want. But half the time, the baby don't know what they want neither. You know what I mean? So it's also about giving yourself grace, right? But in those moments in your head, you're not thinking that way. All you're thinking is, how do I get this baby to be quiet? How do I put this baby down? You know what I mean? Oh no, the dog's barking. Oh no, what am I going to do now? It's over. It really all comes down to resources directly in front of you and education. And those avenues are out there. The education is out there. There are some organizations out here giving free training, and free classes and courses about maternal mental health specifically, and about some of these symptoms and about your risk, and about so many other things that you can touch into and resources you can tap into to ensure that you're supported and feel good. So it goes a very long way. So with some of these systems and some of these doctors not having that training, I think at this point it's unacceptable, because
absolutely
it's there. So when I see doctors, or I hear my friends saying, my doctor just told me this, I'm like, listen, I'm not a medical professional by any means. Please don't quote me. Please do not. Darn on sure ain't getting paid as a medical professional. I said, but what I will do for you is give you the resources and where you need to go to when you are having those thoughts and feelings. Absolutely.
And that's proper community. That's the space of that where we're getting like the avenues of just like, hey, I don't have the answer, but let me get you to the spaces that do have these answers, that do that advocacy and work in these moments, because they're readily available. They're waiting for somebody, like they're waiting for us to step in and be like, hey, I don't know what to do. They're like, that's all, we're waiting for you. You know what I mean? And I think
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm going. Okay.
Even just having that space. I remember going to the dentist the other day, and the assistant, I had my daughter with me, and I was waiting for her father to pick her up and everything. And she was like, oh, she's so cute. And I was like, oh, thank you. I know. I know. But I remember her saying, she's like, I have 4 of them. And I was like, oh my, okay. Wow. Congratulations. That's great. But I saw it in her face, and I was like, talk to me before you start drilling in my mouth. Talk to me. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? And I said, here's my card. Let's have the conversation. Not just to say you're going to be okay, but to say, I understand. I hear you, and we can have that difficult conversation together. I know how hard it is to express how you're really feeling, but here's my card, here's my number. Let's set up some time for mocktails or cocktails, right? And we can actually talk about this. I want to hear those scary thoughts that you're afraid to tell everybody else.
Yes.
And just to make you know that you're not alone, you're going to be okay. And it could politely guide you to the resource that you need, of course.
Absolutely. You took the words right out of my mouth with that one, because that's exactly what those moments are for.
That's right.
And what you do is you do the important work of the maternal leave and the workplace advocacy, which I think is absolutely amazing. That's definitely an avenue that I have not seen, and that is something that we need to be getting down to these lawmakers and make these changes, because it starts from those spaces. How do you think the gaps? How do the gaps leave policies and workplace support impact the maternal health and recovery in these moments?
Absolutely. So I'll tell you this, I remember sitting on the couch attached to my Medela pump, receiving an email from HR expecting me to return to work that Monday, right? And as soon as I received that email, I had streams of tears going down my face because I wasn't ready. I knew I wasn't ready to go back to work yet, right? And, I had the understanding I probably had maybe 2 or 3 more weeks left, but that wasn't the case. What they communicated to me was not what I was given, unfortunately, So when I pushed back saying, hey, I need a little bit more time, HR basically told me you either return to work on Monday or you don't return to a job at all. So how am I supposed to feel right when someone's telling me after I just had my baby, and I need the income more than anything, that I can't even return back to this job because I need a little bit more time, right? So that was huge to me. That was a large hole in my heart that I am still continuing to fill. That was some trauma for me. Just thinking about returning to work, just immediately thinking about it made me emotional. How not only that, but I can imagine dropping my newborn off to a daycare, to a stranger, right? How do I feel dropping this newborn off to a stranger now and going back to work and just be okay after 6 weeks? That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So paid family leave, it gives the parents the time and the stability that they need to heal and to transition into this new space of life, right? The transition, again, is from a working person to a working parent. And when we think about that, when it comes to gaps, right now, parents are only given 6 to 8 weeks of leave after having a child, right? That doesn't account for postpartum at all, right? So at week 6 or week 8, I was just starting to get it together. I think I was just started to walk comfortably again. I was just starting to really feel like, I wouldn't even say I was feeling like myself yet, but I was more in a routine now. I was a little bit more in a routine now with the baby, figuring things out. I was on a pumping schedule, getting things going. Everything was really going great. But unfortunately, these policies, the systems fail us. It doesn't fail us because they don't give us the time that we need to bond with our baby, to heal, to just express ourselves. They expect us to be robots and to have these babies and get back to work like nothing happened. For instance, sometimes we have a schedule that's from 8 to 5. That's like a normal corporate America schedule, right? Daycares don't open up until 9 o'clock and they close at 3 o'clock. How do you expect any parent to survive or cope with that? And especially coming from a place, a very toxic workplace that won't even allow you any type of flexibility. So I advocate for specific bills like the Family Care Act across Pennsylvania. The Family Care Act would allow parents to get up to 16 weeks of paid leave. And that's huge, paid leave. Because if you think about it, those 6 to 8 weeks, you're not even being paid completely. You're being paid a percentage of your salary, right? Or you have to use or save up this PTO and this leave time just to have this extra time with your baby, to bond with your baby. So a bill like the Family Care Act, allowing you to have that extra time would really be amazing. There's so many states across the United States that have it already. I think there are 14 states so far, which is still horrible if you ask me, but we're getting somewhere, but it's progress, right? So we're getting somewhere. It would be amazing to have something like that. Not only that, we all know the horrible cuts to Medicaid and Medicare that are coming down the stream, right down here. Cutting things like that are going to leave women and men just on an island by themselves. How are they supposed to thrive or have babies without having a working hospital with a maternity care suite, to birth this baby, or maybe even healthcare for a therapist or doctors that you need, because people have all types of different conditions, right? How are you supposed to do that? And now that's why we're tapping so much into a lot of nonprofit organizations now that are unfortunately losing funding now as well, because they have these types of programs to help out and to raise funds for these families. So really, with all the gaps, in this country, to be honest with you, it's really detrimental, and it's not focused especially on women, especially on mothers. They are failing mothers. So it's like everyone's saying, have babies, have babies, have babies. But what about the support and the village and the love that we after having? So if you ask me, there is a lot of work to be done. I believe that doulas need to be more present in healthcare systems. I believe midwifery care needs to be spotlighted. I believe all of these things really need to be spotlighted to really support these parents.
And we're in the same boat with that one, because I just am trying to be in that transition of being, because I remember having a doula when I had my child, and I just see the stuff that's going on. I'm just like, no, these are essential positions that we need to have to be able to have that advocacy and to have that space that there's statistics, there's numbers that support this, the care that's in here. And then, even in you speaking, especially like you said, turning the postpartum and the pain, that's where our holistics was born. You know what I mean? So that's creating that holistic maternal space to be able to go out and advocate, like, no, I'm putting my foot down. Like, this is not where we need to be in terms of this. And then so in your space, how does it look to support the whole parent, not just clinically, but emotionally, socially, and practically?
Sure. So for me, let me start with this. Holistics came from two parts. My last name is Hallman. Shout out to my hubby, right? Holistics, with my last name is Hallman, and then holistic support. So that's kind of how I blended holistics together. Okay. So for me, holistic support means recognizing that the parent is a whole person, not just someone who gave birth, right? It's emotional support, it's mental health care, it's practical guidance, it's community connection, and even just a space to be heard, but especially to be heard without judgment, right? There is a time for everything. Don't get me wrong. There are some very scary mood and anxiety disorders out there, like postpartum psychosis. That's a very scary thing. And when it comes to something like that, that's when I defer, right, to the medical professionals that need to give him or her that care immediately, because it's pretty scary, of course, you know what I mean? But through holistics, I focus on creating that kind of environment, whether it's through workshops, whether it's through parental leave coaching, or whether that's through peer support, where parents feel seen and supported in every aspect of their experience. When you support the parent, you are supporting the entire family, not just the mom, not just the dad, that's the brother, that's the sister, that's the mother-in-law, that's the dog, right? That's everybody, right? So I have been, and it's what's really great about holistics is something that's upcoming that I want to share as well. I have even recently released a postpartum box called Held and Heard. This is primarily for the mom. So when this box is opened, I want a mom to feel seen, to feel held and heard. I want her to feel that I see the baby, but I see you too, right? This box contains a great deal of items that got me through my postpartum phase, so it's very personal. And I just released a small pilot, and I'm looking forward to new versions coming out very, very soon. So it's holistics is really just a whole basket of love. If you ask me, it's a whole basket of me just be able to say, I see you, mom or dad, and it's going to be okay. I have been there. I'm advocating for you. I am right next to you, and you can call me anytime you need, girl. And I'm going to pick up the phone and ensure that you get the support that you need, So, holistic has come a long way. It's come a long way. It started out, a little bit more towards, products like I make these amazing shea butters, these diffuser bracelets and things like that. And then as it transitioned a little bit more, I focused it more on the postpartum care after having my baby. So again, turning my pain into my passion, and therefore it being my purpose, is really what holistics is grounded in.
And it's just, I just love hearing the spaces of like this, of the fact of the advocacy and the, creating spaces for just somebody to feel whole again. I really do feel that God really is truly using you as a vessel, and it's such a beautiful thing to see. So I pray about nothing but, overflowing growth in that, because we need that space. We need you. So I think that's so amazing. So in closing, I just want to ask, for parents who, like you say, you've been nothing but supportive and making everybody feel seen. For the parents who may not feel seen or unsupported still, would you want them to know about their experience? What would you want to know about their experience and the support that is available to them?
Absolutely. The first thing I'd want them to know is what they're feeling is real. It's valid, and they definitely are not alone. Okay. There's so many parents that suffer in silence because they think they're supposed to have it all together, but who does? Let's just be real here, right? But the truth is, this is a major shift. This is a major life transition, and it's okay to need support. There are resources, there are communities, and there are people who truly do care and want to help. And most importantly, I always say, it's literally giving me chills right now. That's how I know God is just speaking through me. I praise him. This season does not define you. There is healing, there is support, and there is a path forward. I am here. Again, I am Holistics. You can find me at www.whitneyhallman.com. And I can't wait to pour into all of the parents that need that support. You are not alone, and we are right here to help you. Just wait in. So, anytime you're just having a scary thought or just think that you're not alone, I am just one click away, and I will be there for anybody that needs it.
That was nothing but a word, and that was definitely from up above. And we're so thankful for you. We are thankful for what you do. Thank you for being an advocate for this. Thank you for creating the space to be able for parents to feel whole again in their transition. It is truly a blessing what you're doing, and we're standing right there with you in terms of making sure that moms will feel advocated and everything.
Right. Right. This is a mug I keep on my desk. It has a scripture on it. I just want to share real quick. It says, God is within her, she will not fail. That comes from Psalm 46:5. And I like to keep this in here so that it reminds me that God is always with me. And there is a reason we are here today. He already has everything written out. He knows our journeys. He knows the blessings that are coming. And just know, sis, that you will not fail as long as God is with you.
I'm so thankful for you, and I'm just thankful that you took the time to give this the time with us. I'm sorry, I was over here talking to my daughter because she wanted to show me her cool stuff that she got going on. I'm just like, wait a minute.
I get it. Show it off. I love it.
Right, but I'm so thankful that you took the time to speak to us and to give us that such wonderful information. So I really do appreciate you, and happy early Mother's Day to you. Thank you so much.
Happy early Mother's Day to you too. God bless.
Thank you. God bless you too, ma'am. Thank you. All right, y'all. So that was Ms. Hallman. That was a very impactful conversation of just advocacy and truly speaking for mothers that are going through this stage that we've all been going through, and just knowing that there is help out there. So please understand, look at www.mffavored.org to learn more about our organization, and to look at GiveBrother/MMF 2026 to be able to donate, to be able to create more space for mothers to be able to feel heard and to feel seen and to obtain the help that they need, because that's what we're here for. It's not about any of us. We are just vessels to be able to give support and to give the things that we wish we had in those moments. And that's what we're here for. So we're going to be getting ready for our next person. We're going to be having, we have Shaden Holland that's going to be coming in. Hi, Miss Holland. Am I saying that correctly?
It's Holly, but
Holly. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying Holland. Holly. I'm just saying Holland.
No
See, I'm
worries.
messing
You
everything up.
perfected the first name, so we're good.
Okay, good. I just want to thank you for coming with us. I'm so happy to have you. Miss Holly is here. She is a dedicated wife, a devoted mother of four, a motivated perinatal professional with a passion for lifelong learning and community engagement. She brings a wealth of experience in her field and thrives to make a positive impact through her work. Known for her reliability and empathetic nature, cultural humility, and collaborative spirit, Ms. Halian has consistently delivered measurable results and inspires those around her. We're so happy to have you. Thank you so much for coming to speak with us. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody who's watching and listening.
Yes.
And I'm grateful to be a part of this conversation.
Oh, we're so happy to have you. So we're going to get right into it. So as both a mother of four and a perinatal professional, how does your personal and professional experiences shape the way you support mothers?
That's a great opening question. I like to incorporate all of my experience when I'm working with clients. So that personal perspective as a mother of four, you have the the firsthand authentic knowledge of the struggle, of not just the work that we put in and the dedication we give to our children, but what it took to get there, the process of the pregnancy, the labor and delivery, and then the postpartum healing that happened after that. So I really try to bring that sense of understanding and compassion to my work. And then from the professional side, being a perinatal health and wellness coach, I really consider a multidisciplinary position. So I'm a certified doula, and I am PMH trained. I'm ACEs aware trained in California. I'm a member of Mom Congress, so we got the legislative part of that as well. So I really try to approach the perinatal field from as much of a holistic perspective as I can. And then by combining those two perspectives, I'm really able to understand the position and the circumstances that are presented to me from a non-biased lens, right? I get the full picture, and it really allows me to grasp the exact supports that a specific woman needs, right? Every woman, every pregnancy is unique and different, and it needs kind of a customized approach. So that's how I bring both that personal insight and that professional insight into the work that I do.
I think that's awesome. And I think it's so awesome because I'm actually a doula in training myself. So I'm trying to find ways to streamline and to, to be a more of an advocate for moms, in not only just in the mental space, but also, during the first phase of where it all starts in the pregnancy, and then feeling supported, and then feeling heard, and making sure that voice is prominent in that stage, from all the way from pregnancy to the fact that they know what they want. It's their pregnancy. It's what they want for them to be able to have that mother-baby relationship, and to create that moment. So you've been known for your empathetic and collaborative approach. How does it feel truly being seen and being supported by a mother's mental health during pregnancy and postpartum?
Well, I think that creating that atmosphere where a woman feels seen and heard and validated without judgment kind of presents a special opportunity, right? So that type of environment allows a woman to vocalize her concerns without fear or stigma, right? She's able to give her whole self and be able to be honest and truthful about what she's experiencing and what she needs. And that allows us to provide those supports that she needs, right? Fear and stigma are two of the biggest hurdles in preventative and proactive and even reactive care, because we're afraid to say, okay, well, I'm having these intrusive thoughts for fear of being prosecuted behind that, not necessarily with intention, right? Intention and thoughts are two different things. So that's kind of where we need to differentiate that with PMADs. That's perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. And so bringing that empathy in kind of creates an umbrella of understanding, and it helps truly understand the problem or the issue that you're being presented with. And that way I'm able to give the proper resources, give the right approach, provide the correct solutions, and kind of work with the mother or the woman that I'm trying to support, right? And having those resources provides the right answer. So I think this particular topic is near and dear to my heart because it kind of is my spark. It was what ignited my intentions in the perinatal field, because I started off in early childhood development, kind of merged into perinatal health from there once I had my own personal struggles with postpartum depression and living in a maternal health desert and not having the support that I needed to kind of get through that, right? My husband, my partner, he's amazing. He's the most supportive person in my corner, but he can only do so much, So having that support system is essential to having a healthy maternal postpartum period.
And that's very important because of just the way that's the way we're able to show up for mothers, because we remember those nights, we remember those experiences of just a matter of like, pregnancy, we were like, okay, we were, that was the center of the attention, and now baby is here, and it's now like, okay, now this experience is different. Now the child is here, now we're adjusting, now we're doing these things, and I'm like, not knowing that I don't feel so well in the midst of that. You know, and just especially I feel like with a lot of moms, they do that in terms of just, you know, we kind of like said, push it aside, but, you know, to be able to, you know, to do what you do, to be able to be a professional and know these things and have the answers to be able to feel what moms are truly feeling. I think that's a huge thing to be able to do, because it's something that we just, you know, as women and as moms, we just constantly just like, you know, we're pushing to the side, you know, we're worried about the task at hand, and that, you know, that's just how we're organized. So, and
I think, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I think it's a little broader than that. I think that as women, we've kind of evolved into this role of motherhood that says that we have to do it all by ourselves, that we have to know what we're doing and how to do it and be able to do it by ourselves. And when we present a struggle, it's kind of brushed off, oh, that's just motherhood, or, oh, you know, you're not gonna sleep, and not taking into consideration that there's different levels to that, right? There's a difference between waking up every 2 hours to feed your newborn and going weeks without sleep because you're anxiety driven or because you're overwhelmed with intrusive thoughts, like, right? Like there's different levels to it. And I think that where the gap has formed is between, well, how do I vocalize as a mother, as an individual, that this isn't normal for me, that I've overstepped that range of what should be considered normal and I need more support, without feeling like you're doing something wrong, right? There shouldn't be shame in your motherhood. And I think that's kind of where I try to step outside of that, right? If I'm feeling like this, well, who's there for these other women? Who understands what they're going through? How are they being helped and supported when support is miles away, or they don't know where to look, or they're on the internet and there's a million and one things for them to go through to try and see what would be best for them, right? So as in with any relationship or partnership, having that balance of active listening and respectful response kind of creates that helpful dialogue in the perinatal period that's essential to a mother's mental health, whether she is experiencing a PMAD or whether she's just struggling in her identity shift.
And I think that's extremely important, because I know I talked about a little bit of the statistics of, you know, the 1 in 7 women, and now even Miss Whitney said now it's changed to 1 in 5.
Yes.
And I know especially in, you know, the rural and low income areas, mothers are 3 times more likely to lack access to like mental health care. You know, usually as moms that will feel a certain way, you know, sometimes we usually just pull back from certain things, from keeping things from our providers. You know, and some, especially in those spaces, they have those lack of access to those in those areas. So you bring a strong emphasis on cultural humility. How does culturally responsive care influence a mother's willingness to seek and stay engaged and to support?
I think that kind of connects to the previous question and what we were talking about as far as like motherhood fitting into this stigma, this role, right?
Yeah.
So culture is everywhere. It's everything. It's who we are. It's how we define ourselves, our actions, and our perspectives. So personally, I consider myself really culturally conscious. I have a very unique upbringing, and I strive to kind of broaden my horizons whenever, however, and, you know, wherever I can. With that being said, I also promote the fact that I am not an expert in everything, right? I'm humble in my knowledge and my experiences. I can always learn something new. Okay. So being aware of how a specific culture views certain things or views certain approaches, it helps me shape and modify my approach to the women that I'm working with, whether I'm working with a BIPOC client, whether I'm working with a low income client, whether I'm working with a PhD client. I'm kind of able to adjust my approach to care through their cultural standpoint. Being flexible and being adaptable to your care approach helps women connect, right? If I can understand your circumstances, if I know the way that you're looking at things, your traditions, your morals, your understanding of the world and your perspective and how you live through that, then I'm going to be able to support you wholeheartedly without any type of obstacles or hurdles in understanding, right? It builds a sense of security, a security blanket, a mutual understanding there. It allows a woman to present her whole authentic self without filtering thoughts and symptoms and experiences to suit me, the provider. So that's one thing that I'm like highly against. I don't want you to try and shift through things and sift through things so that it sounds good to me, or it's what you think I want to hear. I want my clients to tell me what they need, or at least be able to vocalize what they feel isn't right without trying to adjust to who I am, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense, because I feel like, like I said, we've had those moments where it's just that moms were like, okay, I just want to play now. Like, I'm having, this is a whole new transition for me. So we definitely do, definitely try to keep a lot of things together, but just creating that space of just like support and caring and understanding that we're in this together. And I want to hear what's going on. I want to hear about all the bad things. So I think, what does your role in community and collaboration play in creating the sustainable support systems for mothers and families?
I'm so glad you asked this. Okay. So having a proper support system is always emphasized, right? They tell you, your OB tells you, your doula tells you, everybody says, oh, you're pregnant, make sure you have a support system. And for some women, that's not necessarily possible, right? An age-old proverb, we've all heard it. It takes a village to raise a child. Okay. Back in the day, that meant your mama and your grandma and your auntie and your cousin and your bestie and your neighbor all pitched in some type of meaningful way, whether that's giving the mom some personal time to sleep or to shower, or meal prepping, bringing a lasagna over. Nowadays, the village needs to expand. Okay. The village needs to include doulas. It needs to include nutritionists. It needs to include lactation consultants. It needs to include the myriad of professionals in the perinatal field. As I said before, I'm not an expert in everything as much as I'd like to be. So in order to be client-centered and holistic, I need to be able to warm connect my clients with situations that I'm not certified or experienced in to a professional who can handle those type of experiences, to a professional who's trained, evidence-based trained, and who has those resources to help them through that. Like, I'm not a lactation consultant. I know tips and tricks, and I have, little tidbits that I can offer. But if your baby's tongue-tied, I can't give you the best support that you need, but I know somebody who can, right? So collaboration is essential to providing holistic care and maintaining a continuity of care. You hear that a lot in this field. And I think it's still a very big question mark on how we achieve that. How do we achieve that continuity of care? And so I think it needs to be done humbly, and it needs to be done without the hassle of bureaucracy, and it needs to be done without that territorial, like stepping on each other's toes that so often happens in this field. I've had a lot of doula colleagues say, like, oh, the OB just kind of takes over and doesn't want you to be involved. Like, this isn't your expertise. And instead of doing that, we need to be like, oh, thank you for advocating for your client. Thank you for letting me know these things. Or, okay, thank you for that information, because I didn't know that information. Or, to work together more cohesively.
Yes.
And I think that collaboration is needed in a global approach, which is why I'm so grateful to be part of the Perinatal Resource Collaborative. I'm not sure if that's been talked about yet today, but it is literally a platform. It's a village for the villagers, right? It's a hub of connectivity and creativity and collaboration that allows perinatal professionals to collaborate in a meaningful and organic way to better serve the women in our care. And it's for everybody, for families, for mom, for dad, for doulas, for psychiatrists, for everybody around the world to come and connect and collaborate and create an environment that makes childbirth and maternal health safe and better in general through collaboration and community.
And I think you speaking on the continuity of care is such a huge lack that we need, especially because we all play a part. Yes. In terms of taking care of mom mentally, whether it's during pregnancy, the OBs and doula, we all working together for the betterment of mom. And to be able to having that network and having those spaces to be able to sit down and say, hey, I'm seeing this. How can we work together? What is the answer for this? And like we all, like you said, whatever answers you don't have, somebody else has, but that's why we need to come together as a team and not just separate entities, because at the end of the day, this is life that we are taking care of,
Yes, yes. Our job as mothers, that's what we do. We bring life into the world. So we need to support the foundation. Otherwise, it's all going to crumble. And that's kind of, again, what brought me into perinatal health is what's the best way to help the babies is to help the mamas, right? We have to be there at the base, at the foundation, and doing it as a community and supporting each other is a better way of than just this field takes this strategy and this field takes this strategy. We need to be able to collaborate together.
And I think that's even behind the scenes, that's a beautiful thing to be doing, because that spurs a lot of change and transformation and a lot of trailblazing events that can happen, especially for moms. I
Yes.
want to move forward in terms, I know we've been talking about it through the broadcast in terms of prevention, of just how can we save these lives, that are the voices that are saying, help me. You know, I'm feeling this way. And, you know, we're seeing the statistics, you know, and it's just getting higher. Where they're just seeing that it's still saying that, well, we're doing the care, we have the resources, we have the spaces. From your perspective, what does it look like to meet mothers where they are, and how does it approach you to help prevent escalation to any kind of crisis?
So I was kind of asked a similar question recently and was slightly put off by the way that it was phrased. So my organization, Flora, Fem, and Fauna, is completely remote. It's virtual. So everything that I do is online over the computer. We sit for an hour once a week and go over all of the needs of the 5 dimensions of health for that specific client, and we kind of work through it through the program. But somebody asked me if I found that women wanted postpartum support services online. And my reaction was, well, I find that women need support when and how they need it, right? So if a woman is in a maternal health desert, like I've experienced, and the closest doctor's office is an hour and a half away, online support may be her only option. If a woman is recovering from a particularly hard delivery experience and leaving the house is just too physically painful, then the support from online allows her to be comfortable and to be safe and to be secure in her own home. If a woman is suffering from a PMAD and just can't bring herself to put a brush through her hair or brush her teeth, providing those online services gives her the freedom to be comfortable in her own home. It increases that sense of security that I was talking about earlier. And so I feel as though all of us in the perinatal field are in a position of service, right? We're here to serve. We're not here to get goods and services. We're here to provide support and services and to nurture and uplift the health and well-being of these women who are becoming mothers. And I feel like that statement alone should be enough to encourage people in this field to meet women where they are, right? We need to go above and beyond. We need to meet them where their needs are and meet those needs in the best way that we can, again, through collaboration and support and community. But especially if you're a mother yourself, like you're a mama, I'm a mama, we understand the struggle. We know that trying to pack the diaper bag and to take a shower and to make sure you have all of the myriad of supplies that you need and still, you know, take care of yourself, but to leave the house is a mission. Even if you have one child, like add multiple siblings in there and you are superwoman. So I think empathy plays a huge role. So meeting a woman where she is builds that trust so that she's comfortable telling you the truth, which is what we need in healthcare. And it provides, excuse me, it provides care without judgment. So that right there could be the lifeline that a woman needs. If she feels like she can voice her concerns and her struggles without being stigmatized, without being judged and feeling validated, then that could be that dialogue, that communication, that conversation that saves her life, that saves her babies and can prevent a crisis.
And that creating this space of that access is the most important thing. And like even just I think even like we, especially when we're going now, we're into the space where we're having all of these digital programs, everything like that. It creates a great space for access. Any mother can access to it when she can sit down and have the time when baby's taking a nap, where she's like, my hair is a mess. Like it's just where we're meeting her in the moment is like the most essential
even if
thing.
baby's not taking a nap. I've had mothers nursing during sessions, you know, like it allows them to be comfortable and still get the support that they need, right? Just throw a blanket over your shoulder and breastfeed their baby while they're talking to me about, hey, this has been really hard. Oh, baby's eating habits are all over the place, as you can see. And there's that live interaction of what's going on. It doesn't have to be filtered, right? Or again, like I said, if when for me personally, when I was struggling through postpartum depression, brushing my teeth was just like, I'll brush the kids' teeth, but whatever. Like my dental hygiene was like, nobody's going to be close enough to smell my breath. Like, but of course, it's something that we need. But if I'm going to be in person talking to somebody, that's something that I need to mouthwash or something, but on the computer, and then just, I could have funky breath and still talk to a provider that can help me through the other things that I'm struggling with, that can give me a joy menu, I feel happy and healthy enough to go take care of myself while I'm struggling. So I think that being able to provide that virtual setting allows women freedom, the freedom to work through what they're working through in comfort and security without being put out or judged or stigmatized, or, oh, you're a bad mom, or you're not doing this right, or you should be able to take care of your baby and everything else, So I think that meeting women where they are is essential, and being virtual makes that possible for every mother that I work with.
And it's just amazing to just be able to meet. And I think it's the important of just meeting you where you are in your space. And it's just like, regardless of what's going on, like you can get the help, you can get the space that you need. Like we're all mothers. We understand what's going on. Okay, no problem. Whatever it takes to get you better is the moment. It is the most important thing. And even like I said, I've said it before, like, the conversation that, I feel like that, the care is being taken out of the provider and health care in certain spaces. And that's not to say that for everybody, but that care is so essential. It is detrimental to be able to have that warm feeling, that understanding, like, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine.
Connection, right? Like we're all we're not just a piece of paper. We're not a statistic. Correct. We are not, this is not just, okay, here, let me check all of my boxes and move on in 15 minutes to the next person. Right. It needs to be more, there needs to be a more humanistic approach. It needs to be more real. Like if you're sitting down having a real conversation with somebody, it's not just going to be, oh, here, I checked all the howdy do's and how are yous and have a nice day, and now I'm going to let you off. It's not genuine. And I think that's what needs to be expanded to the entire field. It needs to be genuine and authentic and maybe a little more emotional. I think we need to add a little more emotion to it, so it's not just a piece of paper and, oh, well, insurance says I can only spend 15 minutes per patient. Let me just move through 20 patients in a day, and then those women just get lost in the system.
And that is 110% true. Oh, this is such good stuff we've been getting all day. It's just the great information and the resources, and just the feeling of like, this is a safe space. Like it's gonna, like, there are people that's out here. The providers are people. They're real people. Everything's just not scripted. It's not just, oh, it's gonna be fine, don't worry about it. Like it's just a beautiful feeling to know that we're in this transition of like, we're gonna work to wherever the case may be for you to be advocated for. So in closing, for mothers who feel overwhelmed or unsure to where to turn, what would you want them to know about the support and the power of, like we just spoke with, the power of connection?
Oh, okay. Couple of things. Okay. Couple of final key points here. Number one, I want women who are struggling, who are isolated, who are alone, who are scared or unsure or overwhelmed to know, first and foremost, you are not alone. Okay. You are not in this by yourself. Even if you feel like you are not alone. Second, it's okay not to be okay. Like it's all right if you're not feeling 100%, and there's no shame in that. Third, there's support and resources everywhere. Yes, there's a lot. There's a lot to go through, but that's where that support system comes in. If you have the providers and the professionals around you that know what resources would be best for you, then just know that there is support and resources out there. And final little tidbit here, we are stronger together. I think you said something like that. When we lean on each other and for each other and into each other, we can move mountains, right? We have babies. We bring life into this world. If we work together and if we support each other and if we uplift each other, there is nothing that we can't achieve.
And that's what it's about. It's just a matter of where it's a village everywhere around us, to mothers, to providers, to everything. It is, because motherhood and pregnancy is a life-changing thing. It's a beautiful thing to experience together. So it's a journey. It's a marathon. Like it's not something that's never. It doesn't stop. There's no stage.
Ever.
It's like,
It doesn't
okay,
stop.
right.
No, you don't stop being a mom. It never stops.
It never stops. So I think that's extremely powerful in just having that connection and realizing that it's a network that we have, and
Yes.
the people are here, the providers are here, we are here, and to be able to know that they have spaces to be able to decompress. So
Yes.
I truly appreciate all of your awesome information that you given out. Make sure we could give us your information of like where we can find you, your social media.
I did put it in the chat, all of my contact information and my title, as well as the company website, florafeminfauna.com. You can schedule a free consultation with me to kind of see if we're a good match. That's also a very important thing. If our points, if we're like-minded, if I'm the right person to support you, I'm here. Phone number. This is live on LinkedIn, so I'm on there as well. And yeah, the Perinatal Resource Collaborative, if anybody's interested as far as being a part of that community and want more information, they can reach out to me for that as well.
Absolutely. And I definitely will be reaching out myself because I would love to know that.
Yes,
that's the first time I've heard of that.
Yes. Oh, yes. This could be a whole nother meeting, a whole nother conversation. Feel free. I will definitely give you all the details on that.
Awesome. Well, Ms. Haley, thank you for taking this time out of your busy schedule to be able to connect with us, to be able to sit down and talk about the advocacy of the maternal mental health. I thank you for what you're doing because, like I said, everybody here that spoke today has been a complete vessel into what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. I pray for nothing but overflow and greatness over your business to keep able to do what you're doing.
Yes.
And happy early Mother's Day.
Yeah, and happy early Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all who are here. And thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. We're just getting all types of just words. Everybody's been on the pulpit today of just telling us all the great information.